Okay.
Okay. You want to do initial intro, Getster, or you want me to?
Um, why don't you bring us in initially?
Okay.
Are we calling this on broadcasts like Battle for PA, Battle for Pennsylvania? What are we doing?
uh, I,
Tom! Tom!
I guess I was just planning on calling it the Battle for PA. I guess unless Tom would rather have us say Pennsylvania, but
Okay,
okay.
gotcha.
Okay, and then since this is the first game, Getster, I'll probably be a good idea to explain the group stage style a little bit too, like before we get too deep into game.
Okay. How how does it work? I've been trying to figure that out.
Okay, so there are 8 teams, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
There's the A block of teams and the B block of teams.
Yeah.
Each team will play each other once
Oh,
in each of the
okay.
block, and the top 2 teams from each block move on to the little playoffs tomorrow.
Okay, gotcha. So round robin into
Round
uh
robin day one, split up into like 2 different blocks.
gotcha.
Okay.
Mm,
Right,
okay.
right. Yeah. Isn't that what's on the schedule? Yeah. So they repeat the round one games in round four.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, either I can explain it after we do like our little back and forth, or you can just take it after I pass it to you if you're confident in it.
I think that first option, like a little bit of back and forth, and then you explain how
Okay.
format works.
Yeah, because I'm guessing we can also probably explain the format. Like, if the pregame is really short, we can explain it into the first round or two of the game. Like, I feel like setting the stage for the whole day is more important than capturing like all the action from round one if it runs long.
Right.
Hello there, everybody. Welcome to the Battle for PA. Getting ready to jump right into game number one between PSU Blue and RIT. I'm Kingfisher, joined here by Gedster for game number one of this round robin tourney. But before we get into any of the game, any of the action, any of the next 2 days, Gedster, how excited are you to be here?
I am balling out right now. It is currently 6:12 a.m. here on the West Coast here. I did not take this into account initially when I saw this job needed casters, but that's okay. I'm here. I'm awake. I'm ready to go. I love Siege. I love covering this game, so I'm very excited to get underway here this morning.
Yeah, early mornings for us, I'm sure same for all the people playing in Pennsylvania. And of course, reminder, in case anyone isn't familiar with what the event is, didn't look at it beforehand, it is a LAN event, so all 8 of these teams, 6 different universities coming together in Lackawanna, so they're all in the theater, on the LAN stage, all playing inside of the same building, I believe, too, so definitely a lot of excitement on that end for all these teams, I'm sure. Going to be a very, very fun next few days.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good day. We've got it's a multi-day competition, like you said earlier. We've got, I believe, I don't remember how many rounds we're gonna be doing today on stream. I think it's 8.
8.
And then it's gonna be 8 rounds here today on stream, leading into a bracket stage in day number 2 between the top 2 teams from each of these groups. So very excited to see which of these teams end up coming out on top. I believe that we have a total of 8 teams in 2 different groups. The top 2 teams from each group are going to move on to that bracket stage tomorrow. But before we even get to that, it's going to be a brief round robin stage. I say brief, it's literally going to last all day. We're going to be doing a round robin stage between each of these groups. Every single one of these teams is going to get at least one match that happens on stage, on broadcast, so that we are able to highlight everybody a little bit here, because that's one of the most important things, being able to highlight people.
Absolutely. You know, and especially a competition like this where there's so many teams from the same area, I'm sure there's a lot of support from friends, family, loved one, whoever it may be, in person or online. Definitely want to see everybody get their moment to shine. And then, yeah, exactly like Gedster said, there are 2 different blocks made up of 4 teams from each. So A block will be the first 4 games of the day. So pretty much 9 through noon, you're going to see A block. And then in the afternoon, it'll be the B block of teams. Top 2 from each block will move on to the playoffs tomorrow. And I think we mentioned earlier, but we'll say again, PSU Blue is taking on RIT here in round number 1 for the A block. Penn State actually has 3 different teams competing this tourney. Their blue roster is the only one inside of A block. You get to see the other 2 later today, but definitely a lot of high hopes for the PSU fans out there. Got a lot of chances to go far in this one.
That's true. Statistically speaking, they should make it pretty far in this event. So if you're a PSU student, if you got a homie on one of these teams, you can maybe make fun of them a little bit in Twitch chat. Don't be too mean, but you can maybe make fun of them a little bit in Twitch chat. I'm very excited. But we are going to be looking at PSU Blue in the first match of the day, actually. So very excited to see them play this early on. They're going to be going up against RIT here in round 1. So absolutely massive stuff coming out from them today. Big expectations for PSU.
Yeah, very big indeed. And of course, pretty big name university too. So I'm guessing at least most people that aren't in the Pennsylvania area still probably know this college and how legendary they are in kind of other areas of sports that aren't online. We are ready to jump right into game number 1 between PSU Blue and RIT. First map of the day is going to be Chalet. Always kind of an interesting one, a fun one, very, very aggressive and extremely gun skill based. So hoping to see a very competitive, very high kill game right out of the gates.
I mean, Chalet, one of those maps that's been around Siege for a very long time in one form or another. Map rework here and there for sure, but end of the day, you know it, you love it, you know? It's been with us for years and don't see it going away anytime soon. Our first set of bans, fairly standard stuff, Ace and Mira out of the equation.
Yeah, and there's so many reasons, right, to love the new ban system inside of Siege X. Chalet has to be one of those reasons. If you're the defenders, you can ban Ace. I mean, just the most dominant, the best operator on attack by far inside of this map, and you still don't kind of ruin it for yourselves. I like the Goyo ban a lot too from, believe it's RIT taking that one out. Goyo, so good for time wasting, especially on that top floor. It is near impossible to hit any of those Vulcan canisters, and they can delay a lot of time, 20 seconds each.
Oh yeah, for sure. It is, it's not the most conventional ban out there, but I do like to see RIT going for that one right off the bat. They also are going to be headed to Bar Gaming for the first sight of
Attackers
their
need to
defensive
locate and defuse
half
bombs.
here. So PSU Blue, rather, they will be going there. And I mean,
Bomb
it's a
located by
fairly
attackers.
standard composition. I think that the big outlier here is that Solus from Whale Cookie. Not an operator that we've seen a ton of in recent memory, but a recent buff to the character has definitely increased her relevance by a fair amount. So, gonna be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, of course, Solus probably never gonna hit again that level of relevance she was at release. You can see the drones in the prep phase
10
was
seconds to
just
go.
an absolute demon. One of my favorite operator concepts, so I'm glad, she got that buff, maybe floating her way a little bit back into this meta. And certainly equipped with some good weapons as well. The SMG-11 in hands there for Whale Cookie. One of the best sidearms in the game. And round number 1 now underway here between PSU and RIT. And yeah, Bar Gaming, first sight, definitely pretty typical. There's been a big shift over time away from the top floor in the basement, kind of to this middle floor. We'll see how well they can defend it. That frost on the second floor is going to be the most important part of this defense. So definitely look for Kunzi to stay alive and get some kills from this power position.
It's such a fascinating concept that, like, over time, the way the map is played has shifted so fundamentally away from the top and bottom floors towards that middle floor. And, I mean, already we're seeing action on this map. Pigu finding the opening pick there onto the Solus, so not a lot of time provided to that operator to even use her gadget in this round. I mean, Whale Cookie out of the picture so quickly. And, I mean, like I said, Solus is one of those operators that gets value the longer you stay alive and makes it a whole lot harder for PSU to, play out the rest of this round the way they initially wanted to.
And they are gaining a lot of ground very, very quickly. You can see Bino here moving through that first floor. And luckily for PSU Blue losing Solus, there isn't anyone on this attacking team that she's crucial to counter out. So definitely can survive without it. At the beach, gonna have a hard time here. Kunzi takes her first there. As Gulag falls, that's what we were talking about. The frost on top of these stairs is gonna be a very important member. War gets a second. That was the Ying moving through the first floor. So now PSU standing up a little bit. 2 quick kills halfway through this round. RIT gonna need to regroup, and it looks like it's gonna be a pretty heavy upstairs push from here on out.
Makes a lot of sense to see this as well. We don't see a lot of emphasis put on the vertical play here. No buck to try to take out the soft floor from below or anything of the sort. This has to be a very top-heavy take, and Pigu does end up finding the pick onto that frost that you pointed out was so important for this roster to be able to keep alive, but really just unable to hold that position and at the beach, not able to get back downstairs. Crossing that gap proves to be impossible. Now we're in a 2 versus 3. PSU Blue not able to hold on to the numbers advantage for very long and looking very rough, but with only 30 seconds left, it is distinctly possible that they're able to hold on to this. The execute about to come in for RIT. But, like, what's their angle of attack here? They're creeping down the stairs into the lobby. 15 seconds remaining in the round. And I think that Big Daddy Jazz has a pretty good idea of where they are. Pigu peeks directly into him and immediately will fall. And War will be able to find another 1 versus 1. Pistol is out, but there's just not enough time. PSU will be able to hold on to this one for just long enough.
And that's the kind of opening round you want to see, right? Both teams making plays, making kills with a great showing in round number 1. PSU Blue able to hold out. And that's one of the rounds, right, that is so common in R6 where the time becomes a 6 defender. It's probably been said a million times. I'm gonna make it 1,000,001. But whenever the clock ticks down like that, it gets so hectic on attack because, of course, you have to plant that bomb. You're gonna be locked in that animation whenever you do, and so many teams just take a little too long clearing. Granted, not RT's fault. They lost a couple players early and they regrouped really well. That top floor clear, able to get at to beach on the rotate. Great timing from Susslord on that Dokkaebi when they made that swing. Nearly made it happen, but against any good team, and I found those college esports teams normally are some pretty good teams. When that clock ticks down, it gets dang near impossible to win those rounds. Great effort by RIT, but PSU standing up strong.
Yeah, they hold fast for as long as it takes, and I mean, very well played to them.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Going up to the second floor now, we will be seeing the master bedroom site. You know, this is a typical one you see in ranked get picked first, basically all the time, in my experience at the very least. But I mean, it's as you said earlier, a lot of people are leaning away from these sites in recent times just because that first floor has become more and more favorable as of recent patches, as of recent match days and such. But end of the day, it's still, this top floor is still a very good site, still one that has a lot of history to it, so not entirely shocked to see us go here second.
No, not at all. And I've always been a big fan of top floor over middle floor, at least over dining room kitchen. As an early gunfight breaks out, that's going to be Gulag moving through the basement. Not quite shut down Whale Cookie, who was the first to fall last round, so definitely looking for a little bit more longevity this time around. But yeah, that's impressive that the Deimos able to get that tracking, nearly able to get that kill without even using the gadget. One of the best roamer hunters inside this game. Gina takes a couple points of damage. Looks like it's going to be Big Daddy Jazz on the other side of that engagement. And yet again, RIT are moving quickly through this building, but with players in the main lobby, you're about to come into some big sources of crossfire, like right there. Bino taking more damage here from Whale Cookie. So a lot of players are starting to lose health early on in this round.
Yeah, and that mute player of Whale Cookie, once again, going to be losing out on a lot of HP. And so is At the Beach. My goodness, PSU, they're staying alive, which is absolutely massive, but you do not like to see how much damage they're taking right now. I mean, the life lead is pretty firmly in the favor of RIT as it stands, and eventually that is going to translate into a numbers advantage. Bino able to find another opening pick onto Whale Cookie. Just struggling a little bit to, you know, find lasting purchase and an ability to stay alive in these rounds. Hopefully going forward we see a little bit more, but so far 0-2, and doesn't seem like that will change in the immediate future. But eventually At the Beach is able to get the trade back onto Gulag. No more Deimos. So the roamers are going to have a slightly easier time, but Bino did get knocked down as soon as we stopped looking at his perspective. Would love to know how that happened, but anyway you slice it, not going to know for a little bit. Pickup does come through, and it does look like with only 24 seconds left, they do have to get this execute going pretty quickly here.
Need this first kill.
Reloading!
And that's such an important gunfight! PSU, rather, they are able to get that going, and the plant does get denied. PSU Blue winning another defensive round here. Very nice shot.
Yeah, it was. The aim of these players never fails to impress me. Nice job there from the PSU defenders, and RIT again with not a bad attack. Time was a factor there, definitely not as much as round number 1. But we keep seeing the same good starts, I think, from RIT. They're clearing first floor, bottom floor, whatever it is, of these buildings very, very quickly when they're coming in here in these last 2 rounds. The unfortunate part is they weren't able to hold on to it. You could see At the Beach get the kill, drop down to basement, didn't have any recourse, and was able to sneak back up the solar stairs, kind of shut the push down from behind. I believe he was the one that took down the planter. But yeah, if you're going to clear that quickly, the danger is you're maybe not setting it up right? You're not leaving enough drones or enough Nomad air jabs. They had Nomad on the board last time. I didn't see any air jabs go down. Don't know if that was just kind of a little bit error, maybe a little bit rushing in their attacks, but regardless, PSU Blue with 2 strong rounds, but RIT, they're showing signs of fight, right? This is absolutely not a one-sided affair yet. And now going on to this tertiary site here inside a dining kitchen, I think a great opportunity for RIT to take this one back, and especially on this site, right? The rest of the map is relatively simple to clear when you attack dining room kitchen. About all you need is top floor control just inside of that bedroom, and with how efficiently they've been clearing so far, definitely think RIT can take their first round of the board here.
It's very possible. I mean, they've been playing these rounds very
Be
close, and I think that as long as they are able to convert off of these first picks that they've been able to get in both of these rounds, then if they can continue to do that, they can continue to be consistent going forward, I think there's a very solid chance. The Whale Cookie has once again taken the first damage of the round, though, but still not dead, so not feeling too terrible about it quite yet.
Definitely not. Susslord already onto the office balcony, not quite into the office yet here on the second floor. But yet again, just kind of showing that quick process that RIT's been taking. You can find some gunfights fairly quickly. Nobody's library side. It really looks like only Arini inside of the second floor. Kunzi's there as well, and at the beach is close on the stairs. And yet again, we see the theme continue. RIT is into the building, and they're going to have some gunfights very soon. Look at Whale Cookie on the sharp angle. They might take out the player inside a second floor if they don't see him. Bino takes damage from Whale Cookie, but now the Aruni has to run in with no hatch in that bedroom. Just has to cross doorways, and Thermite is going to pop this top floor wide open. Whale Cookie with the kill, though. Great pick from Aruni. We knew they were going to die if they played the life well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a genuinely nice pick to get rid of the IQ for the remainder of the round, but I mean, you really wanted more out of your top floor player. You wanted a little bit more delay, a little bit more stall, and now RIT with a minute and 20 seconds left. They are feeling very comfortable in this round, but they do lose out on the player holding that diffuser. No more Thatcher to speak of. This does become a little bit harder at this point, but still very doable for RIT. I mean, they've got 3 players. The numbers advantage is absolutely massive, but you still have to be so careful. Gulag is so low, but Big Daddy Jazz gets knocked down by I believe by the Thermite. Now War left in a 1 versus 3. It's just this mute SMG in hand, and they know exactly where he is now off the back of that. Out. Perfect connection. Shotgun in an attempt to close it out, but RIT is able to flush him out, put him exactly where they want him, and take their first offensive round.
We knew it was just going to be a matter of time before RIT got onto the board. Nice run from them, and kind of exactly what we expected, right? Clear top floor quick, able to take that top floor bedroom control and really just kind of rain down bullets, rain down hate on PSU. Able to get it done. Dogaby ban definitely makes sense on the side of PSU Blue. Don't want to deal with that as a roamer. Solus ban is a little confusing to me. They were playing it a lot, so maybe it's just a comfort thing. That being said, I didn't see Solus really counter any operators, counter any gadgets in the first few rounds. And really, with the ops that RIT has been bringing, with exception to IQ, I don't think Solus has really countered a single one of them.
Yeah, I'm not sure Solus was the most impactful
Attackers need to
operator.
locate and
Obviously,
defuse bombs.
the players on that
Bomb
character
located
have
by
been
attackers.
impactful. I believe it was Big Daddy Jazz in the previous round who
Yes.
did manage to find value
Camera
with
feed
the
up and
Solus.
running.
So I think it makes sense to take away an operator that they've been clearly practiced on and been playing so much in this half, but it is, as you say, it is slightly confusing. Not the most conventional ban in the world, for sure.
Initiate jammer.
At the end of the day, it's going back to the first site that we saw here, kitchen dining, and a lot of the similar, operators to what we saw in the first round. I mean, same shield setup at the top of the stairs, Jaeger ADSs to protect that shield, Azami, the Valkyrie for information. It's fairly standard stuff at this point.
Yeah, definitely pretty in the norm. I gotta say, it's surprising. They picked away from IQ. They've been running it a few rounds. RT has. And the round they go away from it, there's Mute, there's Valkyrie, there's a ton of electronic gadgets that you can counter. So definitely unlucky for them. But this site does play pretty similarly every time, so I don't think they need the IQ for these Valkyrie cameras. Should be able to fare just fine without them. Interesting angle here from Royal Cookie if they can watch that top window. And interested what we're going to see Bino do. Looks like in the kitchen hallway, if everyone remembers round number 1, Bino was able to get pretty far into the site before being shut down. Or pretty far into the map, rather, not the actual site. It looks like Bino going to transition upstairs. We're going to run into At the Beach and Big Daddy Jazz, who's taking a lot of damage on this shield. With these ADSs, though, still should be pretty safe for the time being, as RIT looks to make headway into this top floor.
Covering a long distance on this top floor too. They have most of the area under control at this point. Lions E1D scan just to ensure that if there is anybody upstairs, they are locked down. But I don't believe that PSU has anyone on that top floor right now. Especially not at this point. Anybody who might be up there needs to retreat down to the main floor right now. Otherwise, you're just going to start losing so much distance. It is going to be At the Beach still up here. You expect that they drop down the hatch, but no! They're able to hunt down the Azami player, and now 2 versus 4. With a minute left in the round, they seem to know exactly where Whale Cookie is as well, but it's not going to matter initially. Gulag does fall, but it's a 1 versus 3 now for War. This Valkyrie definitely not going to have an easy time with this play. Has been able to find 4 frags.
I mean,
you're right.
Someone needs to move, otherwise they're gonna walk into a conga line of bullets here.
Very right here. The first down does happen. Hey, Pigu out of the equation. Not Pigu. Because he gets picked up. First shot! War! Beautiful stuff! To get rid of that Zofia, because he's going to be so cognizant of the crossfire. 1 versus 1 now for War. This Thatcher of Sykes has to be so careful. You know it's planted in B site somewhere, and there are so many spots where this attacking player can pressure that defuse. You don't have the time or the resources to play this one super carefully, and eventually Sykes, playing from those stairs, is just patient enough to find the pick and even out this round count.
Great play there by the Thatcher to get it done. I was a little worried initially for RIT, right? When they got into that 3v1, they all just kind of walked down the stairs. There wasn't really a whole lot of variety in their push, right? You know, they didn't attack from other angles, didn't set up crossfires on the defenders. I think War did an incredible job getting those 2 players down early, nearly. You know, maybe if the diffuser's in a different site, maybe if there's a little more time so they're not rushing as much, that round goes differently. But great attempt from PSU, and RIT, gotta give them credit, right? The one thing they have done incredibly well so far is clear out this map. They have done it fast pace, they've done it well. There was really only 1 round where they didn't do it pretty completely, and they allowed a flank, and even then, the round was kind of lost at that point. Really wasn't that important in that particular one. But teams going forward, even PSU in these last 2 rounds, need to look at locking down this map better, because RIT getting on a little bit of a roll now with their 2nd straight round.
Yeah, they're feeling pretty good as it stands.
10 seconds to go.
What I do like from RIT a lot is that early in the first 2 rounds, they were doing a very good job of clearing. The problem is that it was just taking slightly too long, I'd say. At this point, though, you're feeling a lot better about the pacing of these rounds for RIT. They have been a lot faster, a lot more efficient. It's showing, right? Like, they're already equalizing this round, particularly in that equalizing the round count, particularly in that 4th round, where PSU opts to go to the same site that they want in the first round in a pretty decisive endeavor. So, well, not decisive. That was like the round that went to time. I'm already getting them mixed up. This is what happens when you have me casting at 6:30 in the morning, but Kunzi. Oh, opening pick in the round. Suslord on that Nomad. Not going to be finding any value from those air jabs for the remainder of the round.
Yeah, good pick there by Kunzi, taking that one down early. PSU now might be getting a little bit of their fire back. If they can tie on a second kill here, would definitely be a hot start for the defenders. And yeah, like you said, Nomad goes down, so no air jabs for the rest of this time. Luckily, with IQ up though, they learned their lesson from last round. They will counter out these Valkyrie cams and jammers, whatever kind of electronic gadgets are on the side of PSU. I want to see Bino get more involved in the kill department. Has been one of the members that's really spearheading these site clears. I haven't seen him hold a ton in the kill column. This could change things. Candelas and frag grenades out on the Solar. Bino up the stairs, makes contact with War, who he's going to damage. Will not be able to put him down on the ground, though. This is a pretty lax cycle from PSU. RIT could take them by storm here. As Bino still working on that first kill, as Gulag will fall right behind him. Good pickup for War. Now this RIT push could stall out.
Oh yeah, it gets a whole lot more difficult when you're down 5-3. But if you have that, oh, I was gonna say if you have that Ying, it stays a winnable round. But oh, it's bad. It's bad to the side of RIT here, feeding themselves to the beast one player at a time until eventually PSU takes yet another defensive round here, with an opportunity to go up 4-2 and defend their home turf of Pennsylvania at the half.
That was a great round there from Kunzi. Triple kill on the Bandit, got the first kill and the last two as well. Really, really nice job defending the top floor by them. PSU now gonna go back to kitchen dining. I kind of like this call even in round one on Bar Gaming. It looked a little sketchy in the end, right? I think it was a 2v2, 2v3 going into the last 15 seconds. RIT definitely doing a really nice job clearing out that side of the map. Only problem is going back to the site is RIT took this round by storm in round number 3. Really wasn't that close. Maybe would like to see PSU kind of transfer towards the basement, you know, go for something they haven't done yet, throw RIT rather, off their game. We'll see what they can do here. If RIT get this round, a 3-3 split is really good for attack on Chalet. But of course, if PSU take it 4-2, not bad either. So both teams having strong showings here in the first half.
Yeah, you're feeling pretty good about this performance so far. If you're both PSU or an RIT fan. I mean, both of these teams are putting up pretty solid numbers here. I think that
attackers are moving to defuse
you
the
can
bomb.
kind of brush off any particular individual struggles as, you know, first match of the day. Maybe LAN jitters are a real thing, you know? I'm not sure how experienced any of these players are with playing on stage, in person, right next to your opponents, so it's gonna be a new experience for some people, an exciting experience for all of them. Like, let's be entirely real here. This is a huge experience, and hopefully we get more stuff like this. We get to see more stuff like this from these players going forward. Would be very cool. Eventually, back into the round itself. 3-2 in favor of PSU Blue. Already RIT is putting a little bit of pressure onto some of these players here.
Loading new mag!
Top 4 hold is going to be a difficult one for PSU to hold on to. But that's a pretty good start, getting rid of that Ying. One of the more important players on this roster in order to, like, clear out certain areas and such. Suslord on that Lion, also losing out on his life pretty quickly. They are able to flush out Whale Cookie, trying to hold a cheeky little angle, but not able to convert it. That should just be a successful pick there. Eventually it is. It's a 2 versus 2, and there's still a little under 90 seconds remaining in the round. What a bloodbath we've seen so far in this round, Fisher, but not quite over yet. Gulag does also get eliminated, and now it's down to just Sykes in a 1 versus 2.
I think luckily though for Sykes, you know, Castle, not the best guns in the game, and of course that SMG-11 while it is great, can't be unforgiving here for more. And by the way, at 9-3, is doing an incredible job dominating this leaderboard.
Oh, he's gaming.
Oh yeah, he's gaming, and this is the time to be gaming. Like you said, you're in person. You can talk a little trash up on stage, definitely warranted. With his stat line, we'll see what Sykes, rather, I struggle to speak, is able to do. Tough angle he's working with.
I like how we're seeing the match chat, like, trash talk here. I mean, just say it. Just say it. Just yell it. May as well. Sykes might get a little bit overwhelmed here. Already behind the chassis with only 16 seconds left. Pistols out. I mean, converting that one was never going to be easy, but I mean, you got to commend Sykes for even really getting in on that one. So it was a good effort, but at the end of the day, PSU Blue does take the lead in the first half here on Chalet. 4-2 is the round count, and we go into our second half. Our first bans here, Ace and Kaid, yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, definitely some pretty standard bans. We talked about it all the way back in round number 1, right? Ace just incredible for this map. Every team, I mean, just take notes. If you're playing on Chalet, you probably want to ban out Ace. Definitely a good move. Interesting bans on the side of PSU, taking out Kaid and Mew. Obviously, trying to do a lot of hard breaching here. I think Bandit now, the only operator that can keep those walls closed. Of course, the, don't know why I'm forgetting his name, Tuberel can as well, if only for a limited time with those Zoto canisters. And yeah, the round differential, right, 4-2, that's good for both teams. That's probably as expected as you can get on Chalet. Defense takes 4, attack takes 2. So now PSU just has to take 2 attacking rounds to force themselves to overtime. Of course, 3 would win it outright. And I already love the confidence we're seeing from RIT with an Ella up on the board. I like this for Bino. He hasn't been playing bad in any respect. I mean, has been clearing out the map, right, using a lot of utility on that Ying as well, which is good for the team. Just kind of struggling to get into the kills column. Ella will definitely help with that.
I mean, when you're the first player to go into the building and try and take some of those first engagements, you're gonna die a lot. And sometimes that's just the life of an entry fragger, you know? You play the Ying, you play the Ashe, and you die a lot. It's just how it goes. So I am excited to see how the side swap here does affect Bino's play. Because, I mean, it's as you say, Ella is one of those operators that will lend itself to the fragging ability of a particular player. So it's very exciting stuff all the way down in the basement. Looking to put some pressure on anybody who might come in through garage, but I'm not sure anybody's going to be doing that. I think that they were just there to take that camera out of the equation, which, yeah, fair.
Yeah, anyone that's ever played Siege knows cameras, everybody's mortal enemy on this map. Definitely doing a nice job taking it out, and I'm really interested to see the pacing, right, from PSU Blue. I think it's going to be wildly different. RIT is kind of one of the quickest clearing teams I've seen on Chalet in a pretty decent amount of time. I'm not used to seeing teams just kind of explode through the map like that, like they did the last 6 rounds. PSU already, nobody in the building, no one even on so much as a balcony, definitely taking their time droning out a much more methodical, steady pace. And speaking of droning out, they're already 7 out of the 10 drones shot, the other 3 are in the field. This is in danger of being an extremely low intel round for PSU. I'd be a little worried if I was them.
Well, one of those operators that you have on the board right now is going to be that Deimos. So you should theoretically have a less difficult time nailing down the exact locations of at least one defender at any given moment here. That could be crucial, especially since we're still in a 5v5 with a minute 15 remaining in the round. Not knowing exactly where some players are is going to be an active detriment here, but that's why you have the Grim being able to lock down where this Wamai is so massive. I love the fact that they've brought along multiple of these operators that can assist you in finding particular operators here, so gonna be interesting. 50 seconds left and we're still at 10 players alive. In fact, nobody's taken damage yet, although that looked like it was about to change. That window peek was about to be perfectly timed, but just barely misses the timing. And eventually, Big Daddy Jazz will be the player to find first blood. Pigu out of the equation. And trades have started to come in immediately. 24 seconds remaining now in the round, and it is a 3 versus 3. PSU Blue still not being able to find a foothold, find a way to get downstairs, but Whale Cookie with the perfect pick to get into the site here. The smoke canister is going to go onto that hatch just to ensure that no one can drop down particularly easily. 2 versus 2 now. Bino gets knocked. Sykes on the back of the sights and is able to hold strong. A pick onto War for the road, but there just wasn't enough time to get in the door and get down that diffuser. And RIT taking their first defensive round here as well.
Yeah, very good round there from RIT. Got a little worried at the end there for Sykes when they were throwing out the smoke canisters, but I mean, you don't need to, right? No need to potentially expose yourself to being shot if you're just able to play time and take out the demos yourself. Definitely a nice play, staying cool, calm, and collected there for the smoke. As RIT puts another round on the board. Now, see, they're going to Wine Cellar Snowmobile Garage. Always have mixed feelings about this site, and one thing with Chalet, it's very, like, kind of team specific, right? Some teams hate this site, like we saw PSU Blue, did not play it once, played every other site twice. RIT now go to it for round 2, so definitely a lot of preference coming into play here. And looking on the board, we see our first Goyo of the day was banned out by RIT during the first 6 rounds, and now they'll make use of it. And on this basement site, one of the best in the game for Goyo. There are so few points of entry that you can cover all of them really, really effectively with these Goyo canisters.
10 seconds remaining.
Absolutely. And also in terms of options I mean, there's a couple on the side of PSU that have not made their first appearance yet, but will be in this second round of the hack. Excuse me. Whale Cookie on that Maverick, going to make it a lot easier to get that wall open. You know that the only wall denial they have access to is that bandit, so just being able to take out the bottom of the wall, shoot out the batteries, put so much pressure on that wall. And also, we see our first ram of the day. Another operator that makes a lot of sense when you are attacking here on this site. And I don't think that there's a whole lot of pressure upstairs for RIT's defense here. I think that most of it is going to be concentrated on the site itself here, which could end up being a slight problem, theoretically, especially with RIT on the Solus out of the question, out of the game instantly, and Big Daddy Jazz has something to say about that.
Yeah, I'm interested to know what Solus was doing with that response. I mean, it looks like Beer Like might have just been sitting in the lobby and like unaware of what was happening from that. Of course, complete guess here, as Bino now has also rotated back down to the basement, so RIT has kind of abandoned this first floor hold, which, well, you want to hold it for as long as possible. Oh my gosh, what a shot by Bino. That's a nice one, as they look to respond here, but, I mean, that's okay. Gotta be careful. Luckily for this basement, even though, right, you don't want to give up top floor control, you can realistically give it up and still win the round. It's going to make it a lot harder, but definitely still in the card for RIT to pull this one out, especially after they get a second kill. War goes down to Sykes. That's a Demos down, and with those 2 Vulcan canisters on the stairs, you can effectively cover this angle for the rest of the game just by starting to pop them when 40 seconds pops up. RIT now are looking much stronger on defense as PSU with a man down and have to execute very flawlessly here. And look at that, Whale Cookie's just in the middle of the site. Do they know about this?
Oh my. Yeah, all the way in the site and
Flash
already finding picks here. At least a down, but another flashbang goes in and they've got multiple players here in the site. RIT goes down to 1 player, just Bino on this Ella, and we saw a ridiculous shot come out earlier, but another
Oh,
There's another
no.
couple here, but not going to be able to connect on any of them. Nearly gets that first pick, but just misses the shots that will be finished off the Maverick. And the Twitch will be the one to finish the job. Doesn't even need to finish the plant. PSU Blue winning out their 5th round here.
And that's the danger of playing Elo, right? I mean, the gun, it's a really good gun on Elo the Scorpion. It is so unforgiving. You could see there, Whale Cookie back turned to Bino there as he walks into sight and just unable to control their recoil. Did do a lot of damage, about 1 bullet away from a down, so it was insanely close, but then of course gave the time for the other attacker to get off the plant to finish off the kills. PSU Blue take that one. Definitely not a flawless round though. Very, very close from RIT. And they're going back to the basement. I don't hate this. I don't always love, right? When teams replay a site, if they do the exact same thing, it looks like they're maybe changing up the strats a little bit. They have a Warden to counter those flashbangs. They bring the Mozzie as well, so not as much intel here from the attack. But they cannot let Whale Cookie just walk into side again. That became the catalyst for PSU Blue, right? RIT was so focused on the back push where there were 2 players coming from that they completely ignored the front and allowed 2 players to walk into the bomb site.
You know, it would, if they had gone to a different site and then maybe come back to basement at some point later on, it would not have shocked me to see the Mozzie van come into, not the Mozzie van, excuse me, the Maverick van. Same operator, really. But it would not have shocked me to see the Maverick van come out here, because that operator is extremely difficult to deal with when you have the vans in play. That's what's the name of this team that I'm already forgetting somehow? Oh no, Whale Cookie finding a very nice pick onto sights. And no more bandits, no more wall denial. Not like it mattered that much against the Maverick anyway. Very similar strategy coming out from the side of PSU in this instance, so gotta keep an eye on that location where the Maverick got so much value last time.
Yeah, kind of crazy that first pick happens, right? I mean, it's the exact same place they went to last time. Granted, last time it was a different first kill that came through that made PSU throw up the question marks. But still, the spirit remains the same here. Gulag being hunted right now by Daniels, but is going to be able to get off that tracker fairly soon as Warseed sees how far away they are. And yet again, RAT pushed all the way into the basement, but said it last round, say it again this round. It's not the end of the world, right? When you give up that top floor control. The real danger I'm seeing is nobody is looking at B, right? Maverick was able to walk in last time. No one's looking there. The player in the hallway can't because there's inherent danger from the stairs. Somebody needs to get sight on the B bomb site, and just looking through the floor, it doesn't look like a single player is close. Maybe Pigu is from Wine Cellar, but Susslord is too far back to see.
Far away from the action as it stands here. The logic bomb is popped, and I mean, at this point, if you're PSU, you have a decent idea of where the remainder of the defenders are. I'm interested to know what Whale Cookie's up to. Yeah, Doki is all the way on site, but my big question at this point has to be, what is Whale Cookie currently up to? Still hanging out outside of the door here. Oh my god, wait, the plant's going down here. Bottom stairs. War has another pick on the Gulag here. Diffuser's down. 3 players remaining for RIT. They've got to be able to retake this, but they can't get in. It's just the Jaeger left, and he is nowhere near the rest of the site. Flawless round for the first time in this game coming up from PSU. And I think that was the first time we saw a round that was well and truly one-sided in this game.
Right, which makes you love that we have to wait until round 9 to get it. That's how competitive this set has been so far, but I mean, it's a danger, right? With replaying sites, we were talking about it all throughout the round, throughout the pick phase for the round. Like, the same issues can just come up. RAT completely ignores the B-bomb site again, which, like, granted, sometimes most teams, especially high-level teams like we see in the competition here, attack from the back. They attack from the A-bomb site, which is why these teams were so focused on the garage, on the top floor. I'm blanking on the name already, the kitchen, but right, like, that's a danger. If they go somewhere else, that B-bomb site is insanely easy to take if nobody's looking at it, just because how easy access it is to outside the map, where obviously the defenders cannot go, it's harder to defend.
Attackers need to
So if you
locate
don't
and
have a
defuse bombs.
stone cold defense for that bomb site, it is very, very easy to lose it. So yeah, not incredibly surprising that RIT lose that round, but of course now their backs are to the wall. They have to win 3 straight. And given everything we've seen, I think they can do it. They definitely have the gun skill. Seems like they got the know-how, and they'll start on this bar gaming that they had a pretty nice defensive in the first round. We're down on the man count, but with all the time they wasted, all the utility they had, still did not turn out to be a bad thing.
I'm a little surprised to see the Mozzie ban come out here from PSU Blue. Maybe a sign that they're not taking it as seriously, potentially, but I mean, I feel like you could have gotten rid of, say, the Bandit and just fully committed to getting rid of wall denial and had an easier time potentially if they end up going back down to the bottom floor, right? Not have to worry about an operator like the Bandits that you could just safely bring along a thermite and open up that wall immediately. The worst you'd have to deal with is a couple seconds of delay from a tuber out canister, but I mean, leaving the Bandit on the board just means that if we do see another basement site, it's much more likely to go the way of RAT than the previous engagements there. But that is assuming we even make it that far. PSU Blue does have a chance to end this map right here and right now. And they are going with a lot of the picks that have made this map so good for them. War is going to be on this Deimos at the beach on this Grim. Going to be very difficult for the side of RAT to safely stay in one spot for 2 rounds.
Yeah, they're going to make it very, very hard. There's no Jackal being played. Of course, Jackal, with all the reworks, definitely seen by a lot of people as less viable now. Certainly not a bad operator, but not on level of Deimos or Grim when it comes to tracking these ops in today's Rainbow Six Siege. Whale Cookie already making some progress, as it looks like PSU Blue have top floor control. There are still a couple of players, of course, on Mezzanine. They do have a pretty good chunk of it already taken. Now this ADS is on the stairs, need to burn it with this cap down. Looks like they're going to try that to get this deployable shield out of the way, but look at all those Wamai magnets, 3 of them up in the rafters, and the deployable shield still falls 4 grenade catching devices, and it can't withstand the pressure. Gulag forced off this angle, and now Pigu is all alone on this top floor, has to play this life so carefully because RIT cannot afford any missteps and gets back to the site safe, as what you see.
And I mean, yeah, this is beautiful pressure from the side of PSU, but eventually it cracks just a little bit. Bino going to be able to find a pick, but PSU answers right back, 2 in response. And that could be the death knell that begins the finale of this map. PSU Blue 1 round away from taking it all, and only 3 players standing their way. 30 seconds remaining, though. You have to be able to move a little bit quickly here, but Clumsy is able to clear that one out. Why not able to get more value? The smoke canister is going down, and it's a 1 versus 4. Sykes in a familiar situation, but maybe not able to translate it this time. A 1 versus 4 will be too much of an ask. And eventually PSU Blue will be able to take that one away. Chalet will go their direction, 7-3, 10 brutal rounds, but I think this was a little bit closer than a 7-3 scoreline would have you believe, Fisher.
Absolutely, and I think we commented on it during round number 9, right? When we said it was the only one-way round. There was 1, maybe 2 of those rounds where it was kind of a clear winner throughout. Every other one of those PSU Blue rounds was still competitive from RIT, even if they weren't able to take away the win. It was a good showing. I mean, if I'm a team going forward, I still wouldn't want to play that RIT roster. Was not able to pull it out in game number 1, but moving along definitely could have some potential. And I believe they're on the stream a pretty decent amount for the A-Block games. So gonna still get to see more good Siege play from them as we go forward. Be very interested to kind of see how they approach the rest of this play day. Obviously, starting out with a loss is not great. And of course, a reminder to everyone watching at home, the team they play in round one, they'll play again in round number 4. So we will see this matchup one more time this morning.
Yeah, and you and I are going to be on the mic for that one as well. So we get to see the run back. You and me. That's crazy. It's going to be awesome. So again, please stick around. We're going to be seeing a lot of matches today. There's going to be 8. So yeah, go ahead and stick around. I believe that Fisher and I are taking a break for this next one, but we will see you later in the day. Don't go anywhere. Battle for PA.
Hello and welcome back to the Battle for PA LAN. I'm Spappo. I'm here with my co-caster Mako. Say what's up, man?
What's up? I'm Mako.
Right now we have RIT versus Marietta College. I know nothing about these two teams. I've been out of the loop for Collegiate in a very long time. But from what I'm aware of, RIT lost their match to PSU on the first game on stream. I'm unaware of what Marietta did, but I know we were waiting on them for this game. But it looks like we have Nighthaven Labs, and we are starting with RIT on defense, Marietta on attack. Miko, what do you think the bands going into this round should be?
Starting for RIT here, I mean, I think we should probably see some pretty default stuff. We'll probably see a hard breacher come out, maybe like an ace ban. If these guys did some prep work, if they have some shield players or something like that, I could see maybe a Blitz or a Blackbeard come out. But I'm not expecting anything too crazy. Yeah, here's the ace ban coming from RIT. Valk, pretty standard ban, I think. And we're coming in with our first tech pause of the game.
That's so awesome. It's not Siege if we're not pausing.
Unfortunate. We gotta love Ubisoft.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a map ban. Map is very technical on this map, and if you don't ban the map out, then all you just need the map to win the map up, essentially.
100%. And then if we see Marietta leave the Cade on the board, that could leave a lot of problems if they see that they start running like Cade tube and whatnot. That can really slow down their pushes if they're not prepared for that and they don't drone that out properly.
Exactly.
It's really curious to see what they'll do for the next attacking ban.
This is so awesome. Love waiting around for nothing.
No, yeah. Talking about Nighthaven in general, I mean, Nighthaven's a very loved collegiate map, in my opinion. I haven't played collegiate this semester that much, but I know from my experiences, almost every team loved Nighthaven. It was a map. Most college teams, it was like, hey, that's a map we can comfortably go on, and every team can comfortably play on it. I feel like we'll probably see some nothing too crazy here. Probably some pretty default stuff. And I think it'll be a pretty fun and competitive game.
Yeah, I would love to see a long game. I'd like a 7-5. I'd like all 12 rounds. I love good competitive Siege, and I feel like we might get that from this game.
100%. I do remember, I think RIT played E6 quals if I'm not mistaken, and I think they did pretty decent. I think they might have made top 30.
That wouldn't surprise me.
If I remember, I know it was another college that I saw in there with us that I played against. And it might have been RIT, but I'm not sure.
We see the Mira coming out from Marietta and the Shield Band coming from RIT. So
you'll see we have the Azami on the board. That is definitely going to play Rafters.
I was just about to say the same thing.
If we don't get a Rafters around him too.
If we don't get a Rafters extension, I will be very upset.
No, yeah. Let's see. Yep, Azami immediately going towards this Rafters area. I have a feeling that they might double up Rafters, having Azami and Wamai play in that area, and maybe Wamai playing more of like a bridge, running around through control and IT. But I do feel like we'll see. Ooh, it's very interesting. We have Ella going in mid floor here.
So what I saw from last game against PSU, Bino, not the good Bino. This Bino played a lot of Ella, which is very surprising. I get the impact in this Gizmot's making a big difference on the roam, but I feel like that could pretty much be swapped out for a Mozzie with a better coverage of denying drones.
Yeah, I think the rise of Ella has really come with the rise of shields. Ella is very so like an aggressive Blackbeard or Blitz player if you have an Ella in pocket. So that might be what he's running it for, because you do see he's had the impact also. But we see there's no shield on the side of Marietta, so but we do have a pick early onto Nilo. Sophia gone. It looks like they're going for the storage.
Reloading! Vito being very aggressive on this window, knows who's the player outside, but doesn't capitalize on it yet. Op Needs is still sitting on the storage window trying to bait out a swing, and Vito tries it. Wow. Bino might be the go to this map.
What a shot by Bino. He is making it known early. He is ready to gun.
First minute in the game, Bino's the GOAT. That's all I'm saying.
100%. Let's see if maybe him and Pingu try to power up the backside here and do a sort of flank. I did see they were both below. I think Marietta knows. Maybe? No, it does not. I don't think they know that they're getting flanked right now by Bino. This might be a free 2 picks.
Here comes Bino walking up the main stairs. Does he hear the guy? And Bino does. Ooh, puts the shot away. Pelican capitalizes.
Nice try. Good effort. They last minute they had a drone on him. I heard. But they still have one player below. I think it's still Pingu. Yes.
These verts are very good to watch that door frame from lobby hall. Sykes get the kill on the fire. I can't read. Still a 2v4.
No. For here, it's pretty difficult for Marietta here. They pretty much have to go for picks to win this. They have Bandit with the C4. They could have Bandit drop to just play the win con here and just have the rest of them play, but it looks like they already still have someone below, so I doubt he's actually going to do that. But Marietta has to get a little aggressive here to see if they can get it out.
Yeah, right now, all things looking like RIT's way. Right now, Birdo's still just baited on the door, watching the connector swing. Pelican swings in, gets fried. 1v4. Still winnable. Everything's winnable with a gun in hand.
It is still winnable, but I don't know if they play the proper crossfires here. This should not be winnable. And it looks like
Birdo aiming at crotch level, not where you want to be aiming. Usually want to be at that head for the one taps. But we'll see how it plays out. Still 15 seconds left. Slowly counting down. Everybody in RIT holding crosses, and Pingu fries him.
And that is round 1 over and done.
I mean, Bino getting those first 2 picks pretty much solidified the round for RIT. Not much.
No, yeah. That opening pick onto that Zofia was huge, stopping that vert play that you can play with getting the bandits off wall and everything. And then the second pick, I mean, at the point of the Zofia, I feel like you don't need to re-peek it. I feel like we should send some people down if we want to hunt this dude and try to pinch on this Ella, because if we got drones,
Attackers need to
like
locate and
he's
defuse
alone,
bombs.
so we can run an easy pinch on him. So let's see if they try to change up anything here and try to see if we can ISO Bino and maybe run a play on, because he is playing pretty aggressive and pretty solo early. So if they get some pretty good drones on him, maybe run like 2 people off a drone, you can see a pretty good pinch on Bino. Get
Nighthaven very known for being a roam-heavy map, needing to roam clear pretty much every round, especially on the defense. Looks like the castle might be setting up storage, and he is, for a big heavy roam in storage, which is a power play. And Pelican DCs. Will we get a rehost? It was during the prep phase. I'm unaware of the rules.
I think we should.
Should be, but we're getting word.
But I do know this is a little bit of a different castle setup that I am not used to really seeing. Barricading the storage into warehouses is very a little questionable. You can't have the Raptors player walk down to try to help you, but it does give a little bit more support for the castle, like not having to worry about warehouse. But normally you don't really see that. That's usually open. So I want to see how they play that a little bit differently.
Exactly, and here come the drones trying to find this castle, knows there is a setup in, Birdo's in, making the aggressive play, already down a man, needs to fight for a pick here. Getting shot out, but still holding his out in the storage.
And this is like what I like to see. You have Birdo going in the map, and they have drones following up Birdo and getting him information. That is what they need to do if they want to counter these aggressive roamers.
So far, rings out, Bino playing on the birds, gets shot from Birdo. Pingu?
Not sure where Pingu killed him from. I think
Was it through the castle? Or probably just swinging the storage door? Anyways, 3v5 in RIT's favor. Again, round looking all RIT, but you never know. Bait a few picks, get it back to a 3v3, but nah, it was down. Should be a free res today, but Sussword walks up the stairs. 1v5, minute 30 left. Here's the guy playing with free fires, nothing. With the shot split, Sussword finishes it out. Another
I
round
wouldn't be
going
surprised if
RIT
we
way.
also see what we're talking about here. There's two very decisive rounds for RIT that I feel like they had a good start for Marietta, but there might be something they could talk about of maybe getting drone econ better, maybe following up on drones and really isolating these roamers. But there's possible tag timeout coming out here.
I don't think that would. Pelican lose again? That's very insane.
Never mind, we're getting a tech timeout.
PC issues? I mean, what are we doing here? Need to fix the PCs?
Oh,
Look.
unfortunate. Gotta
The
love
one thing-
Ubisoft.
I mean, gots to love it. The one thing that we should see is I think they should go for a 5-man roam clear, top down, or just side over, but 5-man everything, so they don't get just cleared out by 1 or 2 guys.
100%. I feel like if they send even like a 4-man roam clear, having their hard creatures sit and spawn and drone them the whole entire time, you see that a lot of like higher level play. You see like BDS, you'll just have Brede just sitting in spawn droning the whole entire time. But you or not BDS Falcons, but we might see something like that come out. I'd love to see that, and just getting drones, like making sure your entries above are getting that information on these roamers, because it looks like we're gonna go to storage. We have the pulse, so we're gonna most likely see this pulse sit in basement. I would love to see them early send maybe like a Deimos, maybe Dokkaebi also for this roamer, and then having like your thermite drone, getting this pulse early, getting this pick, making it a 4v5, and then doing the rest of your like your checklist for the round. If you want to go top floor, you can go to that. But if you ISO this pulse in basement early, you might be able to get some easy picks, because they might panic on the side of the defense here.
That was very well detailed and thought out strategic plan from an IGL mind of yourself, but I think your mic has been cut due to Tom Z. I think our mics have been cut. Welcome back to the LAN. We had a little technical issue. DC's game crashing, but that's Siege LAN for you.
It's Siege for you, all right? Nothing goes better than a crash. I'll tell you that.
It's always crashing in Siege. You can't stop it. It's the inevitable.
I was scrimming with my team last night, and we crashed 3 times in a scrim, and it was amazing.
Wow, this guy scrims. Oh, what a loser.
Yeah, I know.
Can't even play this anywhere. Back to the storage bomb site. First time we're seeing this out of
Reinforcing the wall!
Vino on the warden this time, not running as the Ella. Very interesting. We'll see how that plays out. I'm assuming he'll sit in sight, waiting for, say, a Ying flash, very heavy util dump execute.
Now, I was right with this Paul sitting basement. I would love to see, we don't see any of the, like, actual rooms to really here, like any lions to or like Deimos or anything. We do have the Dokubi, so that's good, but it looks like they are pretty much ignoring the basement. It looks like they're going from lobby side over just to clear top floor.
Buyer taking off this drone, walking face first into E-block, face checking this. This is what I like to see. Just walking in, face checking everything. Trust your ego, get picks. This is what I like to see. Pigu holding the deep angle onto the E-box door. So if Buyer does swing this, I think he will pair it.
It looks like they're all. This is the only thing I'm worried about. They're all stacked up connectors. So there is no pressure from water, rafters, or anything right now. It looks like they're finally going for the IT breach, but it is a very telegraphed one-sided push. I'd love to see maybe someone rotate water here and get some like pressure on the backside. Maybe we could see Ash backstab on this warden and Pingu sitting here.
Exactly. Pelican needs to get up and move it around, just like Minter, but gets pried by Pigu. Just like I said, that DMR forever very powerful. One of the only guns on defense with an ACOG, fucking DMR, and those slow shotguns.
Second pick here. Saw the Dokubi. And he loses the fight onto fire on the Ash.
I mean, that's the R4C for you. R4C.
100%.
Second dope calls coming out.
One thing I do like on the side of art. Ooh, that's another pick back. That is unfortunate on the Ash.
Vino, go. That's what I've been saying.
Vino might be the go. Now, one thing I do like from RRT here is they do still have 2 C4s. They could honestly, if they wanted to, send this Warden and Pulse and just sit in the basement and give sight and just play with C4s. It looks like they're going to try and flood storage here from
Smoke Gesture comes out. Vino finishes off Nilo's 4v2 for RIT. Susslord just sitting in sight. Not much he can do because the round is pretty much already won with Birdo just sitting in a warehouse. Sitting, waiting, wishing for something to happen, but he has to make it happen himself. Opni's flanking from storage drive. Birdo gets the kill, brings it down to a 2v2. Opni sitting on storage door. Birdo flooding into sight. Doesn't know that Sykes is still sitting here. Sykes is still sitting in storage, holding the plate, but the pulse, is the pulse still below?
The Pulse is still below. He has to kill it. Opni does the win of the wall. Pulse missed the C4. I don't know where he C4'd at. I heard it rip early and he threw it. He missed the C4. That was a complete whiff by the Pulse here. He just had to be patient.
1v2 for RIT. Pulse with the new Reaper. Pistol out. Still a very winnable situation for this Pulse. Flanking from the storage.
That's the down. That's the first pick.
Wow. Oh. Marietta with her first round.
Finishes it out here. That is a good retake. A little bit sloppy, but I like it. They found that the gap was, hey, that we know this, they know the Pulse's storage, or they know Pulse most likely was below. They found these 2 picks, and they had to just, like, send it, go for a plant, and just cover. And I like the cover coming from the Dokubi. And getting that pick was essential there. Once they got that pick, they opened up the round that, hey, it's a 2v1. Once you know this Pulse is, we can just play the crosses and let him walk into us, and I like that.
That pick was very crucial, but it almost, Opni's almost let that slip away from his fingers. Wow, I'm just still in shock and awe. I can barely even speak. I'm just surprised they brought that back.
That should have been an unlosable round for RIT. That was interesting. I'll say the least. I'm not sure exactly what happened on those.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Not too long.
Honestly, I'm not sure, but those first 2 picks, that won that round. Those those two picks back in that I think it was 4v2 or 3v2 or 3v4. That when they made it a 3v2, that was winnable. That was good plays from Marietta. I like
and
that.
Berto doing exactly what I said, had to make something happen in Warehouse, and he does to bring it to the 2v2. That was just, I wouldn't say well executed, but it was very, it was executed. It was executed.
It happened.
Sometimes that's all you need is for it to be executed.
You know, I mean, I've always said, if we got 5 people doing the same thing, even if it's not well executed, it's better than 4. Like, it's better than everyone else doing their own thing. So, like, they knew what they had to do and they executed it, and it went well. Now, we do see this Bino roaming again with Ella. I'd like to see, and he is in storage again. I would like to see them not just go storage window. Maybe try to clear this Ella out this vert. Because I don't want to see them try and get this vert again and then just get fried by Bino again. He's quick peeking. But we'll see here. And
Bino is just Bino's a go. Like, stop peeking Bino. Once you identify where he is,
Bino on storage.
Oh, have to run demos, have to track Bino, 5-man Bino. That's all you can do to win this game.
Something, like throw a shield at him, just run in storage if we need to, just something. We gotta get something on Bino. We gotta do something. Just sending it storage it's not working when Bino's frying like this.
Fire on the wall. I'm confused why a Maverick wasn't brought here to maybe Mav Glass, a breach. But it looks like he's just solo pushing solo pushing lobby. Pings from below, Susswood with the Nitro from below. It looks like they have active pings on that lobby. All he needs to do is just hit that button. Maybe 3 picks?
Possibly? I'm not sure what that camera would be. Maybe the default cam?
One can only assume. Fire walks all the way up into E-Box, has a very heavy
That's a good pick back though.
Tries to pick on the site, that is very good. Sure, doing the site, maybe site 3?
Alright, he pretty much gave them E-Box control. You normally see someone playing E-Box here to like stop them from like doing exactly what this class did, but it looks like they're playing a little bit further back, and they get a good pick back from Pigu onto
I don't know if I'm blind, but it looks like site maybe just be free. Except when you're fighting Pigu now.
Pingu said it's not free today. Let's see, a 2v3 here. I think Ella is on the flank here, but it looks like Lion here knows. So Peter's gonna try and maybe work some picks on the other side. Was Lion holds flank, but they almost.
Stacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
1v3. Obviously, once to the side, it's wrapped. Not much you can do. Not much you can do when you're put in that situation. All you can do is blame your teammates and slam your desk.
I think the way they could have won that back there is they had to ISO a pick. If they had to decide, hey, let's go hunt this Ella, let's kill Ella, and then we can fight the 2v2 on site. Or they'd have to say, okay, screw the Ella, we know he's behind, we just have to fight site and just flood site and try to take picks. But it looks like they were kind of indecisive on that there, and I like to. We need to see Marietta really
Attackers
work
need to
as a
locate
plan
and defuse
together.
bombs.
We saw that in the one round they won, but every round I feel like that they've lost here. It looks like they're a little maybe discombobulated, maybe a little, maybe some nerves or something like that. But we need to see a little bit better coordination. I feel like on the side of Marietta, we can see a lot better attacks here.
It looks like a teacher just asked them to write out a rough draft of what an attack should be, and they're going basically solely off that.
100% it looks like. They need to have some little, they need to have that audible room around here, and we need to make sure that they're getting these, opening picks. If they do lose the opening pick here, it's not the end of the world. They can work picks back and find a way back into the round, but I'm not really seeing that here, and we need to make sure that we get that. It is a 3-1 split right now. If they win at least one more attacking side, they're looking good. A 3-3 split would be amazing on the side of Marietta, but 4-2 isn't terrible too, so they're probably going to try at least get one more split here.
The one thing I'm seeing with RT being so roam heavy is bring a Maverick, bring the Thatcher, bring a Ying, bring Grim, 5-man flood the site. Make them collapse and then you make them retake. I haven't seen a site being able for retake yet.
100%. One thing I've noticed here is that Marietta has not changed their options at all. I think this whole entire attacking half, which is very, very concerning because it seems to be not working all the time, and they tricked it.
That's exactly why you need to than that. Yes, Thatcher disabled DMP, but when you have such a goaty advantage trigger like Sykes here, I mean, the wall's not getting open. With both thermite chargers down, they only have Animus wall open. Nihil sitting on this switch that this is a very, very good cut. But I don't think the Ram should be holding it. Ram needs to be getting in sight, opening up the verts. Put the lion on the cut. That's what he's used for.
I'm not sure what this attack is here, if I'm being honest, because it looks like they're gonna try and go maybe a lobby vending over, but they haven't even attempted to touch top floor, and they know that there's 2 people above.
It looks like they've just wasted a minute 30 seconds just because they want to make it more challenging for themselves.
100%.
Especially when that DMR finds a pick.
Very interesting attack here, I'd like to say. And this is a pretty default style of defense. Nice
Nyla,
take
get that pick back, make it a 4v4. I mean, who are you peeking? You're peeking Bino! You can't do
Bino
anything
said
against
not
Bino.
today.
You can't do anything against Bino.
Bino said, let me get on LG.
Bino's on a heater. If Bino drops 20 this game, I won't be surprised. Bet the over on Bino. 2v4. Walking the Animus, have to open above. Either flood the site or touch avert. Not much you can do. Gulak finds a pick for 1v4 for Pelican, the Crasher. But it's all after here again. Gulak just needs to swing this hatch again, find the pick. 4v1 for RIT.
No, yeah, this is a pretty much a win round for RIT. Now, I would very much like to see if this last run attack, and see if Marietta switches up anything, because they have not changed, I feel like, any of their attacking styles at all over the whole entire attack. And it felt like this attack in general was just very, like, I'm not even sure what the attack was. Like,
very drawn out, very methodical. It seemed like them getting bandit tricked foiled the entire attack.
Yeah.
The wall not being open.
The bandit trick seemed like it's kind of screwed up anything, and I feel like they're going for the wall way too fast. They don't even need a Thatcher. If they clear IT, they go top floor, they clear it down, they clear over storage, and they just ram above, they can just shoot the bandits off the wall and make sure he doesn't trick. And
bringing out the demos. This is what I like.
I like to see.
This is what I like to see. Now,
I would love to see them like pinch the Deimos track onto someone. They get Bino on a scan and send 2 people after him on the scan. I'd love to see them do something like this. Let's see how Nylo uses Deimos.
I would love to see something very well coordinated. Yes, a 5-man, but a coordinated 5-man attack to clear out this roam. Either that or just 5-man flood the site. Change something up, because clearly it's not working.
Yes,
But we can believe in Marietta. We can believe.
Yes. They haven't gone to defense. They haven't gone to defense yet. And I would say Labs, I feel like, is a little bit more defender-sided. I think it really depends on how your team plays. If you play that fairly shield-playing team, it could be more defensive, but I feel like in general, Labs is a very much even map. So a 4-2, 3-3 split, I see is pretty common. So Marietta, they get this last round, I would say they're still in good shape, get on defense, and win out here.
Now, the one thing we're not putting into account is Marietta might just be W7M from 2024. All they just needed to go down 6-1 and then win every defensive half.
Now, I can't tell. I think this might be a direct. It looks like they're outside.
I would like to see a direct. Just change up something.
No, it looks like they're going to roof now. It looks like they're going to do like a more of a roam clear. I do like this roam killer lineup though. I like the Deimos, I like the Jackal.
This is good, this is good.
Nice.
And Bino. Oh, they get the pick back! They shut down Bino early. That is huge!
That's huge. It is the Deimos gone, but it's not the end of the world. I feel like that is a winning trade for Bino, but you know, getting him out of the lobby, making sure that Ella and getting this gunner on the board is maybe what Marietta needs.
The line running the LMG or the AR, not the DMR is what I'm trying to say, which is, I don't know. You're used to seeing the DMR, and now it is better. The DMR is very heavily utilized.
417 is king. I know that.
And I feel like if Opnies had the 417 there, he would shut down Pigu. But I digress.
DMR versus AR. The DMR wins.
Bayer walking in, taking a gunfight. Bayer and Pelican both NCC fighting Pigu on these headles in top water.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
You see, This is like the what I love to see from RIT though. They knew that Marietta is all flooding IT, and what did we see? We saw Gulag run up rafters. We saw Mute flanking backside, and we saw one pushing water. They knew that they had to get aggressive on mid and they could get the picks, because if they send everyone all at the same time, they know Marietta cannot look every single angle. They coordinate that 3-2-1 pushing on the top floor and collapsing onto the attack, and they got easy picks. I love to see that.
That is very well coordinated. Ajali, you just know everything. Wow, I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
I'm so proud of you. Now, going out to the defensive half, Marietta has their chance to storm back and take rounds in their favor. Maybe even bring a 7-5, like I was talking about. I would love to see Marietta go 6-0 on defense and win this 7-5.
100%. What I do like here, I do like the Ram ban. A Ram ban on Nighthaven is very useful in my opinion. A lot of teams just like to run Ram, especially if they leave IT soft on like source of roams. They can just throw a Ram and IT, get rid of storage, and then you can use a Ram for storage and one less Ram for control.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Now they are going top floor, so the Ram won't affect them on this first round, but all the other sides will.
The one thing I am seeing RIT just with off from the bush to the Yana, but Pidgey coming out with that Blackbeard looks like a shield. I am assuming we're gonna get IT wall open. BB's gonna hop in rafters. We're gonna flood rafters, flood CC for the plant. That's what I'm predicting here.
One thing I am noticing a lot that's like different compared to like Collegiate and like the T3 and T4 is the Thatcher. You don't really, in my opinion, see Thatcher a lot more in like the T3, T4 like area where you see a lot more Maverick. And
all Maverick.
It's all Maverick being able to just pretty much open up everything, and he can't trick with like Maverick's doing it. So I feel like maybe the Thatcher, like if they're not using it to stop trick, maybe they have another plan for it. I'm not sure, because they do have another set of EMPs here on the side of Ayana.
Now the one thing with Maverick is you got to make sure he was well coordinated. That's why we took Mr. Davis out of the role.
But it is going to be a bandit trick here. I think they got that. No, I can't.
Bandit tricking is one of the most simpler things in the game. So if Pelican doesn't have this, Pelican, what are we doing, man?
Unfortunate.
What are we doing? Chalk it up to the loud LAN stage. You can't hear anything.
100%. But one thing I do like about this attack that's different than how Marietta did it. Nice pick from Bino onto OP.
He's looking the wrong way. Bino, I mean, you can't do anything against Bino.
No, but what I do like is they sent Bino basement up. They knew that there was going to be roamers, and they sent their hunter from the basement, and they're like, hey, Bino, we know that there's people on here. Go get your frag. And Gulag.
Nihil gets the pick back from the Nitro from below. But Bino's still on that middle site. Should take the 1v1 with Nihil.
I think Bino here.
Turn on that scanner, look for footprints, take your one. Or
drone ready.
Drone off this rafter, see if it's free, walk up rafters for free. Either way, take some form of control to capitalize, make this 4v4 into a 4v3.
No, yeah, and then one thing I do notice on the side of RIT here is that they have no flashes. It is 2 smokes, breach charges, and nades. So they could try to do something here if they're trying to smoke off a certain area. Reloading! Something like that. But I would like to see what their plan is here for the mid round.
I'm assuming they were going to try to get Suslord into rafters to open up that rafters wall, or just flood the site. Bino walks in, gets traded out, 2v2 in Marietta's favor.
Nice. It was good trades from Marietta there. It looked like the RIT tried to do their spread here on attack. They had two IT, one in rafters, and they rotated the shield up water. Now the shield unfortunately did get picked pretty early there, but it was still a good thought out plan, but Marietta was ready. They had the crosses, they played it well, and good composure from Marietta, not getting over panicked by a good spread of attacks late round.
Back in a corner, crawls out with the victory. That's what I like to see. I'm very mesmerized by this Suslord background card. It being animated.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
I wonder where I can get that from. Anybody has his number? I'd like to get that. Have first contact with him.
I'm honestly, I don't even know what that is, if I'm being dead honest. I might be drawing a blank, but I don't recognize it. I'm not sure. I honestly, I run the wild card one. You know, the wild card, the one that's kind of like a Pokemon card almost. I love that.
Yeah, that's a good one. I don't know. I've always been the gun skin guy. I know a lot about gun skins, and maybe if we see one, I can point it out for you. But it's kind of a pretty good one.
100%. One of my favorite gun skins I like to run. I don't have it on my main account. It's on my other console account that I transferred over to my Smurf on PC. But was the Chimpanzo skin. It looks like the Red Bull skin.
Don't even disgrace Chupanazo like that. I can't even believe you say that. Bayer, you're running that Sandbox 23 skin. A very lovely P90 skin, if I agree. But if you're not running aim labs, what are you doing? You have to show off that you spent times in the labs. Bayer on this roam again, still creeping below. I like this so far. No roam clear coming out, but again, only 30 seconds into the round. Not much you can ask for. It looks like, with them being basement, RT is going to go for the top-down lobby clear. With the IQ, I like the IQ here. This is very good, especially knowing there's a Solus.
Detected.
IQ is very, very smart here, and I think you can see here through the floor. Coming into IQ, yeah, wow. This is good.
Another thing, though, I do want to point out is that Marietta on defense is very spread. There are two roamers. One is in storage and one is in kitchen. They're very spread out here, so there might not be a very good opportunity for refrag. But that is a good pick, though, from Bayer.
It's Well, Marietta should have round one though.
Changing mags!
With Vino down, whole different ball game.
100%. That is their 10-5 player down. Vino has been going crazy this game, and shutting him down early completely changed. I think that was Bayer on kitchen side early.
I'd have 100 Gorillas versus Vino, and Vino coming out winning.
100%. That is a second pick. Nilo, that's a good pick from Legion 19, falling back.
PQ does get the pick back from that cut hold on the storage window. Still a 4v3 in Marietta's favor. This is still very winnable for both sides. I like this in Marietta's though. PQ just sitting out the storage window, baiting per usual. I mean, don't play
I like this in Nilo. Him not completely dropping off here was a good play in my opinion.
Finds another pick. Wow.
Yes, he rats here in control. They have to clear him. He cannot sit here. I mean, you got to go through the checklist of the round. You know the guy's here. You got to clear him. And that's a good on them. They got the picks on the sky or onto Nilo, but let's see what they can do with the rest of the round. They have one logic bomb and 2 flashes. Let's see if they can possibly try and isolate a 1v1 here. Or isolate a 1v1 and walk down cargo and
this feels very winnable. In my mind, you should go down EXO, clear out EXO, plant on the wall. You have you essentially have a free cross here if you plant tucked on default. I think they got tricked. I believe they got tricked. I give the pick back. This is still very winnable.
Oh, it's so close. Very winnable though.
Very well played by Marietta, playing the trades well. Trades win seeds. If you get the first pick, you can trade out. Math works out. You will win the round every time.
100%. And you almost see that on the side of Marietta, or no, on the side of RIT, that they almost went out from just trading alone. But the man advantage in trade game, it always goes to them because one person's still going to be left alive. So let's see what they do here though on the side of Marietta. They are going to go kitchen cafeteria. That is a very interesting pick in my opinion. I do not see kitchen and cafe very often. It is very much a tertiary site where you don't really want to go to it. Now this might be some sort of prep work. Maybe they have a certain strat they like on it. But let's see what RIT does on attack. Maybe they don't know how to attack kitchen. Maybe this is what Marietta knows. So,
kitchen being riddled with a bunch of software above the site, right for the taking for any vert player, say Buck, Sledge.
No, yeah,
all you have to do is just open up that connector wall, take verts, find picks through the floors, and they should be very winnable. Now this again, like you're saying, nobody plays kitchen. The only team who I have seen play kitchen and win it effectively is Fanshaw. Fuel. Shout out Brenda.
No, yeah. And like Okay, so they are reinforcing on the wall.
Now, is this Vigil Boss G? That is what
Yes,
I would
he does have Vigil Boss B. I did see it.
Good man. Good man.
Personally, I use the Boss G and I win it for it, so I use the K1A.
Well, that's because you suck. I mean, can't you scale that? That's why Byers better than you.
Damn. I guess so. Well, get me on Blitz. It's another talk.
Of course you play Blitz. Loser.
Oh, shield main for life. You know what?
Could be worse. Could be DMR, but could be DMR made just like Pigu here. Sitting on the sword window once again. Byron running in front of the window gets whiffed on by Pigu.
This is very unfortunate for Pigu. He should have had that free pick though.
Floods all the way down.
No idea.
Basement will come up extra later. Suslord using his Black Beauty to clear out top floor, knowing it is essentially free. This guy on the shield flees off down main. Now, if he can tuck Harry Potter in lobby, could get away with a free pick here. I think he ran all the way back to kitchen, and he did. So now RT has free control of lobby. Fire gets injured. I think how.
This is very interesting, though. Very interesting defensive setup. It looks like they just pretty much gave top floor, but I don't know what their win con is. They have no C4s on the side of Marietta, no smokes. They only have a Maestro to stop a plant here. I want to see if maybe they're just trying to get Vert on the side of RIT and block this Black Trigger for a plant.
I think with Maestro is the win con here as Verto holds this kitchen door as Maestro just sits on the rest of it.
I don't know if RIT knows that Ella's
Vino finally said, why are we peeking Vino?
Vino, he's got to get his one.
I think we need to see a Vino v Vino 1v1. See which Vino is better.
Personally, playing the other Vino, probably this Vino.
Exactly. I would have said the exact same thing. Opni's sitting in basement, now gonna run up cargo.
Wait, what pistol does Jaeger have? Is that a different pistol?
He has Warden's pistol now, the P10.
Loading back!
Perfect for
I
one tap.
forgot about that.
New patch update for our Gears program.
Now Ella is riding on wall here. I don't know if they know. They hear Ella. So they don't know that Ella was sitting here close on the black side. That's a good rat.
As the rest of RT just floats the site, gets the trade back, pushing the 3v2 in their favor. Opni's, it is a 3v1, flooding through this vending all the way to the splinter, to the cover.
Oh, he saw him! He saw the head!
He pulled down. Still very winnable though, even though the defense doesn't do crossway speed the hold.
Now let's see how
that 416 is very dangerous in the hands of Opni's. I stand corrected.
Let's see how he does this here.
Maybe gets flashed.
Just keeps getting flashed. Oh, missed flash.
Wow.
This is shit.
Winnable.
Good pick. Pistol out. You need to get aggressive here.
All Gulag has to do is just touch Cruiser and round is one, and round has been won. There's no time left to defuse. Gets his one just to pad the stat.
Nice try there for the Jaeger. Valiant effort, but I mean, he was getting flashed Kingdom Come. There was not much he could do there.
Going into round
Flash
10.
in the 2v1, yeah.
Not much you can do. Also, it looks like he looked like he pulled down a little too much.
Yes.
Almost shooting at the floor.
Oh yeah, a little bit more of a let me give them toes moments, but okay, I do see the Deimos ban on the side of Marietta. I do like that. I think RAT has ran Deimos every single round.
The Valkyrie ban is a little tricky for me. I don't think I've seen Marietta run Valkyrie at all.
I don't believe so either.
Maybe it wasted the ban. Could have taken out the bandit, gotten wall for free, flood the site, free round.
Yeah, I would have loved to see maybe the bandit, maybe the Fenrir off the board. They've ran Fenrir every single round. It looks like
Attackers
maybe
need to
Fenrir's
locate
like
and
a little bit of
defuse
like a
as many
safety
bombs
crutch
as
for
they
them.
can.
Getting Fenrir off the board make them a little bit uncomfortable. Oh, it's a difference. Like, you don't normally see the rotate on that side where Opni is playing. Let's see.
Now, the one thing I've just seen from RIT, Bino switches onto the Ying. I'm hoping he's using shotgun. Sluslord on the Blitz. Gulag on the Buck. I feel like this is going to be a water rush, especially seeing that rotators open up water. We flood water, we hop in rafters, flash the sled to all hell. This side is free.
I see water is barricaded right now. My call, if I see that, guys, they gave us water. Water's rafter right now. We're hitting this fast. Like, this is the easiest water rafters take in call of my life. If I see this on the
Bino
side of our
switches back onto the Ash, but again, it's Bino. He does what he wants. He owns his team. If you tell Bino no, you're getting benched.
100%. He's like, this is my. I'm doing what I want.
PQ in a close second though. This is the Bino and PQ show.
He really has been playing this 417 and DMRs pretty much the whole game. I do remember he has pretty much been playing their cup. Very good job. Looks like they might get the trick here. Good job inside of Pelican. An unfortunate pick by Bayar. Or a good pick by Bayar on the Pingu. That is their hard breach.
Niall gets that pick. That is a crucial pick.
Yes,
I don't even know how he got away with it.
There, I am not sure how Susslord loses that, but that is amazing by Nilo. Him winning that basically pretty much solidifies that they 4v2, they 4v3, they just played classes here. They got this round in the bag.
Once again, going back to our previous elite level match skills, play trades, you'll win the round.
Drone's up and running.
100%. Now I do like this on the side of RIT. They are, looks like they're working a little bit of the bottom floor, maybe trying to work a pick from the vert, make this a 3v3, and this is winnable. See Thatcher outside of garage here droning. Maybe he's gonna try and work a pick on the garage rafters as they're trying to flush people out from below. And maybe he can try and get it.
3v4, 3v3.
Nice pick on Vito.
Vito is so good at. Of course, he's running Obsidian. He is the goat. This is still a very just a flood of rafters. That's all he has to do. Roberta, get the pick back.
I'm reloading.
Here's the butt coming from water. Raptor's water take is the play here, but do they know the fire is sitting inside of IT?
Fire could have a play here. If they do not know, he could get the pick on the buck here. Thatcher does have bomb. Get aggressive now. Run out. Give him. Yes, good pick. Now, does he know where the Thatcher is? This is very winnable. He could just drop below here and play with it.
No impacts. In fact, this buck can plant on the hard floor. So
does Buck know he's got the Raptors? Oh, he's running. He's gonna run away. He's gonna try and run up water here, I do believe. Give him the site. Let Buck plant. Does Buck know he's gonna run water?
All you have to do is play the plant, especially if he's putting this close to water. Alt work up to water. I'm gonna sprint while you're sprinting.
No, good play on Beer. He's supposed to use the sound here. Make him get off the plant.
That's why you just know so much more than me.
Oh, very sketchy on the side of Bayar, but good play on that. I like him baiting the plant, running up and stopping, baiting the plant. I would love to see him maybe do it a little bit more to 0-0. It's very risky to run at him like that at 7 seconds. Like, he could get off the plant and fry you, and you almost saw him do that on the side of the buck. So just try and bait out the plant maybe a little bit more, but still good play by the side of Bayar with taking that 1v1 on the outside, making it a 1v1, and then running a low, making the buck have to plant. You know Buck has to plant. So getting aggressive, faking the run, making him get scared, good play on him.
No, and that's why you just like know so much more than me.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
I
the bomb.
definitely wouldn't have done that. I would have full sprinted hog wild in there to find LRNC. I would have lost around for my team.
So sometimes it works. Sometimes you gotta bait. Like last night, I had to bait this dude on the plant. He just like would not stick the plant. I ran at him I think 4 different times, and he kept getting off. And I'm like, please, just stick it. I don't want to fight you. I just want to like actually run around you. And we ended up winning the round by him just not sticking the plant. It was very interesting in scrims. But yeah.
As we know, I would have liked to see him plant because, as we all know, if there's a post plant, especially on land in Lackawanna, I'm not losing that.
100%.
For my favorite Twitter clip.
We know you're locked.
Yeah, who said that? Anyway, wow.
AMK himself.
AMK himself said that? Wow, that's so horrible. let's see how round 12
Who would
played out.
win in a gunfight, Bino or LeBron?
Which LeBron are you talking about? Are you talking about the LeBron or LeBron?
I mean, that's up to your interpretation.
I'm assuming it's the LeBron, but even though it's the LeBron, it's gotta be Bino. Bino is just the goat.
Bino is the go.
Bino's the goat. Going into round 12, like I predicted earlier, this is what I wanted to see. It'd be a close, tight-knit game. No, it's round 11. Wow.
That is a free pick though from Bino. Good drop. Following up off his drones.
Wow, you're just like so much ahead of me, and like I can't keep up. That's insane. Still call ringing out. Still 3-man bunker in sight. It looks like it just looks like RT can essentially take the map for free. All they have to do is clear this guy rafters, and it looks like he's falling back on his own accord. Almost finds the pick there, but again, RT has map for free essentially. Just cut off the. All he has to do is cut off the guy, and it looks like he will.
Good pick
Except
from
Nilo.
Nilo.
Surprisingly, speaking Gulag.
Oh, Nilo is winning him this round back. He is, even if he dies here with the Blitz, he has done his job. But Blitz has got the Blitz. Oh my god, he got the one. He can win it here. And oh my god, that is a blunder by Marietta here. Wow. Oakley getting killed by the Blitz here while the Legion is flashed. You cannot let that happen. That is a complete blunder by Marietta. Letting RIT steal this round almost back. Let's see if the Marietta can win this. They do have 2 C4s back. Maybe try to get a C4 pick. This is very much winnable. Make it a 2v2.
All I can think of right now is Opni just sitting at his desk with hands in the head, knowing he just cost him this game.
The line definitely. Oh, I think they shot the
C4 runs out, gets shot. Still it's 2v3, 50 seconds left. All they can do is just hold these walking angles and win your gunfights, and round could be won.
Now, this is still winnable on the side of Marietta. It looks like RIT is a little indecisive what they want to do here. We could see Bandit, if he backs up here, he could rat. I don't know if they're on the rat spot.
Drone comes out, flashes the Bandit, kills the Bandit, 1v3. Bandit can play default, no C4, only 2 barrages, but that does nothing against the plan. Birdo desperately trying all his might he can to survive this round, maybe put it in a chance to get one more round. It is not looking like that is the case, as Sykes finishes it off. Ends out his game for RIT, 7-4.
RIT, a nice decisive win here. I think they definitely had maybe some prep beforehand, and they were very decisive in labs. They knew what they were doing. I like the clears. They had good roams, and Bino, what a stellar performance by him.
I mean, just shut up, Bino, man. Crossfader and Plasma Pink. Wow, he has so much aura. Now again, looking at that defensive side from RIT, being 5-1, you wouldn't expect it to go 7-4. Marietta tried their very best to claw this way back, just couldn't get it done in the end.
Yeah, unfortunately couldn't get it done, but that is our game, Marietta versus RIT.
I'm playing Wilkes, and as we see on RIT, we have my glorious King Bino. God, I love Bino.
No, yes.
Anyways, I have not
we have-
seen anything from this Wilkes team yet. From what I've heard, they've had some fights. They've put up some battles, but unfortunately haven't across the victory yet. Hopefully we can get this one in this match. But against Bino, I don't know if we can make it happen.
No, yeah, LeBron V2. He may have something to say against Wilkes University. We'll see here, but Bino, let's see if there's any bands coming out here and really different from Border. One thing I do see here is that no Castle or Zombie ban. You do have Castle and Zombie usually banned on Border, and you see a lot. So that being on the board for RIT is gonna help them a lot for this defense. But I don't even see Castle being run. Zombie's being run for sure. Maybe gonna hold top east with the Zombie. Very strong power position.
I would like to see the Zombie paired with the Romai on top east. That could be very dangerous, especially with Goyo or Rooney on
Defenders,
triple
protect your
wall.
bombs from
Just
being defused
hard
by
block that
attackers.
misstep. I feel like that'll be round one right there. But I don't know. We'll see. Again, this is Bino's game. We're just playing it.
Okay, I like the lineup coming on the side of Wilkes. Interesting pick with the Thatcher. Maybe they're going to try and go for like a right here or something. Try and use the Thatcher to stop C4. You really don't see Thatcher brought very much order. But maybe for like an armory plan or something like that. But you don't actually see any C4s on the side of RIT. You have the Goyo to stop the Nile for Archive.
10 seconds to insertion.
You'll probably have a guy fighting facing armory.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going straight gunfights for this round, and then probably Goyo is just for basically Clint denial. One thing out of Wilkes I'm seeing is that Deimos. Hopefully they've been watching VODs and studying so they can track Bino, take out the roam, work from a ground up, and I would assume take east, take office, get a plant down on default.
No,
So what here, flipping cams, seeing
One
to
thing we
catch
do
any
is
spawns.
this Izami is not playing East, and since she is playing the boxer, it's a very common power position that you see here. You have to play this out if you want to take armory. Because of the holes, you could just sit here and just watch armory. But it looks like I can't tell if Wilkes is really going to be playing against that push. I think they are. I think they are going to be open up break side and trying to put out this CC guy here.
It looks like Bino playing in break was previously on that Raptors, fighting these guys outside break door and outside east, as Bino does, getting aggro, getting aggressive, trying to put an early man count in their advantage.
But yeah. 2 minutes here, nothing really happened. We have still Mai stuck on this top east hard wall. Very common position to play. Very default, pretty much defensive setup. Let's see how Wilkes pushes into this. It looks like they're gonna try and go for like more of a CC clear and open up break and that whatnot.
The biggest mistake I'm seeing out of Wilkes here is not opening up east door, not one, not even both of them. That one guy getting put on just a sliver of HP by none other than Bino.
So yeah, I do see here that if we're going for a break take, usually you do want to put all this pressure on this top east guy clearing over. But it looks like, oh no, Susslor's getting aggressive here on this doorway. He might have a free pick if he runs out here, but I'm not sure if Thermite knows. He's not even looking. No, he doesn't even know.
We are now protected.
No, there we go. That is an opening pick on a Susslor. He could run out on him. But we do see the Deimos getting back.
44 with a minute left, and again, nothing has really been cleared out here. Wilkes has just been kind of baiting outside east, hoping RIT would run into them and give them picks. Finally, Thermite takes inside the building. Our first entrance of a player from inside the building, and Celeste gets the second pick of the day. 3v3. Thermite looks to be taking rashes, maybe clearing into break, but that one guy is still waiting outside of CC window. I don't think he's even set foot in the building yet. I don't think Doke has it either.
Oh yeah, 100%. I don't know exactly what this attack is going for.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
And it's pretty much over for Wilkes on the side of them right now. It was a very interesting attack. I'm very confused on what the plan actually was. One tap. There we go.
Well, I put that on Twitter.
But I feel like Wilkes needs to have a little reset there, figure out their plan, and commit to it. I felt like there was like one person sitting outside red door, one person just kind of like repelling in east, and other people kind of just fighting break door for like no reason and break window and CC window. It needs to be some level of coordination there, and I think they got that. They had some good decent picks back, but fell apart in that 3v3.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
I think for that entire round, only one player of Wilkes stepped foot inside the building. And
No, yeah.
that, you can't win a round like that. You can't win the game like that.
100%. We need to make sure we're getting in the building and getting some sort of aggression on these guys. Like you're saying, we never opened up east doors really at all. Like there was no east pressure, like no really pressure besides just these fighting these doorways, which is never going to be successful to win here. Now we do see the castle coming out to this split up. And a Denari. Now let's see what this Denari uses all these gadgets for.
This is, I think, our first time seeing Denari today at all at this LAN. So I'm very curious to see how he's used. If
I've
he's
actually
gonna
never
play,
seen Denari also on border like this before, so I'm kind of curious what to see, see what he does with these.
I would hope he would play Workshop by himself and hold that down, considering this is a basement hold. Software extending all the way over into customs. Very interesting. You don't see very much custom extensions, more of a Workshop and top up.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's really extending there. I think he's gonna try and maybe float there late round. But because it looks like he rotated it back to Workshop. It might be giving customs and leaving it. I'm not sure on that. I'm honestly not sure on that what they're doing there in the customs. Swapping mags. Like a normal like extension above. We have the armory pressure. Now we do have Weenie Hut in here early, but Software first pick on the Carson.
Is this a slush game we've been waiting
Reloading,
for?
cover me!
Maybe.
Vito goes down. Oh no. Round is over. Gulag gets another pick, swing it back into their favor. 4v3. Looks like Tails have found his way inside of CC. That one guy all the way down east. They have some pressure now. It looks like they're taking the east side of top floor. If they can float over into custom, or not custom, pull up into office, clear out office, they might have all of top floor.
Yeah,
It looks like Ram is just going to be sitting here on break, just holding a cut. But again, the members of RIT sitting up top are just free to roam around. Nobody's really giving them any pressure at all.
Like I said before, they need to commit to something. It looks like Wilkes is kind of indecisive in what they're doing. That's a free pick from Gulag onto Mega, and now in a 2v4, it's very unfortunate.
Quite possibly the most blessed wallbang I've seen at all today.
Sitting Canadian here in this castle, I don't think he's going to do that. He's going to wait for him to walk out of it.
Yep, he has no need to move. He's in a perfect power position, and Wilkes has nobody to clear them out. Gulag gets his third kill of the round. Ram still on 1 HP, holding metal, and as a suspect coming up metal. Again, that was just another almost free round by RIT. No real pressure was put anywhere by Wilkes, and I think that's the biggest thing. Again, I think they just need to 5-man coordinate something, 5-man push something all together, and just get something going, get the ball moving.
No, yeah, 100%. I feel like on the side of Wilkes' attacks, it looks like it's very just either not sure what we're trying to clear for or what we're going for, because it seems like a very discombobulated. It seems like one person doing one thing, another person kind of doing their own thing. One thing I did like from them, they did, after giving up the first pick, I do think they did good on getting those 2 refrags back, but after getting those initial 2 refrags,
Attackers
just like
need
the
to
other
locate
round, they
and
kind of
defuse
fell apart.
bombs.
They got back in a winnable situation, and it feels like 3v4, they could still win that back, find another pick, but it kind of just crumbled from there, and not really anything more to do off that. Just kind of like gave ones and really didn't formulate a plan. So I would love them to see to actually formulate a 5-man plan like you said, and try and like isolate the pick, get Beto off the board. Beto's actually the shutdown game, but Saltware's going off, Gulag's going off. Isolate these guys, and you guys can have some flexibility rounds on here.
Now, the one thing about Bino is, I actually called and texted the other Bino in between games just to let him know his thoughts on this newfound Bino we saw. I said, hey, would you 1v1 this guy? He goes, that's the Bino on RIT? No, that guy is scary. I'd never touch that guy.
But yeah, Bino was actually shaky in his boots. He does not want to smoke with Bino from RIT.
Here's a memento.
I mean, and who wouldn't? This guy's a beast.
Now he is going to be playing this early CC pressure early. Let's see how they're going to clear him out. They have that knock on that break door and line on CC window. No,
I
actually,
do.
it looks like
Activated
they dropped for pass burn. They might go here more of a horizontal direct. It looks like.
On the workshop, horizontals do tend to work if you tend to hit the gaps and find the play right. Sussoid making his way into customs, going to hold this cut into getting good, I guess, running away. It looks like he would just be setting customs. It is a very probable position right now, knowing that there are two people customs. Finds a wallbang on the tail end.
It's another wall bang.
And none other than Bino get this pick. And Sussoid gets one more on passport door. They were just walking one by one into the crossfire of RIT. Pretty much gifting them picks, gifting them this round.
Now, Deimos is fighting demons right now. He's getting almost fired off.
How Deimos is surviving any of this is very perplexing to me. Another call from by RIT.
I would love to see a tag timeout here from the side of Wilkes.
Exactly. 3 rounds in a row, nothing has gone your way at all this round. Call the timeout, get a mental refresh, figure out a game plan to work into round 4 and in the next coming rounds.
I would honestly like to do something what my team and also one thing we learned from it is called death ball. Fucking let's bring out like 2 shields. Like bring out 2 shields of Deimos, just hunt. Let's hunt some people down. Let's get those picks, and you can isolate people with shields. Bringing like a Monty and a Deimos, and you can walk people just down. It's a lot better, and maybe that'll help them. Getting a shield in front of their face, maybe stacking people behind that shield can really help. Maybe slow RIT down and winning these gunfights. Just switch up something here to get them really on the board.
Yeah, Wilkes just needs
Attackers need to locate and defuse
all
bombs.
it really is just they're not playing together. Yes, they're stacking up next to each other, but they're not playing off of each other. We can take that passport little encounter for example. The Nook walked in, got wallbanged from customs. No trade, no nothing. Then I believe it was Truck just walked right behind and got fried again.
Yeah, I think they're not really, they're, like you said, they're playing around each other, but they're not coordinating anything. They're not like, hey, I'm gonna swing a passport, swing in here with me, play my reflex. Give me one. That's not gonna work against RIT here when they have these gunners going off. Oh my god,
It's like they were giving a very hint and taste of how to double up and how to play together, and that is all. Just like Sunny D. Sunny D is not an orange soda, but it's trying to be.
No, yeah.
It's like you get a hint, you get a taste of what something should be, but you just do it the complete opposite. They
No,
put
yeah,
their own
and
spin
then
on it.
One thing I do like on the side of Wilkes, they did bring the Monty here, and it looks like they actually might be going for an Archives fast play. Now, they did realize, I don't know if you realized, but RIT is doing the exact same thing they did last time. If you notice, the only thing that's really stopping an Archives rush, if you run deep with this Monty, these Goyos, but if you run deep in smoke, and you plan in the smoke, you would not be hit with these Goyos on, like, black top.
Now, does Wilkes have the read? All they have to do is toss one drone in, hop to the site, save plant.
No, yeah, they're taking way too long.
If I am the IGL of Wilkes, I would be screaming for someone to get on drones, hit the site, hit this gap, and it looks like that's what they're doing. Smoke's coming down from the Monty, planting directly on the window. Albino walks in, shuts down the Monty. Someone walks in, gets 3 kills out of nowhere, completely shuts down this round for Wilkes, and brings it back for RIT. I wonder what happened there.
No words, honestly. I honestly think Susler just walked through the smoke and just killed everyone. I don't know. He just appeared and was just gutting.
He's
Honestly,
like a magician throwing a smoke bomb and teleporting. He's thinking with portals.
I like the idea. I liked the idea from Wilkes, but I mean, Susler just said no. He was just like, I'm not letting you plant. You're not doing this. and goodbye. And that was the end of the round.
Wilkes had the read. They just took very long to hit the gap.
No, yeah, I feel like if they just, instead of punching that down, they just sprinted in with the
Attackers
Monty
need
and
to
jumped
locate
through
and
that
defuse
window
as many bombs
and
as they can.
smoked deep in a corner, they probably would have gotten that plant down because RIT was nowhere near
discovered the location of a bomb.
They heard them punching the barricades and they all had time to rotate back and get in positions to stop this plant. Which, that was the downfall of Wilkes University, that they let them get back in this round. And I would love to see them maybe bring back out a shield. That was probably their best round they have. I like the idea with going fast. Maybe maybe another try and fast take, something on maybe pillars or bathroom. Just something where just get an attacking round on the board here.
Setting razor
Yeah,
shield.
we need to switch something up. Try something different. Again, get the ball moving. Get something.
Piss deployed.
I mean, there really is no word. I believe we've kind of said it all. Wilkes just needs to attack him out here. It needs to occur sometime soon. That would really give a mental reset to your players. Because if we look at the board, 3 players of Wilkes are 0-4, and I wouldn't be surprised if one, even 2 of them, end up 0-7, which would just be catastrophic.
No, yeah. We also see some sort of 11-0, maybe giving us a timeout, getting him a little reset and shutting him down a little bit, making him fire, like cool down. He is on fire right now. He is the Bino from last round, but going crazier.
Reloading.
Just anything
That
to
is
ice him.
dope. One, getting a pick onto Bino early is what they need to get into this round early, but deciding to go away from Archive and see where they're going.
Again, gets the early pick, but now they need to capitalize on it. We see Jackal and Buck both doubled up in Passport. Maybe they can go clear customs, clear into Blue Desk, get a pick working around office into bathroom hall, getting something going. I would like if Buck rotated up to east so they start clearing the top floor and take diverse, or they just 5-man direct hit the site. Either way, something needs to happen.
No, yeah, it's a very interesting push. You see the Buck and Jackal go Passport, and now it looks like they're just gonna flip Workshop. I do like this. Maybe they can find the gap Workshop, notice that no one's there, and just push through to the bathroom. There's only one person tellers, and I believe the other 2 are above. I might be wrong on that. That is the bathroom guy gone. Now you can reset, find these last 2 players, and go for your plant.
You have a
Just actually see the
4v2,
link over here.
and the plant going down by the Capitao. Gulak comes up from Workshop, going to start the retake process. Again, still is a winnable position for RIT, unless, depending on where they planted, if they can hop outside the window, play the plant from above. But it looks like they planted deep in the site, which is not the smart idea, unless you can find a way to get outside or play that from above. Listen to the players of RIT sitting their way in Blue Desk.
Lion fighting both those picks there. Good play. Very scary peeking that in this situation. But Capital having the insurance upside. Good play.
Oh my goodness. Did you just see what I just saw, Mika?
What?
The charm of Lion, Snack of Fortune, the rat hanging down from the charm. Best charm in the game. Wow, I'm shocked and awe that he knows of that tech. They won that round because he has Snack of Fortune. Yo, Tom, can we let a replay on that charm, please? Or at least show a picture of it on screen. Wow, I'm just in shock and awe that I just saw Snack of Fortune.
Oh my god. I went back a little bit in this broadcast.
It's something to look at.
Attackers need to locate
Wilkes,
and
hopefully
defuse
they
as
can
many
use
bombs
this
as they
as
can.
momentum to win a second round, take that into the defensive half, and hopefully we get another competitive game going. RIT will take the Vent Workshop, another tertiary site, but again, if they play this from the first,
Attackers
play this like they have
discovered the
the past 2
location of a
rounds,
bomb.
or the past 2 times they played the site, should be wrapped.
The one thing I'm noticing here on RIT, I saw that the Goyos are they're very far away on the default jump in the workshop there. When you jump in the window there, usually you want to put a Goyo on the window and a little bit close off to the left so you can get that fire spot. But I think with how RIT plays that fire may not hit the window.
I do not think so. We'd have to go back and see that. But again, Maybe just to stop a default plant, maybe a fast rush. But again, here they're spectating Bino or Glorious King, LeBron B2. But Sussler may be in the range for LeBron B3.
LeBron, like, we got LeBron on the team. So who's Sussler?
Sussler could be our Shy Gillies SGA, former MVP.
Yeah. That's fine.
Well, we have LeBron and SGA on the same team. I mean, what else could you ask for? Gulag holding it down as Ward as our Wemby. Oh, and LeBron goes down.
Hit by Wilkes. Good job by him.
Maybe that one guy has Bino's number. Maybe he knows how to counter him. But Pigu shut them down. Mr. Weenie finds this. Can he shoot the nitro at the air? Runs away from the nitro. Has this 1v1 on this guy on small. Still a very winnable gunfight, even though it is a Warden. Double up a guy from 90. Double up a guy with some 90. Walk in the archive door. Pinch this guy in small. Should be a free pick to give you the 4v3.
100%. They know where this guy is, and nice pick. There we go. Clearing out that Warden. This is looking good for Wilkes University here. They have a man advantage, a minute 30. They can slow down, place the work off, and get in rotates to go play a plant here. Now, I would like to see RIT possibly get aggressive here and try and get some picks back. That is exactly what I'm saying there.
Asking you shall receive.
Exactly right. Now they got aggressive, got those 2 picks, and now it's 2v2. Good pick back on the Sussler. So Pingu though, getting a triple kill, extending the round, and now it is a 1v2 for the Buck here. Looking very unlikely. No bomb, has to go for kills.
Again, both players on low HP. Not many shots from this Buck should kill both of them. This is still a winnable round for this Buck. If he can just if he can just isolate his ones, this can be one for Wilkes.
100%. I'm hoping he I don't know, he doesn't have flashes, so he has to try and just win now.
That is concerning. No flashes on Buck and opts for the claymores.
I will say, both players on the side of RIT are very low. One bullet from him will kill Skies, and 2 from never mind, it doesn't even matter. Skies will shut him down. Or is it not? His name's not Skies.
Yo, Maker, I already said that guy. You just like repeating what I say.
I just realized.
Why would we be doing that? You're stealing my flow.
My bad.
I'm like Soldier Boy. I did it first.
Oh, I zoned out. I was locking in.
Another 5v1 half on RIT, just like on Night Haven. Hopefully this is not another Night Haven game for Wilkes, and they can take 6 in a row and win the 7-5. Overtime. Have we seen an overtime game yet at all?
I don't know. I
don't think so. Overtime could be in effect here.
Possibly. Now, I will say though, however, in my opinion, Border is an attacker-sided map. So with RIT getting 5 rounds on defense and them going into the attack with Ying and Shields on the board, this could be a very different ball game for Wilkes University.
Does certainly sway things. And RIT taking off the zombie in the mirror so no player can confidently play Troy. Depending on the attack, here if you can take East for free, flood in the offense, take a very simple default plant, and that should be able to work. Especially with Ying, Shields, and all these off on the board.
Interesting valve placements here. More for like insight information. Maybe this is giving us information that Valk's gonna play like below in workshop, trying to get C4 if they go for sight. Let's see this Denari. Let's see what Denari's setting up. Interesting little line.
Yeah, I think maybe he's watching a Coconut Bra video. Somebody check his phone. Maybe he's watching that during the game going on. Has Coconut Bra came out with the Denari video yet? I assume he would have.
Attackers objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Tillich's looking for a spawn peek outside of main door. Nobody flipping cam throwing, so he's relying solely off of audio. Wonder if he can get the free pick for Wilkes.
Now, you do see that there's no one actually spawned in front of him, so maybe he can get a kill on someone rappelling up if he hears that audio correctly.
Now, we can see that, but he doesn't see that. So maybe if he just accesses DMA, which we all know he has, he might be able to get another pick.
No, yeah, 100%. Now it looks like RIT isn't even gonna risk rappelling up on that side. They're already up on the top, or on the second back.
Now, the main question is, how long will Bandit stay here in hopes for a pick?
I give it. They gave CC completely free. I give it a minute 45.
We need to set the over-under on a line. Minute 45, see how long this Bandit lasts. Mr. Winnie Hut on the Valk sitting top east, instantly runs away at the side of gunshots.
So very interesting setup on the side of Wilkes. They did not contest CC at all. They decided to give it completely to RIT, which now that is the pick that Wilkes needed. That C4 onto Bino, getting out that Ying. That is most likely what they were going to use for their execute in the late round. That is a great pick from Wilkes.
But still, 4 people on RIT. They just completely. They have East and CC control solely to themselves. They can take this office. It is still winnable for RIT, although Wilkes are positioned almost perfectly, holding crosses, have every angle to collapse on RIT for another round win.
Now we see Susslord trying to. The Susslord himself is taken down.
Wow.
There's a new Lord in town. His name is Taylor 6. And that is a triple kill from him. And he is shutting down RIT this round. That's what I love to see on the side of Wilkes. Maybe this is a defender-sided order after a quad kill. Maybe he can get the ace here.
But the tally's on the board. He's on for the ace match.
No ace for him, but that is a good win on the side of Wilkes. Great round from that bandit in his kills. That was a quad for him.
Maybe all that bait in front door did some good use.
Oh. But let's see how RIT changes it up. They got C4, I think they used 2 C4s below. Maybe RIT recognizes that. Maybe they'll send the Dokumi down below Passport early, try and get these picks, try and get someone trying to go for a C4, and that can completely change how Wilkes plays this. Because if they start getting pressured below and aren't able to C4, what happens? 2 of their picks, I do
Attackers
believe
need to
were from
locate and
C4.
defuse bombs.
No. One pick was
Nah, just the one, because Taylor 6.
Attackers have discovered the location of the
Single-handedly
bomb.
won that round. Now, Wilkes opting to go ends first instead of the more tailored fashion colors. Now, I don't really hate this pick. Events giving very good work, very good pick. I argue better than that in most case scenarios, depending on how you hold above. If your hold above is not good, your hold in sight will not be good.
Now, one thing that is worrying is
10
that
seconds
there's
remaining.
no one above besides the storm. That is very concerning.
5 seconds to insertion.
Because you win or die by this site above. And
Attacker's
that's a
objective
C4
is to
rotate.
defuse the bomb.
We use the C4 for rotate.
What are we doing? No shotguns?
No shotguns on the side of Wilkes. I feel like there might have been.
That
maybe
must have been a miss.
miss.
That must have been a miscon. How do you not have a single shotgun on your team? I don't even know. How do you even respond to that? No shotguns?
No shotguns, nothing.
Biggest stage of the century and you fumble around? No shot. just very disappointed for Wilkes. Alex, hoping he can find a lucky wall being in attention. Will not let him. Will not net him any kills. But it looks like someone is rotating around 2 detention. Let's see on that further
I
out.
think RIT realizes that they have top floor. Because I'm almost positive everyone on the side of Wilkes is all playing second. And I have an opening now.
Wow, that sucks. I'll take it from here. Carson Brush sitting in Taylor's all alone. RET has top floor completely to themselves. Nobody from Wilkes even tried to make a move to flank from above, opening up that hatch and not gonna get down to the soft hatch and even reinforce the hatches. That is a big blunder from Wilkes. Bino finds kill number 2 of the round, 5v3 for RIT. Here comes the man lurking in customs. 2 players sitting inside events. Dope call comes out. Demos able to track onto the belt. Susslord gets a pick 5v2 for RIT. Again, this is going very heavily in favor of RIT. Nobody on Wilkes even trying to get that pick. It's going to be second flawless round of the game for RIT.
Taylor will have to ace again to win this round. Let's see if he can do that. He gets the no, doesn't even get the first pick on the first pick. And that is a flawless round on the side of RIT.
I mean, that round was lost in the beginning from Wilkes. There was no. It looks like they didn't even try to win that round. If I'm being honest, that's just very, very unfortunate.
Yeah. This nosebleed is not stopping. I have tissues. I'm just chilling, but this is not stopping.
RIT looking to storm, get their second win of the game, looking to go up 2-1 in this LAN, hoping ready to. I believe this will net them in the.
Attackers need to
or semi.
locate
I don't
and
know how the
defuse
bracket
bombs.
works for this, but hopefully this gives them good placing for when playoffs come.
I think they said this is for the final transfer spot. I'm not sure what that means.
Wall's the killer.
Because RIT needs these points to go tied with Marietta.
Swapping mags!
So a good decisive 7-2 victory if they wrap it up here from RIT will be awesome. Getting those, I'm sure, 3 points. And then unbreaking the
Now it looks like Wilkes is running back to Vent's site, and again, it's looking like they are full bunkering, even barricading the door to blue. The
Attackers'
hatch
objective is to
above
locate a
still
bomb
not
and defuse
reinforced.
it.
It looks like almost the exact same lineup, except Calyx is instead of running Capcan instead of Bandit.
You know, yeah, I'm honestly very confused on this setup. I have never seen a setup where if we're gonna bunker like this, leaving these hatches soft. Oh no, it just sounded like they did just get the hatches right now. I think I
Now-
did just hear someone reinforce.
Now, is this the play from the Capcan to rat above, hopefully find that early pick?
Let's see if he can win his win here. I think they do have a drone on him.
Feel like quick peeking, trying to take the ones. Knows that it's a Capcan, could use this demo track to flush out this Capcan. Again, it is only 1 man above, and if RT realizes that, could be a huge big for them to give them a man advantage.
Bobo's getting a big player jumping out, but no, losing his life to the Delta Susslord getting his 14th kick in the game, 14th cat win for Sutlord, and he is going off.
Leaving Mega alone
Bomb located by attackers.
in archives or in armory. Pretty sure that he's playing his own death spot, but with no way to fall off. So unless nets one, hopefully 2 picks, this round is again going in RSD's favor.
Now, one thing, he can track. Everyone is spotted on the side of the defense. Deimos can just track these people and eat. Now, let's see if they track. Yeah, they are tracking 2 route. 2 route is screwed here. He's getting
With
tracked,
the-
shot through a soft wall.
Yeah.
All right.
That man was in a living hell. He had no 5v2 for RIT. Captain trapped hit by Susslord.
Hey,
Now,
Captain
you're
got his one.
So you're supposed to shoot those and not run into them, but it's okay, you'll win.
We got it. Captain got his one. I wonder where the rest of these captains are actually at.
3 members of RT looking to flood blue door. Reading that lights up one, somehow nearly dodges a kill.
Carson gets
Dodges
another.
a 1v4.
Second. Let's see if Carson can be the savior for Wilkes University here. And no, unfortunate. Susslord shuts him down. And I think that is a 15-3 stat line for Susslord. Dropping 15 today. That would be amazing. Good decisive victory for 7-2 for RIT. And Porter is all she wrote.
Now that's exactly what RIT needed to hopefully win that final transfer spot. And I would like to see them go far in this tournament. Other than that, that has been Spapo and Mako on the cast. Hope you guys enjoyed watching this LAN, watching us cast, and we should have 2 new fresh guys for you coming in very soon.
Thank you very much.
let you know. Goodbye,
Alright.
Miko.
Yeah, goodbye, man. It was fun. Hopefully we
Yeah.
do some more casting eventually. maybe.
Hopefully. Goodbye.
Adios.
Welcome back, everybody. It's me, Getzer. It's my wonderful co-caster, Kingfisher. We're back after a couple matches away from the stream, but you can't keep us away for too long. We've got some matches to cover here. In particular, the one we've got in front of us right now is actually a rematch of one that happened earlier today off stream. We are going to be looking at Marietta versus Wilkes. Two of these teams that are, I believe, a little bit lower in our current group stage standings, but should be a fun little rematch here. We're going to be going to Clubhouse for this one, so I am very excited to see how this one goes. How'd you spend your time during the break, Kingfisher?
Oh, you know, watching the stream, playing some Madden, all the fun kind of stuff. And yeah, like you said, these teams did already match up in round number 1. Of course, that was, like you said, the one that was off stream, right? We didn't get to see it from up here, but they have played before. I believe Marietta took the first matchup 7-2. Then before we get too into the game, obviously, just going to give you a little points recap. Don't know where it's available, but essentially for anyone wondering how the points are breaking down right now,
Defenders,
Penn State
protect your
University
bombs
Blue
from
has
being
9 points
defused by
and 3 wins.
attackers.
They are guaranteed in to the playoffs. RIT is sitting at 6, Wilkes at 0, Marietta at 3. So Marietta, if they get a win here and RIT loses against Penn State Blue, we would be tied in points for second place, then go down to round differential. Unfortunately, Wilkes already eliminated from the second day of this tournament, but still playing for pride, playing for fun, playing to upset Marietta's chances. So we'll see if that goes our way.
Yeah, they can absolutely still play spoiler here with a good map here on Clubhouse. And their first decision is to play basement here. I think that this is a very interesting decision considering that the Kaid has been banned out entirely. There is no way that they can reliably protect those hatches from being broken open. They didn't bring a Tubarao along either, so not an approach that you can stop Wilkes from taking for Marietta. But going to be an interesting opening round here, as I mean, you and I at least have seen a lot of Solus today. This is not an operator you see a ton of,
Camera feed
but
up and running.
I mean, I guess we're breaking the mold here a little bit today at the Battle for PA.
Yeah, and it's certainly one that I hope we start seeing more of. I like the operator a lot. It's a really cool concept. In practicality is not always the most useful. I mean, look at the team they're taking. You really only counter the Nomad. I guess you can scan the fuse as he attempts to put stuff on the floor if they send that fuse to first try to get some of that site cleared out. So has a little bit of utility, and right now there is a player sitting on the stairs that's going to be in a hill here who should be able to kill Pretty Girl, who's walking in without a drone. All the Valkyrie has to do is swing. They do not know that Valkyrie right here.
They don't know that the Valk is, but they know now. The air jab completely stops Nihil from getting much more value than was possible there. But I mean, that was very scary for everyone involved. Eventually, Tally does go down, and I mean, we were talking about it a little bit before the cameras went live. Tally has kind of been the most efficient gun for Wilkes today.
Attackers
Losing
have
out
recovered their
on
diffuser.
your best fragger almost immediately as the round starts is not a great sign, especially since you've also lost your thermite in the immediate aftermath.
Yeah, maybe not the best trade, but they do have some hatches open. They do have site pressure, and something we talked a lot about in our very first game of the day, back all the way at 9 a.m. as Opini's going to take down Mega Loot Bags. Really nice flank here from the Sentry, I believe is the defensive version. The Zera jab's already long gone, so you have to rely on flank drones to watch your back. So there's one in pocket, and Birdo takes that.
And Marietta does end up closing out this first round here on Clubhouse off of, I mean, this one kind of just felt like a couple of very, very solid picks throughout the whole map here. And I think the Wilkes weren't taking enough of an advantage of the fact that they kind of had hatches for free throughout that one. I mean, a couple of them were open, but that didn't really lead to much of anything. And I mean, ultimately they just falter at the very end of that round.
Yeah, really nice first defense from Marietta. And in watching the second game of the day when they were up
Attackers
against
need to
RIT,
locate and
that
defuse
was
as
a good
many
part of
bombs
their
as they can.
game plan, right? They had a pretty strong defense. They almost started mounting a mini comeback there, looking for Pennsylvania squad, but not quite able to get it done. We'll see if things are different this time around, as Wilkes going to look to regroup in their second attack. And I love the operator lineup here from Marietta. Maestro specifically, such an undervalued, underutilized operator, really has a potential to disrupt just about every single operator in the game when played correctly. Hopefully, for Marietta's sake, Pelican able to do so.
10 seconds to insertion.
Definitely an interesting composition that we're seeing here. The big thing that I am noticing is the fact that Marietta has opted to not bring along the bandits. So there is no denial for that main wall outside that leads outside from the home. Yeah. So I'm interested. Because typically you see the castle and the bandit used together in that one spot just to ensure that the bandit can safely trick.
Reload!
But, I mean, you've not brought along any wall denial other than the mute, and the mute is far from invincible on these walls. So, the attacking options from Wilkes are going to be interesting. They are looking like more emphasis is being put on the garage take here than really going through any other alternative angles. So I am potentially interested to see what they end up doing here, and a little bit of drone evasion, avoiding some of those bullets, but oh no.
They didn't see him.
They have no idea. But they are playing in a pretty safe spot on the balcony right now. It doesn't matter. All you need is a pixel of the head hitbox, and that's enough to take the Nook out of the equation entirely.
Deploying code.
And I mean, that is such a rough operator to be losing early. That level of avoidance of the intel that the defenders can potentially have on you is so nice, but eventually it gets worse for Wilkes as Pretty Girl loses the duel.
Now Opini is looking at a second flank, but the rest of the attackers are still outside, kind of on the normal area, you know, highway, some call it, I believe, trying to take this site as they're just punching away at castle barricades. They do have a couple of frag grenades in pocket here.
Oh my
Nice
god.
Kill from Lee, that's fire. No idea how the reaction time allowed for it, but somehow it did. So Wilkes will get one back. They can see through the shield this Jaeger on the other side, but without the impact grenade, can't do anything about it. Like to see if Nihil rotates to take that out.
I really do like the decision to have the Osa bring in and put the shield on that window in particular. It cuts off a lot of options for the defenders to pressure out that balcony. Unfortunately, for the side of Wilkes, it hasn't seemed to matter. Every gunfight in every other part of the map is just being dominated by Marietta. The frags just are not coming through quickly enough.
No, they are not. Two very strong rounds here by Marietta. Luckily for Wilkes, though, of course, whenever you win the first two on defense, now they have to go to that tertiary site. Definitely not as heavily defender favored. That being said, I think Clubhouse has one of the better, like, all-around site rotation. Of course, nobody ever plays first floor. First floor does not matter on this map, but both the upstairs sites are viable, the basement's viable, so Wilkes definitely needs to bring it here. I love the Ryora pick. I hope they stay with that one, especially in this bomb site. If you put it down at the door that connects the two, it makes a B-bomb plant almost a sure thing if you're able to control garage. Very, very strong operator for this bomb site.
Certainly. The problem that I see with the thing is that there's a couple of ways that those router gates can be taken down from the composition that Marietta is currently running, and I think that they are recognizing that, and that's why Pretty Girl has swapped onto the Iana. Unfortunately, we are not getting the Rauda in this round, which I mean, I would personally love to see it. I'm 100% with you on this one, but just won't happen this time, tragically enough. Instead, like I said, we are seeing the Iana, but a couple of other interesting picks. We do see another Osa. I do like the Osa pick here. I think that that operator in particular just allows for the defenders to cut off these potentially disastrous peak windows where you could potentially peek out and make Wilkes have a particularly bad time trying to attack you at certain angles here. So those are going to be important shields for the side of Wilkes to utilize.
Very much so. Ooh.
Not able to get that open. The bandit trick comes through. Well played from Birdo, for sure. But, I mean, the Twitch drone is here. Is able to get rid of a couple batteries. So now, the bandit down to 2 total. And, I mean, has to be so
One's
careful.
on construction wall, too.
Yeah.
He only has 1 on this main wall.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, so, I mean, realistically, though, he can juggle it. This wall can stay closed. And one interesting thing, we normally don't see teams do this, but that Thermite is the only hard breach for Wilkes. They don't have any secondary, don't have a Hibana, and now nearly don't have an Iona either, but pretty girl was just in the clone, completely bamboozling me as I ramble on about something that wouldn't have mattered, and Nihil gets the kill on Tally 6. There goes the Thermite.
I mean, it's something important to point out, but I totally missed it in all of that. Tally had used both of the hard breach charges. And that wall didn't get opened. So this is already a kind of disaster on the side of Wilkes, losing out on that very crucial wall, but are able to find a couple of picks elsewhere on the map here. Down goes the Vigil, down goes the Valkyrie, and you're able to get control over these cameras. So you're looking pretty alright if you're the side of Wilkes right now. Losing the Iana is unfortunate, but another logic bomb used here. They very well could be able to execute onto this tertiary site with just a little bit more effort here.
Yeah, of course, now the hard part is going to be there is no hard breach. You're going to have to go through windows and doorways. And with a player inside a garage, that's going to make this push nearly impossible. You can see almost the entire site from that garage catwalk, especially if you're in the right spot. You get to see all the entry points that looks like Wilkes are going for. There is a player in the lounge, gonna be important, but taken out by the full OP knees. Sets down Carson, and there goes the Doc. There's still hope here for Wilkes. Can they get the Jaeger? No, OP knees with the double.
10 seconds left, 1 versus 2 for Weenie Hut on this Twitch, but can't connect onto this player on red stairs. It is now 3 consecutive defensive rounds for the side of Marietta. They are on fire right now.
They really are, and that one looked like it could have been Wilkes' first round. They were so close. They did pretty well. If the Thermite gets the main wall open, though, I think that round is entirely different. They don't have to scramble to kind of find another push or able to deal with that player inside a garage. Don't have to send, I believe it was the Dokkaebi downstairs to attempt that flank. Very, very close to a successful round as Maestro and Dokkaebi are the bans. The Dokkaebi calls, I don't think have been unbelievably impactful, but when you bring an operator 3 straight rounds, I like the ban. It's a comfort thing, I think, for Wilkes on that operator, so definitely a good ban for Marietta. And of course, I'm biased because I love the operator, but Maestro, definitely a good ban too, in my opinion.
Attackers need to locate and
actually
defuse
kind
as
of
many
disagree
bombs
with
as
the
they
Maestro
can.
ban. I think it would have been
Blasphemy.
Blasphemy, he says. No, I think it would have been much more impactful to bring along something like the not bring along, to ban out something like the Bandit in case you do have to go back up to one of those second floor sites, which inevitably you will. There are 6 rounds in the half. We're only halfway through it. With this being round number 4, I mean, inevitably, if you win this round, you're gonna go top floor. If you lose this round, you might go back to the basement, but there's a pretty decent chance you're also going to the top floor. And I think that the Bandit would have been a much better ban. You struggled with getting that wall open on CCTV cache. I think that probably should have been your ban, but in the end, it is Maestro instead. So that will be their play. We'll see if they come to regret it later.
Yeah, I think normally I wouldn't really care for a bandit ban, but in this scenario, in this game, I think you're kind of dead on. They were not able to deal with it last round, and that's a surprising thing, right? Because if you bring, like, a Capital, for instance, which of course they didn't have last round, so kind of makes it a moot point, but if you bring Capital on this map, Bandit cannot trick in either of the places. They're very easy darts you can line up to kind of lay the fire down where he can't do it. I think that's a better counter than just banning it out, so maybe that's why they went in a different direction. We'll have to see though, because I definitely echo your thoughts. The Bandit was a problem, and the Bandit is going to be a problem again, but right now, problem could be Caveira. They have 9 drones down, and the last one is about to get shot by this Cav.
That is a very unfortunate aspect of this round that you point out. It is, there are very, very few pieces of intel for the side of Wilkes to work with here. Not even, I mean, the only other drones you have are just like a couple of clutches from Carson. And I mean, that's a good opening pick. Getting rid of the Cav is very important. And you're happy it was the Cav too. You did not want that operator to be a problem potentially later on, but I mean, I've just realized where Birdo is. Why? What are we doing up here? I mean, we're watching the hatch, and I respect it, but
there's no hard breach.
There's no hard breach on the squad. They don't need to be focusing on the hatches because they literally can't. Birdo does manage to find the IQ despite this, though, and started the rotation elsewhere.
They have site control. They can get this diffuser down. They're going to do so. Marietta now, with their big defense, is now completely off the site. Nihil, the last one in it, and the diffuser goes down anyway. C4 should not land if the need
doesn't do any damage. It looks kind of close, but it's not going to end up with a connection there. But Hockneys on this Sentry is able to find one. But it shouldn't be enough. I mean, it's Nihil now left in a 1 versus 3. This Valkyrie just shouldn't be able to do it. Not enough health, not enough bullets, and Pretty Girl is able to shut it down. The Ying is there, and finally, Wilkes is able to get their first attacking round here on Clubhouse.
A good round from Wilkes, and honestly, do a great job. Although I disagree with the bringing no hard breach, I think that is an insane take, but it works out for him, right?
Crazy idea.
And the one thing they do great, even with that lack of utility, they immediately recognize kind of how far away from sight Marietta are playing and just kind of rush. They did lose one on Birdo dropping down the hatch, but other than that, they got all 4 players on site very, very quickly. They got the bomb down, played that about as perfect as you can, despite losing that one operator. So very nice round from them. Of course, question is, can they string some of these together? Because the first 3 rounds weren't exactly the closest. Marietta took all of them pretty convincingly. So definitely a good sight to see that Wilkes still has that fight in him. But if they want any hope at kind of winning this game, they're going to need a stronger half than a 1-5 split. Definitely want to see another attacking round go their way.
Yeah, for sure. And another 2 would be ideal. One of the things that you pointed out earlier that I thought was an interesting point is the fact that obviously leaving the Bandit on the board means that Capitao is great for being able to prevent tricking from happening, but look at what Marietta has done to prevent that. They've brought along Jaeger. Obviously, in the most recent patch, I believe, they added the ability for Jaeger's ADSs to block the, to destroy, rather, Capitao's bolts. So it is not the same interaction that you're able to do anymore. So that particular method of preventing the trick is no longer in play, no longer an option for the side of Marietta. Eventually, this is going to get tricked away. It's going to get tricked away. The electrocute is here again. There's absolutely nothing that Wilkes can reliably do to prevent these tricks from happening. I mean, you could try and throw in a frag grenade into the drone hole, I suppose, but other than that, it's gonna get tricked again. You've lost both of your charges and the wall remains closed.
And you know the insane thing on top of that? I'm waiting to see Bandit turn to the left. I do not think there's an ADS on that wall.
No, there's not.
I think he just tricked it, which, I don't know, it sucks for Wilkes. Granted, Bandit tricking is becoming a little bit of a lost art, it seems. How did Pretty Girl not die there? Finally does OPBs with the kill. Wow, that was unimaginable. They lived past that first engagement. Great try there from the Nook, though.
Yeah, unreal. But eventually, this round will continue. That was a great refrag, a genuinely great refrag. This is the power of bringing along a Deimos, just being able to lock down the location of the person that just got your teammate out of the equation. And I mean, getting rid of OP knees is very nice because they are currently top fragging the lobby by just a little bit, just a small amount. But make no mistake, Marietta's guns outside of OP knees are nothing to scoff at, with the Brava immediately going down afterwards.
Wilkes here, still with some chances. Deimos underneath in particular could really disrupt this bomb site, and instead is going to come up the stairs, so we'll get into contact with Nihil here very quickly. No more hard breach yet again from Wilkes after not being able to open the jacuzzi wall. Now cannot open anything else. Have to pour through doorways here. And this is where this is unfortunate. Love the shotgun with the Deimos, but for angles like this, it makes it so hard as Birdo takes down Weenie Hut. It's now all into Talisix and Mega Loot Bags, who both have some good guns. Talisix showed out insanely well a few games ago for Marietta. Or Wilkes, rather.
Both of these players capable of putting up big numbers here. I mean, we've seen it from Tower, like you said, but with 7 seconds left and players all over the map for Marietta, it's just not going to happen this time around. Marietta once again managing to take a defensive round here. And I mean, this is looking dire. You really need this round if you're Wilkes, and you really need to be able to open a wall. Like, particularly if they were going to be going to CCTV cache, but that won't be the case. It looks like Church Arsenal will be the decision, and you did manage to take this with a very unorthodox 0 hard breach composition earlier, but I'm not sure if that'll work again. Marietta probably expecting that level of just horizontal play in the base.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, I think they undoubtedly are, because they got a Capcan and Nagoyo in tow as well, obviously. Both very good at time wasting, pretty good at killing too, if you don't do your job droning. And as we saw a few rounds ago, Wilkes kind of lost all their drones insanely early. I don't know if that's the norm. I mean, some teams do just lose drones early if they're very aggressive with them, need quick intel. But the further it goes on around against an operator lineup like this, with the mute on board too, that's not good. Definitely want to keep those up as long as you can. And they're not going to use a Ryora. They're 6 picking a lot. I think they believed that that was going to be a second floor hold. I think rightly so. But yeah, now no Ryora, no Capital. They're taking the fuse, so we'll see how useful that is. And I believe they do have secondary hard recharges. Have to wait a second to see, but yes, Carson is bringing 2 of them.
That is going to be important for sure, but at the end of the day, it is still a potential problem of not having enough resources to open these hatches, open dirt potentially. There's so many different angles that are so crucial to this map, and especially this site. And I mean, we're seeing Birdo set up in the exact same spot as he did a few rounds ago, and did manage to get a pick onto Weenie Hut from this position previously. So I am a little curious to know if Wilkes is going to maybe put a little bit more effort into, you know, clearing out this top field.
It looks like they did drone out OP knees, but now the difficult thing is Birdo didn't kill them from that position last time, so I don't know if they're going to know exactly where the mute is playing. And with Carson with these secondary hard breach charges, we'll need to be right on the hatch, so right in the line of sight here for the mute. Talisix loses a bunch of health, and Weenie Hut needs to be careful. I don't think they know Birdo's here. He's walking into a 1v2 a little too willingly.
A little bit too willingly, as you say, but I mean, oh, they have to know. They know because of the lion! There's still 2 more players up here. Battalion Pretty Girl have fallen to 1 HP apiece. The usage of this Grim has been so good, and they're able to lock down this entire room. Only 2 players remain for Marietta, and nobody has fallen on the side of Wilkes. But I mean, 2 of their players, they're close. Real close to falling down. Minute left in the round now, and I mean, Wilkes, they need to find a way to get downstairs. There looks like kind of looks like we're going to be peeking over towards Secret, and oh no, not dying to the barbed wire. Tally, no.
Ooh, and luckily, if you're Marietta here, these are two good players and two good operators to hold this close, and they're not getting the hatches or not using the fuse cluster charges. Wilkes here be missing an opportunity. They're using Carson as a main push just because of his health. As Weenie gets a triple, making a quadra. Wilkes claw one back. Great round from the university.
Beautiful stuff. Like they managed to get down into the site, and despite losing a player to barbed wire in the year 2025, a very funny way to die. It happens to the best of us, but very funny way to die. They do manage to take the round away, and I think that was very important. The fact that they were able to hold on and, not crumble in the final round of the half is absolutely massive. Kaid and Thatcher out first. I think Thatcher is an interesting ban. It makes a lot of sense, but I mean, this just kind of guarantees that that they're going to be playing Bandit in a couple spots, and there are still Impact EMPs in this roster. So
yeah, we'll see just how useful this is going to be. And I know, didn't touch on it yet. I think we mentioned it earlier, but a 2-4 split, it's not bad for Wilkes, obviously. You want more attacking rounds, I would think, with kind of how defender-sided Clubhouse is. It's not insane defender-sided, but it definitely tilts that way, in my opinion, so it's not the worst, right?
Attackers need to locate
two
and
rounds
defuse
is
as
about
many bombs
what you
as they can.
expect. Question is now, what can they do on defense? And one very important operator that Marietta did not have access to is going to be this Mira. I want to see Wilkes use this for each of the next 3 rounds. Mira can be used every single site on this map, and if you use it well, I guarantee that is going to be the operator ban in round number 9, or round 10 rather, I guess, is when they make the next ban. But yeah, I would use it while you can, because that is going to be out of there soon.
Oh yeah, and I mean the fact that Mira is on the board right now, this is something you see so infrequently on Clubhouse, and Wilkes is jumping at the opportunity to use it, as they absolutely should. This is one of those operators who has been extremely good ever since her initial release in, I think it was year 2. I always forget
Year 2,
when
season
Mira
1.
came out.
Yep.
It was year 2, season 1. Thank you.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this is a very interesting spot for the Mira to remain up in. So I am very interested to see how Wilkes utilizes those mirrors, and
They only put 1 down.
did they actually? Oh, you're right. They totally only did use 1. So also not opting to bring the Bandit on this site, nor the Castle. I'm noticing a couple of fairly standard picks not going to be in play for this first defensive round, but Wilkes, they do manage to find the first pick. Pretty Girl able to take the Ash out of the equation. And they have noted a couple of player locations here as well. So is Solus already finding purchase?
Doing a good job so far, making use of utility, which it seems so far that Wilkes are very, very much a fragging team, right? They've been missing some utility, not taking advantage of others. Like now, they still have a Mira in their pocket. They weren't using Fuse's utility, but the gun skill has been very, very good. It's what's keeping them in these games right now. Not low HP, Pretty Girl can still get a kill. It doesn't look like there's an insane kill right now, as there goes Mega Loot Bags. Had the Mira taken out, did not use the second, and there another player falls. Weenie Hut will take down Pelican, so Wilkes maintaining man advantage. And it looks like Carson gets back to site 2. Good rotation as Talus 6 goes down because Nino is just inside a Logi.
3 versus 3 now. Make it a 3 versus 2 with a minute left in the round. Weenie Hut out of the equation. Now, Pretty Girl once again finding a crucial pick, but Carson able to, from the stairs, get that IQ out of the equation entirely. It's just the Dokkaebi left in a 1 versus 2, and I mean, it's a very winnable round for Opnees. I mean, we've seen 8 frags come from the man already. Absolutely popping off today, but I mean, you don't currently have control of the diffuser. You're gonna have to run outside and get it, but Carson has the sightline from the window and is able to take the 3rd round from Wilkes. We might be looking at a match here.
certainly gotta hope so in the final game of the A block rounds. And of course, as a reminder, PSU, Blue, and RIT are playing as well, not on stream, but all the A block coming to the close here. Marietta still trying to sneak into that top 2 to have a chance at playing tomorrow. But Wilkes, like we said, they're out, but they can put a stop to it. That's what they want to do here. Interesting operator lineup. They have a Bandit 2-brow, so they're really going to try to keep that wall closed. I'm interested to see how Marietta approaches this one. Obviously, Wilkes had a lot of trouble dealing with the Bandit last time. Gotta imagine Marietta's able to do a better job, especially if they detected this is the bomb site early. The Zofia and Ash and also both open that up from the bottom, which used to be like the strat for dealing with that Bandit, right? But I don't think I've seen that done in over a year.
It's definitely been a minute. So I am.
There's no Jaeger, no am I.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. So this is gonna be a fairly unguarded Bandit.
This wall's gonna be very hard to keep closed, I think.
Oh, I mean, it's always a hard wall to keep closed. This is one of the hardest walls to keep closed in the entire game. Source, I play a lot of Bandit. I love this operator, and I play him a lot, especially on sites like this one. And that wall will never stay closed permanently. You need like every resource in the book to keep that one closed, and even then, it will get open before the round ends. It's just how it goes on CC Cash.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the times, right, if you're bandit tricking or if you're playing bandit, your worth isn't measured by if you can keep the wall closed. It's how long can you keep the wall closed, right? How long can you give your team to stay alive, stay in it? Bandit has taken a pretty good amount of damage and keeps getting hit by something. I actually have no idea what's showing up on the screen there. The Thermite is going to use the second charge to get construction. I didn't quite see into the site here from Tala 6. I don't know if that main wall is open. Pretty Girl takes down Fire in the meantime, though, so a good opening pick from Wilkes. Be very interested to see if the Thermite was able to open that main wall.
And it's again another opening pick from Pretty Girl, and these have been so impactful, but I mean, you need more than that because the side of Marietta, they've shown time and time again that they're able to find these picks from seemingly out of nowhere sometimes. Wilkes, despite getting the first pick, again, they've lost control of the numbers advantage so early. But eventually, Tally is able to find another kill. Niall goes down. We were mentioning Tally earlier as one of the most important players for the side of Wilkes in previous matches, but just has not been performing to the same standard here in this map. Definitely looking at Tally in particular to wake up a little bit more going into the rest of this map. And if he can do that, Wilkes, I think, is looking really good. But it's a 3 versus 3, making it a 2v3. Opnees is so low as well.
I don't think Pretty Girl knows that Birdo's coming into garage right now.
I don't think they know. I don't think they're aware.
They see the Solus, so Birdo should be able to pick up this kill as long as he stays quiet. Solus goes down to the other angle though, so they keep the player in garage secret. That's really big for Marietta.
They have no idea. Are you sure we're playing Rainbow Six right now? Because this feels a little bit more like Splinter Cell. The stealth is immaculate. They have no clue that the striker is here. Making a little bit of noise though. Surely they've heard this, but Tally goes down 1 versus 2 for the Tuberal with 13 seconds left in the round. Gets the first. Not able to get the second. Panics and looks away. Birdo manages to clutch it up in the final seconds of the round. Unbelievable stuff coming out from Marietta there. Just keeping the location of the striker so under wraps to the point where they didn't realize that they were being pinched until the very last possible second. Marietta, they've given themselves that 5th round, and they look really good right now.
Yeah, I mean, the player from the window, right? Opnees killing that Solus instead of Birdo on the striker. The only reason they won that round, right? If they know striker's there, it's the bandit not falling to that early on. It's maybe the other player not being put in that kind of 1v2 situation. And that's where cool heads kind of prevail, right? Got the first kill, but turned to run away instead of going to shoot. That being said, if they didn't run into the doorway, would have gotten out of there alive. Striker actually took a decent bit of time to get the kill onto, I think it was Mega Loot Bag, so very, very close to that round swinging a different way. We talked about it back on game number 1, right? Teams replaying sites that they just did, using the same strats. I don't hate it from Wilkes. I mean, they were extraordinarily close to winning that round. It really was kind of butterfly effect from one player getting the kill instead of the other.
This, I think this round could definitely still go either way because, I mean, it's as you say, that last one, very close. Like, extremely close, really. So, it's definitely not against any way you look at it for either of these teams. I think Marietta, I think they've had to play this particular match pretty carefully, pretty safe. That C4 nearly got the first pick onto Pelican, by the way. Pelican on this ace has been very quiet, like not putting up a whole lot of frags, but still being able to get some of these walls open as they are these operators. Been so impactful. And so has Pretty Girl, but unfortunately, they go down first in this round. No more Solus.
Painful. No more Solus, and more important than that, no more Pretty Girl inside of this round. Has been doing a really nice job for Wilkes. Kind of getting the opening kill, was really the only defender giving some sort of off pressure. Most of the others staying close to sight, which on this map is not a bad thing. That's a very interesting tactic. Somehow, will not die for it. I don't know if that was Weenie Hut or Mega Loot Bags, but regardless, able to get their way back into sight. Really don't know. Definitely doing a good job. As look at the pressure here from Marietta. Under halfway in this round, and one entire side.
Yeah, it's been very good stuff from them so far. And I mean,
Loading new mag.
losing out on Weenie Hut sucks there. But I mean, it's a trade. 1 for 1. Birdo goes down, and it's 3 versus 3 now. Mega Loot Bag able to get another pick there. Arson able to convert onto Nile. And now Omnis goes down, and that's finally another defensive round here for Wilkes, keeping the difference of rounds within reach for them. Oh my god, what a beautiful final shot there.
Second ban phase coming out, very interested to see what goes away. I thought for sure the Mira would be getting a ban, but after the team's not playing her, honestly would be pretty confused if that's the case. We'll see where Marietta chooses to go with this one. The
This
super
makes
round
sense.
ban. Okay. I do
This
like the
makes sense.
Dokkaebi ban a lot.
I find it interesting that we've seen Dokkaebi get banned on both of these halves as the both of the team's third ban. Definitely not an initial priority, but eventually, as the rounds progress, Dokkaebi does become more of a problem, I'd say, over time. And now, I mean, Marietta was able to consistently get control of the cameras with that operator, so
Defenders,
it doesn't
protect your
surprise me
bombs
to
from being
see
defused by
that she
attackers.
gets banned out. The Tuberau, I also think was pretty good ban, actually. Typically, I would want to see something like the Bandit gone first, maybe the Valkyrie gone first. But in this instance, I think it makes a lot of sense just to be able to shut down the ability to obviously get rid of the canisters, make it so that those walls can open up just a little bit easier. You only have to deal with the Bandit, potentially a Mute now as well. So it just makes your life a lot easier not having to deal with that DMR, which is the other big thing that makes Tuberau so strong right now. One of the few defensive operators to have those ACOGs, those longer range sights that most defenders have removed in the recent seasonal update.
Yeah, and then of course, if anyone watching wasn't aware of that, ACOG's removed on all defenders except for DMRs. I think the TCSG and the Boss G are the only weapons that have it. I believe, did they remove
Oh
it?
my god.
Oh, wow,
Okay.
gets a kill. Did they remove the ACOG from the ACS, the Italian shotgun?
I don't think they did.
I
don't-
also don't think
you-
so, but I don't
You
remember.
gotta realize, Fisher. I don't remember
Okay.
weapon names. I don't
The
remember
Italian
weapon
shotgun.
names. Like
the big one with the drum.
I don't believe there was that, but I'm not entirely sure off the top of my head.
Oh,
But,
Glass is just in logistics. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Glass is
This is happening.
aggro Glass. All right. I'm with it. Me able to find a pick there onto Weenie Hut. So no more Valkyrie. But those cameras are already out and active. So I'm not worried about losing out on the operator because you still have her utility to work with. Unfortunately, you do not have the utility of the Fenrir. They'll stick around, but they can still get shot pretty easily. The Wilkes, I mean, I think it's really important that you have this Goyo here and you keep this Goyo alive for as long as possible, but there is so much pressure coming from top stairs in the form of that Goyo, the form of that Glass. And Pelican finding one of those rare but impactful frags, and no, Pretty Girl not able to get the pick onto Birdo there. That is tragic. The diffuser will eventually go down here. And Carson is on the outside looking in at the top of the stairs here. Will get shut down by Offense, and Marietta, they're looking good to send themselves to match point here. 1 versus 4 would be necessary. The red teams are accurate, but the player is prone, not able to get the kill. Pretty Girl has to just accept defeat in this round. Match point, Marietta.
And that's got to be so frustrating for Wilkes there. I mean, I think if Pretty Girl's on any other operator, if you're not using the P90, one of the most unforgiving guns in the game, such low damage, the recoil can get away from you. Almost had the first kill, but again, the damage just being too low, wasn't able to get it done. And same there, spraying onto the player that was down, just a little too much recoil in that weapon. Really unfortunate. Ooh, and now something I'm excited for. My first chance to see Denari today. He's a very interesting operator. It's so kind of team or strat dependent, right? Because there's some people that know where to put these, know how to play this operator's gadget, and some people that don't. Obviously, hoping that Wilkes is one of the teams that knows what they're doing with it, and when you're down on match point, you gotta think they know what they're doing.
You would definitely hope so, but I mean, I'll be very transparent here. I'm not sure I like the compositional choices I'm seeing here from the side of Wilkes. I mean,
I like the castle.
I like the castle a lot, but I don't like the lack of a bandit. That's the big thing here, right? In fact, I
At
don't
the
like
very
the lack
least, a
of
mute.
yeah, exactly. There's no mute either. There's no denial on the hallway wall, and I don't know. I just feel like that wall in particular is so crucial if you're defending on this site. And
Reloading!
there's just been no effort to defend it here. So
Pocketed one.
this is going to be entirely free for Marietta to open with the usage of this ace, or even the hard reach charges from Birdo if they decide that that's necessary.
Retrieved.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. But I mean, if you're going to go down at any point, right? If you're going to be on the other side of match point, potentially looking at a tourney exit, you better go down swinging. And Birdo just goes down, wasn't swinging, just simply hopped off the roof. Birdo will be able to be picked up though, and I'm pretty sure Pretty Girl heard that happen, but obviously with the second player there, don't want to risk the run out just to secure a kill. Birdo going to be on 20 HP for the remainder of this round.
Pretty Girl is in such a crazy spot right now. Able to find one, but gets shot through the wall! The LMG from the Finca is good enough. You know precisely where that operator is going to be running. And, I mean, that is such a disastrous loss for the side of Wilkes.
Breaching sequence activated.
Minute 40 to go though, and there goes Denari too. It just gets worse. 3v5 now for Wilkes.
Oh, no.
Fire.
Drone!
Picks one up, and yeah, things are looking rough.
So much space has been taken by Marietta already. That's a third pick. Weenie Hut's down, and the bells are tolling. Wilkes is getting obliterated here. Barely any damage has been done to the side of Marietta, and I mean, the most that's been done was self-inflicted, really. A fall from the roof will not stop Marietta from charging in and taking this round by the horns. It is over. Marietta does end up taking it 7-4. And I mean, a couple of those rounds near the end were not feeling amazing for the side of Wilkes, but I mean, it felt okay for a lot of that series. Weenie Hut in particular playing very well, getting 10 frags throughout the entirety of the map in Clubhouse. So yeah, it's gonna be down to the wire in terms of group stage results at this point. But I mean, Wilkes, they had moments where they looked really good on Clubhouse, but overall, not enough.
Yeah, they did, and great way to say it, right? They had their moments. This is not one team getting swept, one team getting blown out, whatever you want to call it. Very competitive set all the way down to the end. Of course, Wilkes, a team from Pennsylvania there, and obviously Marietta, all the way out from Ohio. So huge thank you to those two teams. If their day is done, it is for Wilkes. That being said, Marietta now tied in points with RIT, who are currently playing against Penn State. If RIT is able to take 3 rounds, they stay in as the number 2 seed. Last score update we got was 3-1 Penn State. So if you're a Marietta fan, it is not out of the woods yet. They were able to make up some of the differential after getting this win. Yeah, it'll be down to the wire, obviously. We're not covering that one on air, but going to be a very important match to keep an eye on for RIT and Marietta's future in this tournament.
Yeah. And that does, as a matter of fact, conclude our Group A matches here on stream. We'll be back after a short break with Group B, so please don't go anywhere. A bunch of new teams on stream up next.
Hello there, everybody. Welcome back for the B block of games in the battle for PA. Once again, Kingfisher joined here by Gedster. And of course, for everybody that was tuned in this morning, to have a quick update before we get into our first game of the afternoon. RIT will be moving on. They took enough rounds off of Penn State White's roster, so Marietta is unfortunately out there. Round differential does it, but here we got two new exciting teams. It's a PSU Black roster, which is a very recent kind of come together for this event. Excited to see what they have in store for us, and they are facing a very, very good franchise, Robert Morris University, very popular around that PA area. So it should be a trial by fire for this PSU roster.
Oh yeah, throw them right to the wolves as soon as they get to their first LAN event, which is kind of fire, honestly. If you want a good opponent to test yourself against, RMU is absolutely the team to do it with. We are going to be playing on border here, and there's a lot of settings here, so I'm very excited to see this one in particular. It's as you say, RMU is one of the more historied, like long-standing teams in this particular event, but I think that one of the big stories here involves Faith, the team captain of RMU, who has been around both Siege and other FPS esports, namely Apex Legends, for a hot minute now.
Yeah, very, very good player. Of course, reached pretty high level in Apex, and some of those skills transfer to Siege. You know, they have champions, we have operators, and you get to shoot in both. So we'll see how much of that comes over. And speaking of shooting, when we're going onto a map like Border, especially for a new roster facing up a good one, this is a great map to take it to. Border is extremely gun skill reliant, so even if you don't have the best strats, even if you don't have all the chemistry in the world, your raw gun skill can really put you over the edge on Border. And on top of that, the map's been out for 10 years. It's gone through a few reworks, but there are very good, very basic strats that even most high-level teams still follow.
Very true. Border could be considered a great equalizer by some, for sure. So I am excited to see this matchup
Attackers
in
need to locate
particular.
and defuse as many bombs
The
as they can.
They've been around the time.
Securing the wall!
Round number one now underway for both of these teams. We'll see exactly what kind of start RMU is able to get out to. They're starting on defense first, so definitely the preferred side on pretty much every map. And of course, that top floor defense. Border does have 3 first floor sites, but top floor still reigns supreme here. Interestingly, no wall denial besides a mute. They don't have anything like a Mira either, so they're going to count on some pressure over here from security in order to keep that main wall closed. And then, of course, on the other side, you don't need anything like a thermite, or sorry, rather, like a thatcher, like a capped out to get the wall open. You just have to get thermite up to it.
Don't want to lose any more funding.
Walk them up, and that should be able to get the job done for you, but we are finally getting into the beginning of the round here. As we start this one off, I mean, obviously, we pointed out Faith as a very important player in this roster. Not being familiar with any of these players means we can't really point anybody else out quite yet, but I'm seeing a lot of support slash, I don't know what other word to use for noxious in the chat, so definitely going to be keeping an eye on the Ash player for PSU Black.
Reloading!
Big shout outs to all of these guys for coming out to Battle for PA today. Absolutely awesome to see so many teams show up for this event. But enough with the sentiments. 2 minutes remaining in the round and only a little bit of damage done on each side so far. No deaths yet. But it does look like PSU are finally looking to take a little bit of space here into security. 1-for-1 trade though. Losing out on that Valkyrie. Not a huge deal in comparison to some of the other operators here, but yeah, no one is there right now.
Yeah, Bones finally going to get the rotate in, but that pick on Buffalo was a big one. He was a main member, kind of holding onto that main wall, keeping it closed, applying pressure. Saucy now should be able to get the breach open because they do have security control as well. They're not necessarily in there, but they have control of it. And now, of course, we see that thermite rotating towards site. What a C4, though. Zen is able to take out Soviet Fort guy. There goes the Graham Pasta Salad down as well, and no hope of being survive. Both operators very far away. Saucy goes down.
Yeah.
It's all on to Icy Rock here in round 1. It falls apart so quickly for PSU Black. Great taking space here by RMU.
Yeah, I mean, RMU, it kind of seemed like they were giving up a lot of unnecessary space, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's not like they needed to hold on to it for the entire round. I mean, the wall only barely gets opened up. They aren't really able to capitalize off of it to the fullest extent. So this one player remaining, Icy Rock, does manage to get a couple kills here. So very well could make something happen, but is not aware of the flank from the other side of the building.
Ready to push them out.
And surely they hear this, and yeah, eventually the pick will come through. I'm just curious, did he just shoot through the door? He did just shoot through the door. All right, perfect. And round 1 will go the way of RMU.
Good opening round there by Robert Morris. And for Penn State, you know, I mean, they didn't get a ton of kills, but that's okay. They made some good progress into the site. And of course, that top floor is notoriously difficult to attack. I wouldn't start getting any sort of worried if you are a PSU fan. Definitely not out of the question for defense to take that one pretty handily. This is always where it gets interesting, right? On the first floor border, because you have to play a lot of first floor sites, you have to worry about the vertical here no matter
Defenders,
what.
protect your bombs from
That
being
being said,
defused by
there are some
attackers.
teams that are good at defending border and some that aren't. Most teams are pretty proficient attacking these sites, so it really comes down to how comfortable this defense is, and of course, how well they can hold that top floor is going to be very important. So I like seeing the Ram, I like seeing the Blackbeard as well to take space. It's kind of fallen out of a little bit of favor compared to how OP he was just a couple months ago, but still an extremely strong operator.
Oh yeah, Blackbeard is one of those operators that is, how you say, ever since his rework, where he got the proper shield instead of just the face shield on his gun, ever since that happened, he's been extremely prevalent. Not, and it is, once again, as you say, not nearly as relevant as he once was, but still an extremely good operator, and one you have to be on the lookout for whenever you're playing on the defense. But more importantly and more interestingly, I think, on the side of PSU Black, we have Pasta Salad playing the Jackal, not an operator you see particularly frequently.
And I can't even lie, I love it. I am a Jackal believer. I really like the operator. Definitely has gone not like super downhill, but he's not as good as he was after those nerfs.
Right.
Kind of a little bit more difficult to track down exactly. Could run into a problem upstairs. I believe that is 3 members on the second floor here from Robert Morris, and Noxious on this window has a little bit of safety from the cabinet, but the second you jump in, you're going to be on a hail of gunfire. The one saving grace is there is no crossfire upstairs from Robert Morris. They are all just in fountains or in the office. There's nobody on the armory side. Could be a little bit of an overload from them, because now PSU can kind of exploit that. Here they are having players move into armory lockers as we speak.
Drone does get shot out, but that should just be all of the information that PSU needs in order to realize that the defense is playing pretty heavily in fountain. 2 players should have been spotted by that. And now it's just a matter of finding your way in. They've taken a lot of damage, and 2 players down to 1 nitro. Buffalo is able to just crack this wide open with 1 press of a button. 1:15 left in the round, and you're down several players, and it's a 1 versus 2. It's over. It's over. It's over.
Well, we did say it'd be a trial by fire. See it here. Oh, the pistol double kill. Unfortunate. Just had no idea they were laying in the corner, and of course that just kind of goes to show why droning, why intel is so important inside of Rainbow Six. Moments like that. Granted, it was kind of in a snowball. They were kind of rushed for a time, like the silver background there on Ryora. Hopefully it's not the highest rank achieved, but Robert Morris now, they're gonna have to go to the tertiary site, Vent's Workshop. This one, I mean, forgive me if I'm speaking out of turn, but this site is difficult to defend for any team. It doesn't matter how good you are. It is so big, it nearly takes up half the map.
It's large. It is huge.
Yeah.
As you say. I mean, just there are so many
Attackers have located a bomb
that the defenders have to consider. And
Device positioned.
I think that's kind of why we're seeing operators like the Raura get brought along here, or at least flashed for now, and definitely why we're seeing the Ram get picked, because Ram will just walk up into this server room and
Activating camera.
open every sightline imaginable with
5
those
seconds to
boogies.
insertion.
Such a good operator here, but actually I
Attackers
didn't
are
even
heading
notice
out to
they
defuse a
swapped
bomb.
off of that Ram pick, making me look like a fool. They will instead be playing Icy Rock on that Thermite. And Soviet Fortnite on the IQ. Partially, I assume, to hunt down these Valkyrie cameras, but what do you think of the Raura on this particular site?
I don't know. I'm a little conflicted on it because I have to preface. I think Raura on any site is really good. You will always find a doorway to plug up that'll be useful with that operator. That being said, this site can be defended so easily from the top floor that I think picking Raura in a situation like this can often kind of pigeonhole teams, make them a little bit nearsighted onto just getting that plant down using the doorways that they completely neglect top floor control. And it doesn't matter how good you play the first floor, what doorways are stopped. If you do not clear the second floor, you are not going to win the round, no matter what. And I think it just kind of makes a lot of teams get tunnel vision when they take that off.
Very true. It isn't. It's not even gonna matter. It's not even gonna matter. Not Saucy is gonna be the first player to go down in the round. The tunnel vision, it came true. It came true. My man Kingfisher, quite possibly a king psychic, a king fortune teller, sees the future.
Gonna go down to the boardwalk and start reading palms. Oh, Noxious goes down as well, Sen. With the kill there, the Valkyrie on a tear right now.
Oh my god.
Wow, what a shot from Faith. Wow. Should not have won that gunfight. That is
No,
unreal.
definitely not. That was absurd. That was simply absurd from
Bomb
Faith.
spotted.
And now, I mean, you're left with two operators that, I mean, you can get things done just by hitting headshots, but it's not easy. And a little bit of accidental team damage is not going to make things any easier for you.
No, not at all. This round, I mean, hey, it's never over till it's over, but not looking likely that PSU Black are able to pick this one up. So this is where, for the next 40 seconds, do exactly what you're doing. Sit on the roof, talk things over. You don't need a tactical timeout. You can kind of just wait, discuss. Of course, you know it's going to be a similar site rotation from Robert Morris. Would probably expect the exact same. Played him before. Got to figure out what's going wrong and how to fix it. Because, yeah, Border is... It's a fairly even map. I mean, attacking Border can be really strong, so you definitely don't want these rounds to start spiraling. As an attack, you want to take 2. Honestly, probably want to take 3 more times than not on this map.
I mean, the main problem that I'm seeing, in particular in this round, is the fact that, I mean, they ended the round with 0 drones remaining. Like, they lost all of the intel that they could have had earlier in the round, and it just didn't end up going anywhere, unfortunately. So going into this next ban phase here, I'm very interested to see what they do, what both teams end up getting rid of. I am eventually, it will be a Valkyrie and a Ying. Okay. I think Valkyrie makes a lot of sense, and Ying, I get it, I understand, but
Correct me if I'm wrong. They didn't play Ying at all, did they?
no, they didn't. That's why I'm a little confused, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean, because normally I feel like if a team plays Ying, they play it from the start. They don't really wait to bring it out, so maybe not needing that ban. That being said, there isn't a whole lot else that seems to be giving RMU much trouble right now, so maybe just be a little cautious and a little preventative maintenance. Using a different lineup upstairs than they did in round number 1, so not sure why. They're switching the strats up worked pretty well. Maybe he does have Valkyrie ban. I believe Buffalo was on the Valkyrie last time around, so I could just be completely misreading.
I think you are correct in that they were playing Valkyrie the last time they were on the site, but obviously having to play around those bans is a crucial part of like the game of Rainbow Six. So my my bigger question is the regarding the lack of more consistent wall denial. Obviously, the mute jammer on the wall is going to work wonders against operators like the thermite, which is the only hard breach that ends up getting brought along from the side of PSU Black. But you have more options, and I don't know. I think Bandit would have also worked fine here, but I suppose if you're a little bit more comfortable with the mute, then I won't critique it.
We'll see how well the mute's able to keep the door closed here. Zen might be looking for some kind of flank here on the first floor. Does still have that C4 in pocket, and we've seen them use the C4s pretty well today on the side of Robert Morris.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, very, very well, and it looks like they're going to do a similar attack. There's not a whole ton of pressure onto that main site wall. Instead, it's like security might be the play, but they are much more spread out than the first time around, so we'll see just where they kind of choose to flex their attack onto. It looks like it could be an office take as well.
I like the idea of an office take from the side of BSU, and they do eventually get the opening pick of the round. RMU losing out on the Tuberau. I'm not entirely sure where those canisters were going to be used anyway. I don't know what the exact plans were, but at the end of the day, it won't be a factor. So, big stuff for PSU potentially here. I'm really hoping that they're also able to lock down another pick in the near future, but Noxious out of the equation. That castle has just been such a major thorn in the side, both in terms of hitting the shots and those barricades on the doors, just making it so much more difficult for PSU to utilize the space that they earn in spots like security.
We'll see if PSU can take advantage of the even man count. They haven't had it much so far throughout this game. That being said, looking nice this round, and with the demos as well, can continue to force these players out of the first floor. Faith on the first is going to be in a little bit of trouble if they decide to start hunting them down. That being said, there is 40 seconds left into this round. It's not a ton of time. You really have to get on site soon. More importantly, you gotta hope that this thermite can open up the wall. I don't know if they have any EMPs left. I imagine there's a jammer there, though.
I don't know what they have.
They do have EMPs.
Have EMPs to work with, but
20 seconds, they don't have enough time.
Not time, man. Then they lose out. I mean, RMU does lose out on Faith, but they should still be able to hold on to this. I mean, there's so much utility between them and actually getting the plant down. There's no hole in the wall. There's no nothing. The shotgun is also going to keep you off the site entirely. Saucy is nowhere close, and it's another round win for for RMU.
Yeah, you know, we said it all the way back in game number 1. I'm going to reiterate it in game number 5. The time becomes the 6th man. It just does. You got to worry about it or something like that happens. That was a fine attack from PSU Black. If they have like 30 more seconds, they were able to roam clear very well. It came with about 15 seconds left, but they did finally put down that Aruni that was roaming around on the first floor. But yeah, just no time. Couldn't get the hard breach. A hard breach takes, especially when you have something to EMP, it takes about 10-15 seconds to really get that wall open comfortably, and they did not have it. Yeah, it just sucks to see, because besides that, they put together a fine attack.
It's a very unfortunate situation for them, but PSU, they're taking the opportunity to take a timeout, have a discussion amongst themselves, because I mean, clearly something is not working out for them right now. On some level, the coordination just isn't there, and it is an unfortunate situation for them, because they need to be able to find a way into this round if they want a chance at taking the map. You do not want to go down 5-1 or even worse, 6-0 on the first half of any map, much less border.
Yeah, definitely not. I think the one kind of saving grace for PSU's performance so far that I can see is, despite that round number 4, it's been a lot of gun differential, I think. Robert Morris is just kind of shooting better. So, you know, we don't know how good PSU's strats are, how well they could be. They could still be really good and just kind of getting the unlucky end of the stick here, which I suspect may be happening, because right now Robert Morris is just looking unstoppable. I'd put them over pro teams right now with the way Zen's shooting in particular. 7-1 there now, piloting the Bandit for this first floor defense. Yeah, it's looked mainly like gun skill, which I guess kind of gives you that leeway of still getting your strats up and running, still able to kind of claw this one back. Good attempt by the drone to hide there, but Durdock able to take that one out. Okay, looking at the board, I think we've been wrong all day. I think there's a glitch with the drones. It says 8 are destroyed, but there were only 5 in the prep phase.
Yeah,
I think we've been duped this whole time. That is incredibly unfortunate.
That is a distinct possibility. There is a very real chance that we've just been lied to by the UI, and we have been foolish this entire time.
Definitely what's happened.
I don't want to say definitely, because if I have plausible deniability, then maybe I don't need to like turn in my caster card and retire permanently. You know what I mean? But either way, anyway, you slice it. RMU is doing a phenomenal job of defending on border so far. Round number 5 has begun, and so far, no blood has been spilt, no damage has been dealt, but many a drone has fallen to the hands of RMU. Whether it be 8 or not, it is a significant number. There is not a whole lot of intel for PSU to be working with right now.
Yeah, definitely not. And I'm not gonna lie, I was just drone watching that entire time you were talking to make sure. Yes, the UI is glitched. Hopefully it's not on us. It's not on us. So I'm gonna ignore it for the remainder of the game day. Just kind of guesstimate on how many drones are left right now. Might not be enough. Minute and a half into this round, so halfway gone. PSU is inside the building, which is one of the biggest kind of footholds to get over here. Border is a tricky map to get to the inside from the outside, and how they're going to walk into a nasty crossfire here on the fountain. If I was them, if I'm Icy Rock, I am getting that fountain hallway wall open. I would not want to push this through our gaps.
Pasta Salad, finally the first player to fall here at the hands of this Frost. And they know exactly where you are now, but it doesn't seem to matter. More players are going down, and that was the weirdest thing I've ever seen happen in Siege, but it does end the way you would think. Unfortunately for PSU, that one pick is just not enough. Icy Rock cannot clutch up in the 1 versus 4, and that's a 5th round for RMU.
Yeah, and I think that kind of goes on to confirm what we were speculating at in that timeout, the fact that it's kind of gun skill. You could not have pushed that kind of couple rooms they walked into any better. They set up the crossfires. They had multiple people at every entrances. They were able to thermite that wall open in the end too. It's literally just the bullets that are flying from RMU's guns right now are heads and tails above the competition. It's always such a tough thing to see as a team because there's nothing you can take a timeout and kind of strat different. Doesn't matter if you pick different operators. It's just Robert Morris being absolutely on top of their game right now. So if you're PSU, you just got to try to keep your heads in it, right? There's not a whole ton you can do to change that. And then this is probably the best team in the tournament, certainly one of the best. It really is. We'll say it for about the 10th time. Trial by fire.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, you can't be too upset if you're a brand new team coming in here and getting, how do I put this politely? Rolled, steamrolled by a team as good as RMU. So I don't want anyone on the side of BSU Black to walk away from this like, I never want to play competitive Rainbow Six again. No, please, continue to play, continue to improve. Just understand that you are playing against a very, very solid roster that is currently, I believe, 3-1 in CR6 fall split. We obviously haven't seen any broadcasts from them. I was actually looking at that broadcast server just now. Apparently, they're only going to be doing playoff broadcasts, but I'm sure we're going to be seeing RMU in those playoff broadcasts for CR6 this split. So there is no shame in losing to a team like this. But it would, all that being said, it would be pretty sweet if you could take a round off of them. So I want to see it happen.
Definitely would. Zen here with one of the more interesting gun skins in the game. A little bit of crossbow action here for the Vigil. And yeah, like you said, it's a tough team to go up against. And luckily for PSU Black, there are more games in this, right? It doesn't end here. They're guaranteed 3 more. Also, interestingly, I don't think we've touched on, there are 2 PSU rosters in this B block, so we're going to get a Penn State versus Penn State game at some point, and I am absolutely here for it. But still got to get through this one. I think, like you said, I'd be happy taking even a round off this Robert Morris squad. We're certainly doing a better job than I would in that situation, and a great refrag here as Zen goes down. You take that trade any day of the week. The roamer for the entry frag, definitely a good one for Penn State. Question is, how do they build on it? Minute 20 to go. We're in the building well, but we don't want to see a repeat, of round 4, and the C4s are on target this game.
How many nitro kills have we seen this map alone?
4.
That's 4 too many. That's 4 too many at this point. Like, goodness me. Faith still has another one in hand. We could see a 5th here, but a minute left. 2 versus 4. It's not looking pretty for the side of PSU Black. There's a very real chance they go winless in this half.
Yeah, as unfortunate as it is, it's definitely a distinct possibility. There's always a chance, though. Soviet Fort guy, not saucy, still trying to climb up on the leaderboards a little bit, so could be a good opportunity to get a couple kills under their belt. So I want on the drone. Gonna look to kind of play prevent here as Soviet's moving down the stairway. And I think they're going about attacking this site at a man disadvantage the right way. You can't hope to jump in the windows or walk in the front door when you're 2 characters down. Question is, will they have enough to kind of spring this one back in their favor? There's still 2 players upstairs, so if they storm the site here, could actually get a little cheeky win. How is that not a headshot?
It almost happened, but it didn't. No one near the diffuser. No way they can get the bomb down. No way they can get all of the kills required. So another round win for RMU. That makes 6 in a row if you were counting. And that's brutal. That is an absolutely brutal first half of the map. In fact, it might not even be the first half. It might be the majority of the map. There's a very real chance this ends with this next round, Kingfisher.
Yeah, I think so. Given the momentum we've seen, kind of well, like you said, they're rolling them right now. PSU Black is showing signs of fighting back, though. Still getting kills, and they're taking most of these rounds kind of down to the wire. I'd be interested to see how they approach their defense. They're fairly slow moving on attack, which normally kind of lends themselves to more bunker heavy defenses rather than extreme roaming, which on this map isn't a bad thing. A lot of these sites, as long as you have upstairs control, you really don't need to roam a whole ton outside the objective rather than directly above it.
Armory Archives will be the call for PSU Black here. I do like the choice of site. Obviously, second floor is widely considered the best on this map for very good reason, but it's not going to be a particularly easy hold. I mean, we've seen RMU just kind of walk over PSU Black this entire map so far, and some may say that it will likely happen again, but you know what? I'm choosing to believe in PSU Black here, Kingfisher. I am choosing to believe that this is their round.
Base device.
You know what? I'm definitely hoping so as well. At least from a mental standpoint, you know, you never want to go down 7-0, like we said many times, a very formidable, that's a hard word to say, opponent, so it wouldn't be the end of the world if that's the case. But yeah, you want to take one back, and they have a good roster for it. The smoke in particular, very, very strong on this site, can really cover the whole area by himself, so if they can get the time low enough, should be good with that operator. That being said, looking at the attacking lineup, they have a Ying, they have a Sense, they have an Ash. I think this is going to be a fast take. They're not going to roam clear. They are going to barge into the site. I'd expect in the next 30 seconds.
They are playing a very aggressive group of operators here. Not super often that you see things like the Sense. Not a super popular operator, but it is being planted already. It will eventually go down. 2 players are dead on the side of PSU Black as well. This is probably just it. Zen has a triple kill on this Ash. Make it a quad. Russian utensil man will find another, but eventually Zen will pick up the ace. A dominant 7-0 map for the side of RMU. Gorgeous stuff coming out from them to finish it off. And I mean, yeah, I don't think there's much else to say here, Kingfisher. This was clinical.
Yeah, there's really not a whole ton. Obviously, not fun to go down to a 7-0 loss. RMU, a very, very strong team, though. And like we said, there are moments we're certainly going to see more of Penn State Black. I'm, in particular, looking forward to that round 3 matchup, the Penn State versus Penn State. That's going to be a lot of fun to see. And that being said, Robert Morris are looking incredible. They're going to be on stream next game, too, against Penn State's white roster. So we'll see what happens there, but yeah, if I'm that Penn State team, I'm getting ready for a juggernaut of a second game on your schedule. Because right now, I don't know how many teams in the tournament are even going to take a round off Robert Morris.
It's going to be difficult for sure. Stick around, everybody, for RMU versus PSU White. We are going to be taking a break for this next match, but we'll be back for the last 2 rounds of the day. So don't go anywhere. Battle for PA continues soon.
Welcome back to the battle for PA LAN. I'm Spappo. I'm back for another game. Today we have RMU versus PSU White. Now, I'm not familiar with this RMU lineup. When I used to play against them, I had good old Gift, Tony Tuesday, swinging corners. I was getting fried by RMU, but they never got the best of good old Spappo. But we'll see how they fare. We'll see how the new roster fares. Now, PSU White. I'm used to seeing PSU Blue with At the Beach, Jazz Band, Kunzi. So we'll see how PSU White fares. So both familiar teams, but new rosters that I'm not used to seeing. So we'll see how this plays out. We have RMU starting out defense on Cafe, opting to go kitchen first. Now, most of the times you see guys go cocktail, third floor site. That is what people are more comfortable with. But today we're starting out with kitchen first, which I think personally will fare very well for them.
Defenders, protect your bombs
RMU
from being
opting to
defused
go
by attackers.
just a Maestro pick, but not banning Brava, which is a very interesting, where all PSU has to do is bring the Brava hat cams. That Maestro is essentially useless. I'm assuming Mute is going to be playing prep here, along with Aroni playing coach. I would like to see a little top floor roam presence. I doubt I will see it. But that is a big factor of how to win this round. Is always having a roam presence.
My evil eye has your back.
Keep us secured.
Is Aroni gonna spawn peek? Aroni is spawn peeking by the garage. Whiffs on a free pick, but does injure that Thermite. Is anybody you wanted to hit? Hey, you wanted to hit Thermite, get them weak, get them low. Bones repeaks it, finds another kill onto the Nomad, so that is your flank watch down. That is a very essential pick on the side of RMU.
Drone ready.
Almost scared the Thermite from even peeking or doing anything. Just having him sit behind the ice cream truck and get his drone back. Thatcher droning out Small Bake, a very powerful position in Small Bake, depending on who is playing it. Bennett inside this bakery, gets stunned out from Big Double. There is a guy on Small Bake window, but Zen is on the bookshelf. Can't be seen from the window or Big Double. Just has to swing at a right time. Could find a pick here.
Laser gate is back up.
He narrowly misses that Thermite. Reaches to see Renegade, flees back up red.
Lights out.
4-man. Looking like they're clearing this bandit in fake. 4-man walks through bandit, knifes over. Misses everybody. How is Thatcher not finding that pick there? If bandit can walk away with one, that'd be crazy. But Bones finds one. Easy pass comes in, gets to trade, and Slickster finds pick number 2, brings us to a 3v3. Mute sitting here on kitchen door. Bafia flees out Big Double. Looking to reset with his teammates. Probably hop in Small Bake, walk down red, play those red holes, switches with the Thermite, probably to walk in through prep. Face still sitting Whiskey, not really holding any angles here. Just kind of touching himself in Whiskey, if I might say. Buffalo gets aggressive, finds a pick, 3v2. Slickster finds that trade back.
Get out!
40 seconds left, still a lot of time for PSU to work something here. But Zofia is still outside the building, scared to even hop in Small Bake. Now that bake wall is open, that can see all of Site 2 kitchen and into sinks. But Maestro is playing his camera prone in sinks. Faith is holding Red Hall. Faith doesn't have to get aggressive here. All he has to do is sit, hold a pixel angle. 10 seconds winding down, smokes off Big Double. Face fries 1, 1v2, and Face 5 pick number 2. RMU played that round very well, getting aggressive when they needed to, finding the trades, getting their picks back. I was a very competitive round. Army on that Maestro again. Let's see if PSU will bring the Bravo this round to take control of those cameras. Those cameras didn't play any of a factor at all in
Defenders,
that last
protect your
round,
bombs from
especially
being
to the
defused by attackers.
plant denial aspect. Maybe for an info game. And he's on the ACS-12 instead of the LMG. That's, I mean, when do you need an ACOG?
Jammer ready to activate.
Now, I wonder if PSU will go for a cocktail hit with the Striker, Nomad, and Grim. It's looking to me like a cocktail hit. They'll flood that, they'll flood a nade, they'll Grim that guy cocktail,
Bomb
fly
located
in
by
through the window,
attackers.
fly through heaven, Grim out skylight, and just flip cocktail for the
10 seconds
plant,
left before insertion.
which is a typical attack on this bomb site.
5 seconds to insertion. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Now, Face is reinforcing both of the trash walls. Not opting for any footholds into Piano, so can't see the people walking from Ticket. That's, I would believe that's a blunder. But we'll see how it plays out. Again, I'm no RMU. Looks like PSU is just ignoring everything I said about hitting cocktail, and they're resorting to a full 5 Frostbite Piano hit. Which is very... If you don't know about hitting Piano, it's very heavily favored on baiting and repelling on windows, finding a pick when you can, and just... It's essentially, if RMU don't peek these windows, they'll win the round. Bones bake double. All he has to do is one punch the door, because he is a rooney, could find a pick or two on these South Repel, on these windows. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. Punch out, bake double, finds no picks. He can safely get away back in the bakery. As I was saying earlier, the Striker and Lion are just baiting on Repel on Ticket. Could the Nomad be setting up for the cocktail hit? Are they going to 3-2-1 collapse inside a site through cocktail and Piano?
Perimeter defense is active.
Faith is playing below in train, probably for the Nitro below. Nitro this guy Ticket. That would be a smart play here, but they're gonna open the card wall. Buffalo tries to skis, gets picked off by Menvy. Exactly as I'm saying, baiting on windows, find these picks. But the rest of RMU is playing this very well. Sitting not peeking those windows, trying to let PSU walk into them. And then it just completely caught out by 3 different angles. Nowhere else to go. Faith finds that Nitro from below. Could he walk up right here and find this guy in J-Desk? 40 seconds left on the clock. Maestro hops on cam, tries to see what he sees. Maybe get some zaps. But again, RMU just now picked up the diffuser.
Sending out my drone.
And is going to red. Now the big question here, where is Fake? He's still playing low. He's trying to walk left red here. Face gets edge by trying to walk up red. As he finds a pick onto the Maestro, Clint is going down. Bones gets his 1, Bone gets 2. 2v2, Clint going down outside outer bar. 2v2, post-plant situation. Line will opt to... Bones gets his 3rd. That's taking 2v1 outside pick onto the 7 guy. But Memby gets his 1. And Faith finds the kill on the Memby to clutch out the round. All has to find the bomb. Wow. That was a very, very well played 2v2 by the side of RMU. Now, I wonder how Faith got back up into the site. After you get airdrop, did he run up whites? That's the main question, of how Faith came back into the site to win that round. Now here comes my favorite part. Let's look at the background cards to see what everybody is running. Flickster with the silver background card. Now, could this be a troll? I know people like to look at Dirdak, for example, running that copper background chart. They think it's funny because it's copper. I don't think so, man. You gotta run something cool and fun, not some copper lame. Legion, the Operation Health background card. You know he's been playing for a while. Doesn't look like it though. Waiting here on a tech pause, and again, what is Siege without a tech pause? Looks like that issue has just been fixed and we're going back into the round. Army opting to go reading and
Attackers
fire,
need to
which
locate
is
and
the
defuse
best,
bombs.
which I would say is the best tertiary bomb site rather than going mining. Now the zombie's still on the board, a very crucial pick. Army was able to throw the cube barriers, let's actually make new angles on the fly. Seems like to be a standard hold, standard reading thing, but are they going to extend above? I mean, you have to in order to win the fight. But the no castle will make this very tricky and depends on where will the Azami play. Will the Azami play Pixel or it looks like Azami inside? So unless you win your gunfights on the top, you can't really hold and fall back if needed. Not much action in the first 30 seconds, but again, first 30 seconds, no spawn peeking, not much to expect. Get some drone work intel, get your info, get some info, see what push we want to go with the route. That is what is piquing my interest. How are they going to use this route to force a plant, especially with the Amaru? Are they going to fly the Amaru up to the kitchen hatch, or up the freezer hatch, and plant in a reading while they route off the doors? That would be very interesting. Looks like Sledge is going to be sitting on these Falcon Shell windows with hold crosses in the sight. Nearly found the trick on the phone. That would have been huge. Get that smoke to deny to get away that plant denial. And face just playing around Pixel, playing around Pillar, peeking angles, doing what. He just can't sit still. All he has to do is sit still. Unless you're being threatened, you realistically all you can do is sit still in order to get fixed. The route off. So obviously we call on Brendan. Flash shift guy cocktail. PSU looking to execute on this guy cocktail, get the free pick. Finish it to the minute range, smoke goes out. Go to the good bees, they still don't know this Legion is tucked Pixel. They know the guy's tucked pallets. Aware of the guy's tucked cocktail. Mario's gonna run right by and does it. Sees the Legion. Legion gets his one, puts Army into an early minute advantage with only a minute left. Anthony 5v5 the entire round in 2 minutes. They're trying to isolate on this guy Train now, on this Azami. Azami peeking through the verts, hopefully waiting, wishing for get a pick. Right now, this is looking very Armu favored. VCU White can't find a way to clear this guy out of Train, and Warden finds another pick onto the Grim. Now Route, all he has to do is hop in the smiting window, get in the sight, hop in wheel. You can isolate on this guy Train. 15 seconds left. They're stalling like crazy, and nothing's working. Nothing's happening. It's like they are trying to clear out. Oh, man! Easy pass. In a 4v2 in the RMU, 4v1, fairly capable, is not capable of winning this round. I mean, he could have. In a 1v4, 4 seconds left, you're not doing anything. The big thing I saw from PSU White there was, it looks like they were trying to execute guys. They know what they wanted to do. They know where they needed to clear, but they were just stalling like crazy and couldn't get anything to happen. That's when, as an IGL or one guy, you have to take initiative and just say, screw it, let's do this now. You gotta maybe drop train hatch, guy hop in the wheel, but you need that kill. You need to execute quick. PSU bans the Maestro. So Gyarados is essentially wiped off the board with Maestro. Will he play the Echo as the substitute? Opt for the Cade. Cade always a good pick. Army runs back kitchen. I believe we'll probably go kitchen cocktail reading once
Attackers
again.
need to
If
locate
Army
and
can
defuse bombs.
Get a 6-0 defensive sided half on Cafe. Then it'll be opted for a quick 7-0 because Cafe happens to be a more attacker sided map. There are just so many angles, so many options you have to hold and clear. It's pretty much impossible for defenders to play one certain spot, unless you're RMU, of course.
Loading mag! Surya in place.
Now, is this Bones in the running against Bino for LeBron V2? That's the big question. Bones kinda looks like he wants to be in the new LeBron. Opting on the Solus. Now, recently Solus did get a minor buff, getting her impacts back, getting her scanner buff, longer range, shorter recharge time. So I like the Solus and goes for a spawn peak. If he can get a pick here, that would be crucial. Fire from victory. Is it 1-2 guys on big double? While it clears out prep window and they reinforce on stage. Essentially leaving Buffalo to play prep. Oh, why would you enter that? The good angle on prep is to make shotgun holes over that prep single, make sure over those holes to hit big double. You know, that's what I would have done, but not everybody can beat me.
Reloading.
Face. Bones. Top floor. Peace. First floor window. Get the free pick under a guy bake. That's huge. And again, 2 minutes left. And again, not much has happened. PSU kind of opened up one wall. Kind of opened up another wall. All they're doing is sitting around joning, but not doing anything. It's like they're scared to commit to one single push if one thing gets squandered.
Spotted a bomb!
Now, is Zenby here going to get aggressive, going to find a pick here? Either way, we need to get inside the building because not a single person of PSU has stepped foot inside the building. I say that as Thatcher inside a bake. Bones finds pick number 2 onto a guy outside of window, falls on red stairs, but nobody's there to cut him off. Somebody has to be sitting small bait to hold his cut. Thatcher doesn't know that the sword is all the way down red. But it works out for him. He can throw that Donald. Now Thatcher can hold this red cut, hold this cross, but falls to the angle. Face gets pick number 1. Narrowly finds the guy on the header.
Grenade! Get moving!
Face gets pick number 2. 4v1 for RMU. 40 seconds left. Maybe get to 1. But Face closes it out once again. Now, if I'm Memby there, I'm touching right now, screaming, I just got my 1, how do we lose? But again, when in doubt, blame your teammates. Now, PSU did have more Aruni glitched. Interesting. Now, I did like PSU, they seem like they have a more straightforward plan of attack, 5-man bake. That's interesting. There's no Brava, but they're saying the Renegades hit their teammates.
Attackers need to locate and
Interesting. I've never
defuse as
seen
many
that.
bombs as they can.
At Ubisoft's 6th game. I mean, going back to third floor. Going to play a pretty straightforward top floor. But instead of Faith being on the cave below, we're going to have, I'm assuming, Bones on the Solus going to be playing for below. Now, will Faith play the Nitro below again, or is he just going to sit and hold angles?
Swapping mags.
Faith getting aggressive, peeking small big window, hoping to find another early pick. And that is the big decider of these rounds. Army is getting first pick every single round, and getting yourself in that early main advantage is very crucial.
Sensor on.
How are we not spotted? Remember to shoot defaults, guys. How are we letting this default cam just up and free spot? That's insane. Is there gonna get aggressive peek this guy on top of the
Adding some protection from grenades. Secure looking out!
Track sting is out.
Wow, Nate comes out, almost kills Zen on the stairs. Menvy gets pick number 1 by again baiting on those cocktail windows. That's the one thing I see PSU do good is bait on these windows. And again, on Cafe, when all you have to do is bait on the windows, they're doing that to perfection. Bones gets the pick back, running out big double. That has been his spot, is just running out of big, finding these 3 picks. Brings it back to a 44 with a minute 30 left. Now again, a lot of prep work for an execute has been done by PSU. Again, they're all just sitting baiting on the window. Boy gets 2 in wheel, spot sitting on a cut, finds 2 picks. Brings it to a 4v2. Maybe we can see PSU White finally get on the board. But then not that drone. Hello. Zen's get the pick back 2v3. Still unwinnable, but Zen is on just a sliver of HP, so he will die to a shot by any one of these guys. Maybe walking up pallets, IQ walking onto heaven, walking into new back. All they have to do is pinch all these guys cocktail, look both ways. They'll find the picks to win the round. Narrowly just misses Zen. IQ kills his head, and he kills a guy on the cocktail. That round is essentially baiting for picks, finding those picks. I mean, that was just well executed. Not much to say about that. PSU held their spots, found their guys, got their picks. Not much more you can say.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Now,
bombs.
will Army opt to run it back on the top floor site, or will they go Army opt to run it back on the top floor site, bring it to hopefully a 5-1 in their favor? PSU to cut that down, keep that momentum going through Q4, and bring it into an okay attacker-sided path on Cafe.
Attila is on!
Securing the floor.
So is Rami going to be playing Cigar again? Probably. Slickster switching off a sentry onto the Sens, ED pass onto the gridlock for the nades from that point one on the both of the stairs. Will we see a cocktail hit with the Sens? I'd like to see a good cocktail hit happen. And I think that's what PSU needs to do this round. You've shown them both times you're baiting on the cocktail, you're baiting on ticket, and they're switching up, go into cocktail. I'm not to reinforce the right side of the tower. Wow, that's interesting. Usually with the mirror up, you reinforce the right side, push the mirror on the wall, have a long angle all throughout a ticket. But again, they're just making head holes that can easily see from ticket repel. I don't know how much I like that. You have to constantly watching that or not peeking that at all. Either way, I think that's just devastating for RMU to do. But again, it is face on a DMR. He has been frying. So we'll see how it plays out.
Reloading. Cover me.
And then it goes by. PSU baiting on these ticket windows again. 2 guys on red hall. He's gonna drop red, open up that red wall, Duke, and have another cigar piano siphon over. Slexer off that white window. Oh, he gets another pick.
Reload.
And just one pick. I can't see. Must have blinked. I don't know what happened there. I think my monitor's broken on my end. I don't know. Minute left. PSU white air still outside on these windows. Has really only stepped foot to open up this red wall. They again haven't gotten much going. This allows Buffalo down below to run free and essentially get a free point towards the end of the round.
You were in this of our grenades now.
45 seconds. Capable gets a pick to open it back to a 4v4. Now Jaeger does have this flank up the red. And I think PSU knows this. Bones floods back to Pixel. Again, doesn't need to peek anything here. Wow. Tries to pick up the Whitehall. I don't know how maybe he lost that gunfight. 4v3, 20 seconds left. 4v2, 20 seconds left. All Army has to do is hold angles and allow PSU to push into them. Cable flies in the window, gets his one, but fails to clear it out. Jaeger walks up white, trying to find this guy in Whitehall. He gets his one. Has to push for kills here, but all Army has to do is sit, play the bomb, play time, and then another round for RMU. RMU going into the attack half on a 5-1 defense. Now on Cafe, that is very, very crazy because, again, a Cafe should be an attack-sided map, and here comes a attack timeout from Penn State, which I would have liked to seen a little bit ago. And again, their attack half seemed to not be very well timed. It looks like they would have the right idea. They'd know where to go, have people in the right position. One guy would go a little bit early, one guy would go a little bit late. They'd get all mismatched. One guy falls, the whole attack fails. If they could work on staying together, staying coordinated, 3-2-1ing things, PSU could bring this back. Let's see how the bands go when sides are swapped. I believe we saw the Mira band. Hopefully, we'll probably see that again. PSU opting for the Monty band. Interesting. PSU don't like shields apparently. But I mean, who doesn't like shields? Monty and Doke band. Opting to go bar first. I don't know how well Monty would have been here. I guess Doke with those calls, holding in the long angle cuts. Army bans the Cade, bans the Mirror. Again, all somewhat typical bans. I would like to see just what happens on what the attack will look like, what defense will look like. I see the Solus probably will be running around, roaming below, trying to deny plant from below.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
do anything
bombs.
you can. Make RMU come clear him. RMU, I can only imagine, are going to do the same thing and sit on ticket windows, sit on white windows, and bait for picks. Which again, that is essentially all Cafe is sitting outside baiting for picks. interesting cut cam from Zofia. Usually you see cut cam kind of like Harry Potter on the garage door, so you can see on the south rappel, see if anybody comes Flintstone White. Not kind of just in the middle of the hallway. Now, how quick is Buck going to take this?
Changing mags.
Okay, spotted. And wow, Faith goes to VIP window and tries to pick onto the Solus. That is a huge first pick for Army. That cuts down your rumble below. Stops the blink denial, and now PSU are essentially free to ring the Faith all they want.
Getting ready to charge.
PSU playing the Azami in cocktail. Again, not reinforcing that wall on pallets. Both teams haven't done that, and no, that's just adding a little extra layer of protection so you can fall off the wall bang. I don't know why we aren't reinforcing that. Now, one thing that's very interesting to me, Castle is running the breached charm, typically reserved for Thermite, in my opinion, but we'll see what happens. Again, Army just sitting on these ticket windows, trying to have PSU walk into them, find a free pick. Two interesting key busts coming out to block the guy on the white rappel from shooting in Pixel. Azami able to fall his way back in the freezer. 3-man cocktail as Azami drops into Longy. I believe going to run out bottom, going to run out garage, get the guy in the Quickson gets his one on the face from sitting in bathroom. 4v4, a minute left. 2 men have made their way inside of Piano. Slickster sitting in deep freeze. Really has nothing to do. He's in a good spot. Has to make PSU come clear him. But it looks like everybody is suddenly left over cocktail side. And wow. Through a pixel angle, we are able to down the Jaeger pallet, bringing us into essentially a 4v3. Somehow Zen goes down into the 3v3. Bones is going to have to hop in heaven with res blood. But here comes the Azami walking up. White Smith has a 3-point. 10 seconds left. It is a 3v3. 3v2 plant is going down outside of outer bar. Plant goes down. We have a 4v1 clutch situation for Slickster. Can he pull it out? Now, everybody is very low HP, so it is one. All he needed was a shot on everybody, but can't bring it out. And Buffalo finds the pick to win round number 6 for RMU. Now, I've just got word that due to the previous round on defense from RMU playing that Aruni that essentially hurting teammates, Aruni has just been quarantined from this LAN, which that's very interesting. I've never seen Aruni damage your own teammates without being Brava hacked. So I wonder how that happened and what is going on. But yeah, it is match
Attackers
point
need to
for
locate and
RMU.
defuse as many bombs as they can.
PSU opts to go kitchen. Doesn't really meet them. I say that as PSU runs the arena.
Fortified wall. Device placed. Device placed.
Razor wire up! Razor wire up.
Why are you switching from Buckins to on Graham and Damon's perspective? It looks like they're probably going to hunt out this Ella, hunt out this bandit roaming around, isolate these picks, make the verts above, and basically lock the people inside the kitchen into certain sites. So the team play, I'm assuming we're going to do a bake top down over.
Laser gate in position.
playing the Jackal heavily into a roam clear. I'm assuming they will do a top down and hopefully end bake. Again, not much action. First minute of the round. No picks, no drone. No rare clears have been coming out. Just flipping cams, getting as much info as we can to see where we can go from here. And again, PSU doesn't have to get aggressive here at all. And again, even though they're down 5 rounds from even bringing this to overtime, so naturally they're going to be scared. Bones finds his way into bottom white, trying to clear this guy out VIP. Slices the pie. Didn't see him behind the wow. Just very unfortunate timings all around. Bones does have 2 needs that he will use. Both of them try to clear this guy at the bench.
Changing max!
Face gets his pick back. Easy pass gets another trade back onto Faith. 4v3 in PSU's favor. Now, are they just going to allow this LA to sit in VIP?
Setting a sequential
Unless they
breach.
clear the guy out Whiskey. If they clear the guy out Whiskey, walk this guy down VIP. 1 from White, 1 from Brown, and isolate this pick. But that's what it looks like they're doing. I'm assuming they killed this guy Whiskey. Now again, you just have to 3-2-1 a swing with flashes and 2 players onto VIP.
Reloading! Cover me!
Gets to pick on the VIP, doesn't kill this guy Whiskey. Again, can just flash this guy out with 3-2-1 swing and coordinated with exactly what they do. 3-2-1 swing. On this guy Whiskey, 3v2 in Army's favor, but no walls are open. Coach check, almost kills the Nomad. Can't quite get it done. And again, all you guys to do is sit and allow RMU to push them. 2 flash go out, does nothing. But then walking down red finds the pick, a 3v1 for RMU. All we have to do is hold this cross to the Whiskey double, hold this cross through the red hurdles on the sinks. Plant is going down, not much of to do. I don't think he knows Plant is going down. Has a 1v3 to hopefully give them another round of playing time, but I don't think he can do it. Please prove me wrong, Flixer. He finds his way into sinks. I think once he can pull it out. And Buffalo finds the final kill, bringing it to a 7-1 victory for RMU. It looks like RMU still got it, but again, they're not beating Spapo. That's all I will say. Bones 13-6. Putting up a fight for the new LeBron spot. I'd like to see a 1v1 between him and Bino, but I think Bino's winning that. Anyways, that's been the battle for PA Land. I've been Spapo. Thank you guys for watching, and goodbye.
We are back, everybody. It is round 3 of Group B here in the Battle for PA LAN event. PSU White up against PSU Black. It's a match of epic proportions between a bunch of students who go to the same college, and both of these teams happen to currently be winless, unfortunately, which means that whoever takes this has a slightly better chance at moving on to the next round.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
mean, Fisher, I forgot to say that. Oops.
All good, all good. You know, we
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. They're all gone. Where are they going?
going.
Okay, fair enough.
what an incredible start to match number
It's
7.
amazing.
Right out of the gates. But you know, if we're gonna have lobby troubles, if we have to restart, this is the time to do it, right? We're not into the game at all, you know, just got one ban out of the way, which we'll be sure to redo. Also, like you touched on, right? Both teams sitting at 0-2, which means the winner of this one will technically still have a chance to qualify for tomorrow's playoffs. However, the loser, their time in this tournament is going to be out. So despite these being 2 Penn State teams, I'm sure there's, you know, a lot of shared memory between all these players, but both teams are going to be fighting hard. I'm sure both of them would like to be the ones up on stage tomorrow.
Absolutely, but I mean, they'll still have to win their round 4 matchup, and PSU Black is playing against RMU again, and we saw how well that went last time. And like, respectfully, I mean that in the nicest way possible. I don't mean for that to sound needlessly mean or anything like that. But yeah, it's not looking amazing for either of these teams. We'll put it that way. I've just looked at the stream and I've realized it's showing the pictures that we sent in for the Twitter graphic. That's me.
Gosh.
That's me with my friend's lizard. The lizard's name is Buddy. Big fan of Buddy.
Yeah, and I'm just in Vegas. I don't have a lizard with me in that picture, unfortunately.
No lizard? That's
no
messed up.
no lizard.
That's
But yeah,
messed
you know,
up.
we were talking about what was it called? Yeah, PSU Black ended up losing to RMU. So did PSU White, pretty bad. So they're just on a tear right now.
Yeah, they're feeling pretty good about their performance thus far, and I mean, at the end of the day, it's a fairly good team that they went up against in round 1, but it does sound like we are experiencing more technical difficulties than we thought. So we are going to go to a break. We lied to you. We're not back yet, but we're about to be back. So don't go anywhere. We are back for real this time. PSU Black, PSU White. We are on Clubhouse. It's good vibes. It's good times.
It certainly is. We'll see what these two teams are looking to do here. I'm interested to see kind of how seriously they're going to take things, right? Because obviously we talked about before we cut away, we talked about it a little bit in our break as well. It's essentially win and you stay alive, you lose, you're out. But at the same time, these are two teams from the same university. Gotta imagine these players have interacted plenty of times before, which kind of makes you think, you know, like a more lighthearted game, not necessarily like unserious, but we might see weird picks, weird bans, weird strats. But because of the stakes involved, I don't know if we're gonna get to see that when you typically do when it's kind of this kind of matchup.
If nothing else, I'm sure that this has been an in-house scrim a couple times here and there. So I'm excited to see if, you know, the official on-stage game will be as fun. My only regret is that we as the casters do not have access to, like, player cameras or something like that. Because I am sure that these guys are all chirping at each other, you know? Where are they all going? All five of them, where are they going? Are they faking?
Oh, are they doing the
top floor?
I love that. If this works, this is like potentially one of my favorite strats in the entire game. It works maybe 2% of the time, but when it does, it is absolutely hilarious. And it all depends just on how well PSU Black's droning. Because if they're not droning out, they're going to see the reinforcements up on Jacuzzi, and they're going to immediately assume it's top floor.
If they don't even, like, if they go into the site up here, they're gonna see, wait a minute, there's no bomb chassis, and then they're gonna be like, what is happening? So we are in fact seeing a fake site play at this LAN event here at the Battle for PA. This is exciting stuff. I am very interested to see if this is actually going to work.
And they've already taken a gunfight with someone on the top floor, so gotta think they're already thinking that. And look, no, I don't think they do. This is the vigil run. No, this is like a normal. It's a normal peak for the Jacuzzi. They have no idea. I want to see how long it takes, because theoretically, the second they get a drone into the building, or into the site rather, they should know and they should pivot. But if time winds down, all PSU White is gonna have to do to stay alive. They're fully attacking the top floor. This is wild.
They don't know. They have no idea. It's a 1-for-1 trade to the top floor. I can't believe this is happening right now. But the Zofia and the Ella, both very frag-heavy operators, out of the equation for now. It's just a matter of finding the right way to get in on this one, right? I feel like there's no way this is working. There's no way this is working, man.
Yeah, you know, we questioned how serious this game was gonna be. I mean, they're playing this like a real top floor defense, which makes me think this like is not some giant put on. This is like a legitimate strat that's working for them when it probably shouldn't be. But regardless, the more this round winds down, the better the position for PSUY, right? If it gets to, I don't know, 30 seconds, they could literally all just run down the stairs and they would win the round. They just need to hold out a little bit longer. And look, they have Vigil in the basement site too, so they're ready. Vigil's just gonna play super safe all game.
Yup, gonna just be guarding that downstairs site just to ensure that nothing happens, but Icy Rock is going to be the one to fall. A Claymore kill does come through onto Barely Capable, so maybe a little bit of over-aggression coming from the Goyo. 40 seconds remaining in the round, and they just don't know. They have Boix in the garage, just keeping an eye, and oh, this is, I think that's 3 kills for this Mozzie so far. Easy Pass has just been lights out thus far, and I mean, Pascal is down as well. He's gonna get the ace. He's gonna get the ace. The ace is in. Easy Pass takes it. We are gonna have a tech pause here. Soviet Fort guy calls for it. And oh my god, what do you mean that worked?
You know the funny thing too, I didn't exactly see the outline when Easy Pass got the 4th kill of the round. I think they ran through the bedroom to try to go kill the Mozzie there. So I think in the last like 15, 20 seconds, they finally figured out that it wasn't that site. But of course, at that time, it's too late to change anything. Now what they got to do, right? They're going gym bedroom. Go set up the basement. Go bait the basement. See if it works out another time. That would be one of the funniest moments we get to cover as casters, but it could just be that was a trial run for gym bedroom. Now they're going to go defend the actual gym bedroom. Go for the same thing. Yeah, I'm genuinely curious if they ever figured out that was the wrong bomb site. Because unless they walked through it when they went to kill the Mozzie there, I don't think any of them even looked into the window of an objective.
I don't think so. I genuinely don't think so. I'm baffled. I can't believe that worked as well as it did for the side of PSU White. I mean, good deception play there from PSU White, but like if the droning was even just slightly better, then there's no way that works. There's no way that ever works. And I think that one of the big things is the fact that, I mean, there's a Mozzie on the side of PSU White, and I think that makes it harder to drone, obviously. I don't know exactly where the pests were put down, but if you run low on those drones, it becomes significantly more difficult to accurately drone. And if a pest hits one of your drones, you're like, oh, well, if the pest is here, then surely they're on this bomb site, right? No. It's not how it works. It's just I'm insane. I'm blown away.
Yeah, you gotta imagine that's also pretty dependent, like, on the take that the offense goes, because they didn't sit on the highway windows, they didn't try to go for jacuzzi wall, they just went for a straight CCTV push, which some teams do. I don't know if that's the normal strat for PSU Black or if they kind of mix it up, so PSU White was kind of counting on it. But regardless, they attack that bomb site any other way. They figure out it's not the site within, I don't know, 30 seconds, a minute. They kind of have time to translate that into something else. And this tech pause is looking to be a little long. So we're going to throw it to a short break before we're back with the conclusion of game number 7 on the day. The two PSU squads will face off when we return.
We back. For real this time. For real this time, actually. PSU White, PSU Black. We're on top floor this time around, but are they gonna fake it? It doesn't look like they're actually faking it this time. It seems like we are getting a real defense on Gym Bedroom, which is the site they faked last time. So potentially we actually see a real Rainbow Six Siege round here.
I don't know. They're reinforcing hatches. Are they faking the basement? I don't think so.
There's no way.
I don't know. They reinforce some hatches. It's tough to see like what the drones are looking at. Side note, look up at the UI top left. We got our drone icons fixed.
We've done it. At last.
Oh, never mind. There they go. They broke again.
Never mind. They broke again. They're broken again.
They're not faking. They're not faking. They got reinforcements up here. We're
okay. They've actually got reinforcements going around up near the top floor. So W.
Yeah, very, very big dubs. We'll see just what happens during this round. I'd be interested to see, right? We still don't know. It's not like we got an inside scoop on these players or anything. We don't know if they ever figured out it was the wrong bomb site last time. Maybe they're not even considering gym bedroom as a possibility for this site. It's going to be very interested to see how they attack. I think we'll get to see soon because they didn't really, to my knowledge, I didn't see them reinforce CCTV, so it's not like we'll think they're somewhere else. Good opening kill from Pasta Salad onto Voids here on the roam. It's a C4 down too, that's big. But
okay, judging from the fact that they've brought a ram, I'm fairly certain they think it's bottom floor. So, there's no way that reinforcing a couple of hatches has successfully fooled the entirety of PSU Black. Surely. They have a couple kills, so they know at least that there are players upstairs. This is an improvement.
I think it's just a normal top floor clear, though. From the positioning, I still don't know if they know the bomb sites here, but they do know people are here. The jacuzzi wall we also saw was reinforced. Business players off site here. One goes down. Slugster with the big kill. It should be refragged. But the player inside a bar, Pasta Salad, didn't peek quick enough, so somehow Slugster survives.
Gets out alive and, swapping! I mean, really shouldn't have. Like, let's be honest, that mute should not be alive and kicking right now, but is nonetheless now somewhat far away from the actual bomb sites. So just looking to find a way back into this one, and Dokkaebi I think was a great selection for the side of PSU Black, just being able to nail down the exact locations of the opposing players, but unfortunately, you've lost out on even more players at this point. It is a 1 versus 3 for the Flores of Not Saucy, and 1v3s are not particularly easy in a game like Rainbow Six Siege, believe it or not. The one saving grace is the fact that the Dokkaebi was able to hack the camera, so you do have a lot of intel on the locations of the other team. I mean, we're getting red pings on top of this Mozzie right now.
Yeah, round should be coming to a close very, very soon. As they're just toying with them a little bit. Saucy is going to get the first, so, but not the second.
Oh, damn. that shot onto the Mozzie, very impressive. Unfortunately, very, very cheeky little angle here will be enough to take the Flores out of the equation. And just like that, PSU White, they will be able to take the second defensive round in a row. And I think at this point, surely they recognize that something was up in that first round because they won that first defensive round. They can't go back to gym bedroom.
True, they're gonna have to take this one to CCTV cache. Still, we talked about it the first time you and I saw this clubhouse map he played. All 3 bomb sites are viable, right? CCTV is still a fine site to defend. No misdirection this time, should be no confusion. Regardless what the players on PSU Black are thinking about the bomb site, they know this one has to be CCTV. Unless they go bar, which even a team, if they're not taking a game serious, which to be fair, I think PSU White is. It just feels lighthearted, obviously, because of the team's playing. But nobody goes bar. I mean, you go bar if you don't like to have fun at bar.
That's true. That's true. I don't think I've ever seen anybody select bar gaming and succeed.
Yeah. It's just a rough site. It
is one of the most difficult sites in the entire game to hold. Like, it is an extremely attacker-sided map, and in a game where you can select what bomb site you go to as the defenders, there's no reason to pick the one that directly benefits your opposing team the most, which is why you almost never see it. But I mean, other than that, we are going to the CCTV cache. We're seeing a fairly standard hold on this site as well. The Jaeger ADSs and the Kiba barricades from the Azami are both going to be placed on top of the rafters here in the garage. By the way, it is worth mentioning, some people in Twitch chat, you might be confused. Where is Aruni? We saw a little bit of Aruni earlier in the day, but as it turns out, the character is slightly bugged right now, and the entire tournament has agreed to not run her for the remainder of the tournament until she gets fixed, because her own gates not deactivating when an ally is nearby is kind of not good for the character or the team running. So she is out for now.
Yeah, always unfortunate to see something like that happen mid-tourney, but luckily Aruni's not like, well, she's a very good operator, right? Good gadget, good guns, but it's not insanely central to the meta. Like something like an Azami would be a Kai that has a glitch. So definitely get us kind of on one of the peripheral, that's definitely not a word, defenders. Round number 3 though, halfway gone as we continue to just yap on about random operators. No kill yet, but Pasta Salad is taking some damage, believe from Slugster there on the castle. Instead, Easy Pass going to be the first to fall. Noxious gets a kill there, and Easy was up to 6-1 already in the round, having a very hot start after that ace in round number 1.
Oh yeah, Easy Pass has been playing out of his mind so far. Doesn't matter what operator you put him on. I think he was playing Mozzie in both of the first 2 rounds, so maybe the key to his success is going back to Mozzie. Maybe the mute is just not his operator, you know? It's okay. Not all of us can play every operator in the game. I definitely can't. I can barely play one operator. That's why I'm casting and not playing. I also don't live in Philadelphia. That's why I'm not playing. 50 seconds remaining in the round, and I mean, PSU White, they still have a pretty solid defense going here, but being down a player is never what you want to see this early in a round.
No, definitely not, especially a player like me, right? Has the SMG-11, has the C4, a lot of tools for kind of stalling out this push. Especially when you look at the rest, no time wasting tools here from White, but they have bullets, they don't need it. Voix gets 1 as Menfi falls to Icy Rock, so left in a 3-on-3, but looking at the time, there's not a ton, so the Fort guy takes down Voix as they spill into the site, and it's only the Bandit on the east stairs. Castle still on the first floor.
So far away, but the C4 comes in, is able to get Not Saucy out of the equation, but Soviet Fort guy forced to restart the defuse. Will eventually get it down. 45 seconds now remaining. We're barely capable to try and pull out a 1v2. This Bandit has to get in and has to do it quickly. He's so far away right now. Doesn't have a lot of angles of approach. Can try to look through that window, but it's not going to give him anything unless he jumps out, which is generally not advised. But he does it anyway, jumps back in, but they know exactly where he is now. Tries to go for the direct approach here, but has to get through 2 players and defuse in the next 15 seconds. I don't think he has it, even if he gets that kill onto Icy Rock, but he does not. The first offensive round for the Black Squadron is going to be an official one. We've done it. We've got a game.
Yeah, the Bandit there left in such a difficult position on that bomb site. It's really, really difficult to kind of take back, especially when the diffuser's right there. You can't long arm it from the desk. You have to completely expose yourself to that doorway, and the angles are so severe that you can't really hide yourself in the corner. Both of those attackers are going to swing you at the same time, and you're just not going to live through that. So PSU Black played that post plant really, really well. I got worried after that first C4 plant, the fact that the diffuser got picked up, had to start going down again. But they play very well. They get their first round, and now we're going to see an basement defense. I don't think they go for the bait twice. I don't think that'd work.
No way. There's actually just no way that this happens. I mean, we're already seeing the side of PSU Black picking operators that are good at attacking this basement site as well. I mean, we're seeing the Habana for the hatches. We're seeing the Ram to open up all the soft areas. No. Okay, we're just reinforcing hatches and such. Okay, you can do it. Good job. Good job. You got the drone eventually. We'll take those. Small targets. They're very annoying sometimes.
Definitely can be. PSU Black needs to do a lot of work though to take this game back. And of course, don't know if we talked a whole ton about the bans, but Thermite is on the fairly standard for the map. No real wild cards. Finally seen some Fenrir play. We haven't seen a whole ton today. I can really only recall 1 round where we saw Fenrir. far cry from the previous successes. Fenrir used to be almost an auto ban for a lot of teams, right? The ability is so good, even when it can be shot, it is just devastating late round if you don't drone one out and you're not expecting it when you push in some angle. So definitely good to see that up on the board. We'll see what Easy Pass can do with it. And as we predicted, no fake site this time. They're just going to be defending the basement.
We are now protected.
Yup. And it is going to be a lot of the fairly standard operators for attacking this site. Not Saucy on this blitz is going... It tells me that they want to play this very aggressively. There's no warden on the side of PSU White, so they're not going to be able to protect themselves from either the Ying or the blitz. A lot of blinding effects on that side of the roster, so very interested to see how this starts. A little bit of damage has been done to Slugster on this Wamai, so has to play a little bit more carefully. I'm not exactly sure where he got shot from, but it should be an interesting little tidbit to see how this Wamai in particular plays out the rest of the round.
See what happens with Slugster. Pasta Salad above on the Jaeger. We talked about a couple times today how Jaeger has had some changes, maybe a little less popular in the meta now, but still some good guns and a pretty decent ability as yet though. Pasta Salad unable to find anything from that top row. They do have a Hibana this time, so we'll be able to open this hatch up theoretically with Kaid off the board. Not a whole ton to defend outside of Impact tricking. Looks like a lot of focus being set onto blue though, and with Voix sitting there, of course, with those Banshees, you gotta think very close in tow, definitely an F-9 as well. It's gonna be difficult to push. And PSU still have Menby sitting on the top floor. I'm interested to see how long this Ella waits before she decides to make her play. Oh, they're hatch dropping. They're just going into moto.
Oh, they're just moving. Yeah, a minute left in the round and they've decided to just go on in. But the problem is that you've dropped into this room, a memorial, and both of the doorways are castled off. There's no easy way out of this one if you're the Jackal. And you've lost Icy Rock as like your first casualty. Saucy also goes down. That's both of the Flash characters and your shield. That's disastrous for the side of PSU Black. I mean, you need to start winning every single gunfight for the rest of the round here. But Noxious doesn't seem to know that there's still a player at the top of East Stairs.
Knock, knock.
As this Ella just continues to hold space perfectly. The hatch drop may come through soon, but I think I saw some fire preventing people from dropping accurately down there. 2 players remaining now for PSU Black, and there's no time. You have to be able to get on the site and start planting, but the one with the diffuser in hand gets shot down, and Voix will close it out.
Good round there from the defense. Yeah, pretty difficult to attack that site even when you get those hatches open. We saw kind of the, not necessarily like a chaos push down Moto, but definitely maybe a little premature there. Weren't quite able to clear out the angles they need, and now, of course, going to be able to return to Gym Bedroom. Fenrir won't change hands, but will be brought again here by the defense. And yeah, PSU White has looked like the stronger squad throughout, but PSU Black still kind of pulling back their kills, having their moments. Still anybody's game. I think we've talked about it. You want to take a couple rounds on Clubhouse. It's pretty defender-sided, but Attack is normally able to scrape away too. So we'll see if PSU Black can take them back in the next 2 rounds.
I'm very interested to see how the rest of these play out here. I mean, you point out the fact that Fenrir has changed hands. Very important distinction to make, because obviously keeping an operator in the lineup is always indicative of wanting to keep the playstyle somewhat similar. But there's also the fact that, you know, sometimes you just need that operator in the hands of a different player, and it's just how the game plays out sometimes.
Very true. And we'll see how round number 5 plays out. Have seen this site before, almost seen it twice before, but really almost just once. And PSU White was able to take it away fairly effectively. Interested to see what kind of strategy PSU Black employs this time. The last time we saw it, they kind of just threw some people at the bomb site. It didn't feel like an incredibly cohesive push. So definitely hoping for a more unified approach this time around. The drone out garage fairly heavy, so it looks like we should see a CCTV's take again. There are 2 players inside the cash room here. for PSU White, and they need to be careful of Oix, who will be lurking downstairs. Believe it was Slugster last time we saw this bomb site, but
I think so.
yeah, but we'll have someone ready for the flank regardless.
I do like, by the way, the fact that PSU Black opts to bring along the sledge. Pasta Salad is just going to be able to open up those castle barricades wherever he wants, whenever he wants. Well, only on the ones that are facing outwards. Getting inside the building might be slightly more difficult, but eventually it could very well spell the doom of the castle players. But speaking of doom, the first player to fall in this particular round will end up being Menvi on that Fenrir. Utility's still up until it gets shot, of course, but it is going to be a very different round for PSU White without that operator on the board. C4 goes out from Easy Pass to attempt to punish anyone who might be pushing him off of the stairs here, but not Saucy has the position at the bottom of the stairs. Easy Pass, the top fragger for PSU White, out of the equation. Barely capable though, able to answer back with a pick on an Icy Rock, but gets traded out. Noxious gets another phenomenal shot for the second kill of the match. It doesn't feel like he's only gotten two though.
Pasta Salad gonna fall now. Slugster gets one, and Slugster very quickly left into a 1-on-3. 1 HP in a dream here for PSU White, and it looks like PSU Black should reach that kind of 2-attacker win threshold we were talking about just seconds ago. Barring collapse here, all they have to do is find one bullet onto the Bandit, who still has a C4 in hand. So if they go for that default plant on the A-bomb, it could be disrupted very, very easily if they don't drone this out right. And look, they're off the drone already. They might not see him in the bathroom. I don't think they do. They have to have heard him at this point. Slugster is inches away from death, playing his life so carefully, and that is ping with no one there.
Playing very carefully and very sneakily, but eventually the gunshots ring and give away his location.
See his foot.
So they have at least an idea of where he is. Saucy, it's as you say, the foot was visible behind the couch, and you can wallbang that all you want every day of the week. Just like that, it becomes so much more difficult for the side of PSU White. Obviously, getting rid of that one player right before the play goes down is so nice, but you just don't have the health required to take these gunfights, and even if you did, one well-placed bullet to the dome would end it. PSU Black takes their second attack round here, one step closer to potentially making this an even half.
Yeah, that'd be a big accomplishment for PSU Black if they're able to do that. Even half, it's not totally unheard of on Clubhouse, but definitely means things are rolling pretty well for the attacking team. Interestingly, PSU White are not going to elect to redefend that site. Instead, they're going to move over to CCTV Cache, which they already lost once. They didn't have a bad defense by any means, but just kind of put into an unwinnable situation in the post plant. So we'll see if they're able to do it any better this time around. They have the Bandit. We've seen our fair share of Bandit on Clubhouse already to some pretty dominant results, and it doesn't look like PSU Black are bringing a whole ton to get rid of the Bandit. Maybe some frag grenades from the sledge, but gonna have to make them count.
Bomb located by attackers.
Magnet activated.
Bomb located by attackers this time, so the droning was, at least this time around, on point. They
10
do
seconds
know
remaining.
for sure that there's no site fake, nothing like that. I have to keep bringing it up because
5 seconds left.
You can stop worrying.
I can't believe it worked in the first round. I still
Attackers are
can't
heading
believe
out
it.
to defuse a bomb.
It's been like 20 minutes and I'm still in shock. But yeah, round begins and away we go. PSU Black looking to end this half with a 3-3 score, which would be the closest half we've seen today. At least the closest half you and I have seen today on broadcast.
Yeah, already shaping up that way. We'll see if it continues. Yeah, both these teams still fighting. You know, we didn't know if it was going to be friendly, if it was going to be competitive. Looking like a pretty healthy mix of both as of right now. So we'll see if PSU Black have what it takes to kind of keep this momentum rolling into the second half. Would be very good for them if they're able to do so. PSU White now. They're taking an interesting approach. They have somebody in the basement, somebody in the first floor lounge. They're playing fairly lax on the site, which to their credit, it doesn't look like PSU Black have identified this yet. Because if so, they could, I think, very easily rush this bomb site.
Still 5 versus 5 here. Not been an easy approach for the side of PSU Black, but I mean, I think it's potentially a mistake that PSU Black is making, not putting more pressure on the side of the garage, just because, I mean, you ban out the Azami specifically because she makes points like this on the map so much more difficult to attack. And now that she's out of the picture, surely you would think that they go there, but eventually they get the plant down, regardless of this, and a flank coming in from PSU White should just be enough to seal the deal on this round. Not Saucy. Last player standing, not able to finish the job. 2 players remain for the side of PSU White as the round ends. And, you know, sometimes you just want the defuse.
That was, I mean, I don't know. The Jaeger got the last kill. You really should have given it to the Jaeger, but yet again, PSU Black able to get the bomb down. This time, however, unable to defend it to the round end. So PSU White carrying the 4-2 half. Fairly standard for what you'd expect to see out of Clubhouse. I don't think either team can be disappointed with their performance so far. Now, Corso, attention turns the other way. Will PSU White be able to take off enough attacking rounds? Or is PSU's Black defense going to be able to stand tall? They've looked good so far in, I think, especially the latter half of their attacking sides. They were starting to look a little more confident, maybe get their feet under them a little bit more, where it looks like PSU White maybe coming into this riding a bit higher, but struggling a little bit to keep things together there. Regardless, they do have the lead. We'll see what they can do on attack as Mira goes unbanned.
Mira goes unbanned in favor, though, of getting rid of both of the electric operators, ensuring that wall denial becomes significantly more difficult for the side of PSU Black. Only options at this point are the mute and the Tuberao. But it looks like only the mute is going to be brought along this time. There are ways to circumvent a mute jammer being put right next to a wall. Obviously, you can just put your hard breach device or a fuse charge or anything like that out of range of that sphere, and then suddenly there's nothing the jammer can do, and there's nothing the mute can do. If you stand next to that wall, you will just die against a fuse jammer. Not fuse, against a fuse, not a jammer. What's the word I'm looking for here? A charge. A charge. That's it.
Yeah, fuse charge would be useful, but no fuse charge in sight for PSU White. And yeah, we've seen, well, I guess thank you. I was actually trying to run there, so for the couple. Okay, but PSU White gonna be attacking, yeah, that's the one, gym bedroom for the 3rd time. This map feels like the 4th, but I've just about seen my share at the top floor, and wow, Sledge getting in here early. Frost is on the other side of the wall, but easy past it near Saucy. That was a free kill.
But there's no pressure. They just leave. And I'm sure as the drone starts driving in circles to try and avoid bullets, they are a little bit sad that they didn't put more pressure there, but Barely Capable has eyes on this part of the map. And I think Nomad, knowing where a lot of these players are, is going to be so important, because if you can get an air jab down in a spot where you know these players are going to have to walk into them, it's going to be so important. What a shot! How do you hit that? That was like the craziest Counter-Strike looking spray transfer I've ever seen in my life. Frag grenade out, try and flush this Frost out of position, and Not Saucy is forced down to the bottom of the stairs, and they should be able to hear this based on the logic bomb as well.
Definitely should, and they have some players around Easy Pass on the stairs, might be able to do something as noxious falls to Barely Capable. Unfortunately though, for PSU White, nobody located in the garage. It means now that Saucy is back up the stairs and looking for a kill. Didn't see where the air jabs are, and they definitely don't hear Saucy. He's walking slow enough. It has to be either another logic bomb or an air jab to stop this Frost right now. And Nomad looks like she's throwing out her last one, so this could be a very, very big flank for this Frost.
There's just a charge on that wall. Alright, does eventually get popped. I mean, they just have no idea that this
Loading
Frost
full
is
mag.
behind them right now. There's just no intel. Oh, but they do take a little bit of damage, so I think they are aware at this point. Eventually the wall does get opened. And Not Saucy is still taking damage. They know, 100% they know. They're gonna be hunting down this Frost in a moment. They know that she's playing very close to the right side, but Voix wants to play this as patiently as possible right now. You do not want to allow this operator to find a meaningful flank, especially with the access to the window from CC, excuse me. That is a potentially devastating angle to have to deal with. 4 versus 4 going into the last 30 seconds, and Soviet Port guy is the first victim. Voix with 2 off the back of the DMR shots, and Barely Capable is able to scrounge up a third. The flank from Not Saucy will not end up mattering. 14 seconds remaining. This is plenty of time for Slugster to get to the site and start planting the diffuser. And they have every piece of intel they need. They know exactly where the Frost is, and Easy Pass is able to convert into the final kill of the round. That is beautiful stuff from PSU White's attack.
Yeah, it's exactly the start they needed on attack, right? They get their first round taken care of, and interestingly, it looks like PSU Black gonna reattempt the same bomb site, which, you know, could be excused if maybe it's a closer round. They didn't have a particularly great defense at the time, so we'll see if they're going to change up the strats at all. They're going with the castle, which should help, of course, still have that mirror available. Yeah, it's so unfortunate that Not Saucy wasn't able to make that flank work. He was doing a really nice job kind of staying hidden. Should have been dead within the first 20 seconds, but the sledge didn't enter the building. Was really able to play the life pretty well. Just the rest of the players on point weren't quite able to keep out PSU White. We're now 1 round away from at least guaranteeing themselves overtime. I gotta imagine with how good this squad's playing, I don't think we're looking at overtime. PSU Black really needs to turn it on here if they want to get this victory.
Yeah, I mean, if PSU Black wins this map, it will probably have to be in overtime. I don't see PSU White dropping 4 rounds in a row at this point, the way that they're playing. It's been phenomenal so far, and I just think that at this point,
Attackers' objective is to
PSU
locate
Black,
a bomb and
they
defuse it.
need an answer. They need it quickly. And one of the swaps that they've made here kind of stands out to me. This Warden from Pasta Salad, I feel like it's one of those operators that you can get away with playing very aggressive here, and you kind of are. Pasta Salad playing in the rafters of the garage with a couple players outside of the building itself, Barely Capable droning up, so they should be able to spot this character out. This is scary stuff for the side of PSU Black right now. They spotted him out. They know he's there. Just 1 bullet at a time, and eventually the 1 is gonna connect onto the dome. That should just be garage control obtained for the side of PSU White. That is such a massive first pick.
Yeah, they still have Noxious up inside of the cash room, but nobody else looking too keen on going over there to defend it. They're not going to be able to take down the construction wall fairly easily. Forces out Noxious, easy pass. An easy kill in that one. The Legion forced to rotate now. Sledge making very short work of these castle barricades.
Easy pass, easy kill, easy clap. No worries whatsoever. I mean, Easy Pass has just been on fire. The chat is gassing him up, and for good reason, because he just cannot stop hitting shots. Voix does eventually get shut down, but manages to find Soviet Fort guy on his way out.
It's about to get hot.
But I mean, it's a 2 versus 3 now? Wait a minute. Significantly more winnable situation now that Easy Pass is out of the picture. Even with Icy Rock down, can't count out Saucy. 7 kills in the round, in the map, but not going to be able to add on the 8th. And that is map point for the side of PSU White. A timeout will be called by PSU Black.
Yeah, probably good time to take the time out from the Black team here. Honestly, maybe could have taken it a little bit earlier. I'm never the hugest fan of saving your timeout until the very last round. I mean, now you got to win 4 unanswered, which is possible. This team has shown their flashes. They have some players that are pretty high kill. Not Saucy and Icy Rock, both doing a very good job staying up on that leaderboard. But now, yeah, 4 straight defenses have to go your way. PSU White kind of alleviate a lot of pressure off themselves. They only need to win one more round here to keep themselves alive in this tournament. Also, have to mention, if they go to overtime, they only get 2 points from an overtime win. So if they want to stay in contention at all, they have to win in regulation.
Yep. Yeah, they both of these teams are in kind of dire situations in terms of the standings right now. So hopefully they are able to close this one out shortly here. If you are the side of PSU White, that's exactly what you're looking for, just being able to end it quickly. PSU Black, I mean, at this point, you're just playing to be able to hold it over your peers, your fellow PSU
Attackers need to
students.
locate and defuse bombs.
Just walk past them in the hallway on your way to economics, and just be like, you were up to 6 and 4. Just imagine how funny that'd be. Just being able to make fun of your fellow PSU Rainbow Six players just on a random Tuesday.
Yeah, honestly, if I'm in that situation, I'm trying even harder to upset here. If I'm PSU Black, we'll see if that's going to be the case. It's going to be a basement start from them. Of course, we'll have to play this site twice in the next 4 rounds if they're really going to make this comeback possible. So might as well start with it now. Individual room, 3 and 7 so far for Noxious. One of the better members of PSU Black hasn't had the greatest game on the scoreboard so far, so definitely looking to change that with this room. We'll see if that's going to happen. PSU White certainly don't look like they're messing around, right? They're taking the good roster. Habana, Ran, Capital, all the tools they need to pull this off. As much fun as it is playing against your friends, your college teammates, fellow students, you don't want to mess around, right? You want to get into the next round of this tournament. They're going to look to end it here.
And you want to win, man. You want to do your best to win this one, and it's gonna be difficult for PSU Black from here on out. They've got to win a lot of consecutive rounds, which is not easy to do in a game like Rainbow Six. It's not easy to do in any tactical shooter, but especially one where the defenders have so much control over where they play and how they play and when they play in the round. It's a very difficult task. And it is now down to a 4 versus 4. Both teams losing out on a player. But 2 minutes remaining in the round, literally anything can happen at this point.
Definitely can. Sucks to lose a C4 there from Pasta Salad, but should be alright. You still have the smoke grenades and you still have Womai magnets as well to kind of help delay and utility burn. Speaking of the Womai magnets, Womai himself taking a lot of damage right now, still playing those blue stairs. Saucy in an important engagement here with, I believe it's Voix there inside of dirt. Could be wrong, actually. No, I'm fairly certain it's Voix, but one will need to get the better of Womai's foot. He was too low HP. Easy kill for easy pass yet again.
Once again, managing to find the perfect spot to take the Womai out of the equation entirely. And now, I mean, everyone, if you were away from the point, now you're back to it. I mean, we're seeing the vigil all the way back here on the site as well. So it's bunker time. It's play on the point, play patient, play for picks time. PSU White has such a massive advantage. Just being up 4 rounds is so crucial for them. It's just a matter of getting in on this one. Man advantage. Taking a little bit of damage, I believe, from the smoke canister. And the plant will start to go down here. Eventually, it will go all the way down. 45 seconds now remain for PSU Black to keep their hopes alive here. Not going to go for anything cheeky like a ninja defuse. Voix, with 2 more DMR kills, is ready to close it out. Easy pass will confirm that this map is over. PSU White kind of running away with it after a certain point.
Yeah, they looked incredibly strong this game, you know, able to finally flex their stuff, right? Both teams coming here at 0-2, and now able to escape this one with a victory. So yet again, another reminder, PSU Black now unfortunately out of the tournament as PSU White moves on, and we get to see their next match too. I believe RMU and Lackawanna are still playing, but of course, if Lackawanna lose that game, we could have a just full-on win in your end situation ahead of us, which would be very exciting. We'll have to wait to see exactly what happens. But regardless, next game between Lackawanna and PSU White should be a very, very good one.
It should be very fun and it should be very important. We'll see how the standings are shaking up when we get there. But in the meantime, we are once again going to be going to a quick break. And when we come back, we have the final match of day 1 of the battle for PA. Don't go anywhere.
Hello there, everybody. Welcome back to the final game of the day. And believe it or not, playoff implications are still on the line. I'm Kingfisher, joined here by Gedster. Sorry for the long delay in between games, but hopefully this one will live up to the hype. And before we get in at all to the games, the rosters, the players, we got to preface, for PSU White to get into the top 2 teams, this needs to be a 7-0 victory. If Lackawanna take even one round, they guarantee themselves the entry to the playoffs just off round differential alone. So with all that being said, Gedster, do they have a shot? Do you think PSU White can do what they need to get in?
No. I mean, I'm gonna be blunt about this. I don't think they do. I don't think they got a shot at this. 7-0 would be an insane turnaround considering what happened to them earlier in the day. I mean, they've already played up against Lackawanna once, and it didn't go well. It didn't go well for them in that first round of the day. So I don't see it going better this time.
Yeah, I guess you can always have an outside hope. I mean, it's not impossible. It's improbable, but it's not impossible. So all the PSU White fans, I'm home, or just all the PSU fans in general, I'm sure, are cheering very, very hard for this roster to come out here and have a good showing. But yeah, I mean, it needs to be flawless, obviously, right? They lose one, they're out. So I definitely still want to see a serious game from them. You know, don't want to have one loss and everything goes haywire once they're out. And we do have the map is going to be Consulate, and PSU White are going to start on attack. That is unfortunate when you need to win every round. You want to start on defense.
Yeah, you would much rather start on defense, especially on Consulate, because some of those sites are brutal to attack. I mean, I'm thinking top floor. I'm thinking basement. The two middle sites are like less annoying if you're an attacker, but still not fun necessarily, especially especially not piano. The fourth site, the split site, I think the only site in the game where the two chassis, the two bomb rooms are on different floors of the building. You rarely see that site get played at all, and that's part of why, right? I mean, the two chassis being on different floors of the building just fundamentally changes the way you need to play around it. But I mean, even like without that one, you still have to consider top floor is not easy to attack. Garage is not easy to attack. So, I mean, this needs to be a literal masterclass from PSU White.
Yeah, it does. I think the one saving grace kind of to being on attack on this map is there are some teams that on Consulate are absolute demons at attack. It's certainly not every team, but this is one of the few maps I think that some teams just straight dominate on no matter what. It's one that's kind of possible. You know, you don't see it on Board or Clubhouse, some of the more popular maps. Like there's a lot of teams that are good, a lot of teams that are kind of uncomfortable. Consulate is one you're either great at or you are horrible at. There's really not an in-between on Consulate, I've found. So hopefully for PSU White's sake, they're one of the teams that's incredible on it. Guess we'll have to wait and see if they are. Still working on getting the last players into the lobby here before we lift off. But yeah, I mean, regardless, hopefully going to be an entertaining game for our last one of the day. And of course, reminder, 3 out of the 4 teams are already set in stone for the stage tomorrow. This will determine the final.
This is going to determine the last one. It's going to be very interesting. Actually, we do have a graphic as well for the teams that are going to be making it all the way there. I believe off the top of my head that it is... All right, well, the teams have been posted somewhere. Let me find them real quick. But it does look like it will ultimately be RMU, obviously. I think they were playing out of their minds earlier today. But PSU Blue and RIT will be the other teams, I believe. So, yeah, this roster makes sense so far. Last slot is determined by this next game. And I'm gonna be blunt here. It's probably going to be Lackawanna. Like, it just, I don't see a reality where, even if, as you said, PSU White are a godlike team on Consulate, I don't think they're getting a 7-0. I just don't think it's happening.
Yeah, I don't think it's likely, but kind of like we said, if there's a map you want to go for it on, it's something like this, right? Where the other team kind of has a chance that they're not fully versed on it, that they don't like it. Because if it's a common map, right? If it's a team, or if it's a map that gets played every day in ranked, the other team's going to take one pretty much no matter what. Like, it's extremely rare these teams get shut out at this level. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens. And yeah, like you said, RMU, RIT, and PSU Blue already secured their spot. So at least one Penn State team will be in the championships, or playoffs rather, tomorrow. Gonna have to wait longer to see if they make it to championships. But gonna be a very diverse roster. No university repeats, so at least as of yet, I feel keep talking like it's a done deal. Absolutely not, though, and we're still having a couple difficulties, so we're going to throw it to a short break and be right back with the final game of the day between Lackawanna and PSU White. All right, the wait is over. The players are here. We are ready for the final game of the day. Once again, Kingfisher and Gedster here for the last time on this Saturday. We'll be with you again tomorrow. But until then, one final game to determine who our fourth playoff team will be. Lackawanna only needing one round to push themselves over the edge. Starting on defense, almost looks like a done deal unless PSU White kind of turns on God mode right now, which, I mean, from a caster perspective, would love to see it.
It would be amazing. Like, let me be clear. I'm being called a Debbie Downer in Twitch chat, and I would like to, first of all, say, yes, absolutely I am. And second of all, say, if they manage this, I wouldn't be mad. I'm not mad at all if that happens. I would be so happy. I think it'd be amazing. It'd be one of the most incredible things I would personally have ever casted across my 3 years of casting any esports. So for PSU White's sake, I hope they manage to do it. Not to be biased, but it would be fire. Going into this first round, they are Lackawanna are going to choose to go up to the top floor console and meeting room. And this is going to be a difficult mountain for them to
Attackers
climb.
need to locate and defuse
I think
as many
the
bombs
fact that
as they
Lackawanna
can.
all has a matching card backgrounds too makes it even more difficult. That's just intimidating on the loading screen when you're looking at that. You know, these guys they're organized. They think they're going to be ready to go. And yeah, I think you were talking in the pregame, right, when we were going over that Lackawanna was going to start on defense, like the different bomb sites they would have to conquer, kind of. This bomb site is one of the most difficult in the game to attack, and theoretically they could play it 6 times straight, so it's going to be a Herculean task from PSU White. Have to be absolutely perfect from the get-go, so definitely gonna have a lot to read in here on round number 1. And you gotta wonder, right, for the mentals, it's certainly stacked against PSU, but maybe the opposite's true for Lackawanna. If they know that they only have to win one round, they could try interesting strats. They could get a little lax, you know, maybe not take it as seriously as they should be, which, to be frank, I don't think is going to happen. I don't think they're going to risk it at all. But it's a danger. Oh, and talk about danger. There's an Amaru, and nobody's in the B site. This is just... should be an automatic plant, but they take a little too long, and now the mute's back.
Yeah, they hesitate, but frankly, I think hesitating is a good idea here because, I mean, just trying to run in immediately as fast as possible without the rest of the team having time to set up, I am not sure that would have led to... What in the world? All right, mute's dead. Just a couple bullets through the window, the barricaded window, and that's the opening stage. There's a couple more players who have already made their way back to the B site, so you can't just run in on this one, but... I mean, that's a beautiful first pick for PSU's team.
Now the question is, how can they build off it? 2 kills going their way. Here come the Candelas. He swings in and cut down immediately by Slams. Lackawanna now getting a little bit of tension back. They still have the diffuser in hands of the Amaru, but this Keepa barrier is causing problems. Epion takes down easy pass. That is the big frag, the big name here for PSU White, and now into a 3-on-3. Have to be extremely careful with how they push this.
Swapping mags!
Yeah, you've got to, it's as you said, they have to be careful, especially since they've lost some of those operators that make it possible to play super aggressively, right? Ying going down first is not ideal at all, but it was, I don't want to say it was a foregone conclusion because of the Warden pick, but it definitely makes the Ying's life significantly more difficult when that character is on the board. So 3 versus 3 now, and you still have to deal with some very, very frustrating operators if you're the side of PSU White. Ella, I mean, you walk into any of those mines and you have to just pump the brakes on your entire push. The engagements do roll through here and damage is done, but Xenia is the first player to go down in the 3 versus 3 situation. All 3 players for the side of PSU White are currently close to the site, not quite able to get the plant down, but if Menvi can get around this corner, get behind the bookshelf and start planting this diffuser, then they should be able to play this post plant from outside of the building and just take this round away from Lackawanna.
Slam's losing health, Mendy's low as well, but the diffuser's down, so that's saving grace here for PSU White. Can they get the first kill? No, they can't. Barely capable. Goes down. Menvy is the last one standing, but Azamaru is playing from outside, and look at Ella here. They're going to attempt the run out onto Menvy, and if they can time this, it could be a done deal. G8 in hand. Yamaru just waiting on the rappel. They can't shoot. The Ella is waiting for the opportunity. Diffuser going, has to do it now! And the dream is over. Lackawanna will be moving on to your playoffs. What an effort, though, from PSU White. Inches away from taking that first round.
Unfortunately, the dream of playoffs is cut short at the very end of the first round with mere seconds between them and potentially keeping the dream alive. But it does end here at the hands of Epion. Shoutouts, by the way, to Epion. That is a fire tag. Happens to be my favorite mobile suit in the entire Gundam franchise. Huge fan.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what a single word in that sentence meant, but...
You know what? You know Gundam?
Isn't that what Jar Jar Binks is? No, I'm kidding.
That's Gundam.
I know. I did not know what Gundam is. I was just making a joke.
This guy, chat. This guy. He doesn't know ball. He does not know ball.
I do not know ball, but I do know Star Wars. All right, but I mean the saving grace, right? We were worried about one round Lackawanna taken away. It's not like this is going to be stressing the players out all game long. Now they can, you know, relax, kick back a little bit, have just a normal, fun match of Rainbow Six. It's not like we're trying to see a 3-round differential where everyone makes a difference. Now it's just a very, very normal game, and hopefully for our sake, at least the players still treat it as a serious game. I think they will in this case, right? You know, they're on the LAN stage, they're having fun. Definitely want to come away with this one with a win, even if it doesn't result in you moving on.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the wrong mentality for PSU White at this point is, well, we're out of playoff contention, so let's not take it seriously. I think that the most valuable thing you can do as a team in a situation like this is continue to play out the match and play it out in a way that you can walk away from and say, yeah, we played this well, we played to the best of our ability, and if there's things that we need to work on, we can identify those from looking at the game instead of not taking the game seriously and not looking back on it and not improving. Remember, everyone at home, the most important games to review are the ones where you lose, because that's where you made the most mistakes.
Absolutely, and we'll see if any mistakes are made here in round number 2. Pass on the top floor, coming dangerously close to a member downstairs. Believe it's CJ Rock there inside of the security room on the castle. And yeah, a lot of people in Twitch chat were hyping up Easy Pass out in the last couple games as well. A very skilled gunner for this PSU white roster. First Vulcan canister popped. I believe it was on the back of that reinforced wall, so already getting rid of some of that utility. And PSU, moving through the map pretty fast. They already forced all the Lackawanna back to this basement site, and most of them are in or around that garage. Really like this kind of back map push we're seeing here from PSU.
I mean, this is one of those approaches that you can take. It's one of the typical approaches when basement is the defender site of choice. This is personally one of my favorites, because obviously trying to brute force your way through the garage doors, not always an easy task, but in this instance, I really do like the option that PSU White is taking here, just going ahead and attempting to, rather than brute force their way through one of the most difficult to open garage doors in all of Siege, just going to try and put pressure into the cafeteria instead. So really like what they're doing right now. Unfortunately, they've taken quite a long time to do it. Only 40 seconds remain in the round. It is still a 5 versus 5 and no damage has been done.
Yeah, coming up now on just 30 seconds remaining this round. Both these teams need to start putting some kills up in the column as we tick under. Still yet to see a real engagement, and there goes the first. CJ Rock takes down Voix. How to open it up, but responded immediately from Menvy down to a 4-4, 15 seconds on the clock.
Down to the wire at this point, but doesn't check the corner! And CJ on this castle finds an almost crucial pick. 2 versus 2 now. Diffuser in the hands of Barely Capable, but they just barely have the angle required to end the round. And Lackawanna gonna take a second consecutive round here.
Great win from Lackawanna, and that one looked close for PSU White. I mean, if the gridlock's at a different angle, if the person watching the carrier is maybe about 3 seconds further in their pathing, a round easily goes another way. PSU White very, very close to victory in both these rounds now, and we get to see one of my favorite sites in the game. It's time for the split site. Servers Tellers is gonna be, I unironically love this site. I think it's so much fun to defend. We'll see if the players feel the same way, of course. One of the few ones where you don't need a whole ton of vertical pressure on, because so much of the ground can be blown up. About all you have to do is hold the basement.
It's definitely one of the most interesting sites in this game, for better and for worse. So, I am curious to see how this one plays out. But unsurprisingly, we are seeing a lot of the usual spots reinforced. You know, that particular outside wall that the Kaid Claw just went on, up near the, I don't know the directions on this map, unfortunately. I think the north side of the building, but I'm not entirely sure.
I know the garage is in the west.
Okay, the east side of the building then. I completely lied to you, chat. I apologize.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Why would I lie, man? I don't mean to do it, but like, you know, lying is such a wrong thing to do when you are the voice that is informing the people who are watching at home. Because how can they trust me then?
That was prophetic. I think you're exactly right, though. No one should trust you now, as we get into round number 30 seconds into this game. Yet again, no gunfire early on as Voix moving throughout this map pretty quickly, about to run into one player who I believe is in the lounge. Yeah, it's gonna be Solus here at Beyond. Your favorite, Jar Jar Binks themselves, walking down the hallway now.
Oh my god.
Yet to find much of an engagement though, and Solus from below plays really well into this site. You can see exactly where the diffuser is, because there's a couple spots where you can plant. You can't PC forward from below, and having that Solus, having that intel, can really make a difference in a round like this.
Swapping mags!
Ready.
Once again, we're seeing PSU White taking their time in this, at the beginning of this round here. It's not a round that they want to try and play super aggressively, I think. They're taking their time, they're ensuring that they have control over certain parts of the map, but they don't look down! Slugster lucky to only take a little bit of damage on that engagement. But Epion very, very much so could have had a kill there. Eventually, Slugster does go down anyway to a C4 from Not Saptic. A very well-placed shot and a very well-placed bullet from Epion as well. Easy pass, dropped very early in the round. And that's your striker gone too. A lot of utility off the board.
The SMG-11 here, as good of a gun as it is pure garbage at distance, so Voice only takes a couple points of damage there as Menvi takes down CJ Rock. And with a minute to play, still plenty of time for this attack to get on site here upstairs. They have to locate this Mute, though, who's sitting in Spiral. I don't believe they've droned him out. Voice never bothered to kind of look down the hallway, probe a bit after taking those couple shots as well. So Mute could be a big player here. I believe still has that C4 in pocket. Now they have to worry about Epion, who's crept their way upstairs, and Epion gets a kill down into a 4-2, making a triple for Epion. Barely capable is the last one left standing, and is about to become the 4th kill in Epion's streak here. Oh, Saptic takes it.
Saptic takes it away to end this second round, and I mean that's just unfortunate. You know, losing out on that many players that quickly, it's tough. And now we go into the ban phase here. I honestly, I don't think that there's been one particular operator that has been the reason that PSU White has been losing these rounds. So I'm not sure what they're going to go with here. But it does end up being the Mute? Okay. Sure.
Interesting. I guess, I don't know, maybe a comfort thing. I mean, Mute is a good operator, right? Has a shotgun, has the SMG-11, has the C4. Mute's utility, like, it's good. It's not ban-worthy, but it's good. And I do think they have played Mute every round, so maybe just kind of trying to throw them off their game. Speaking of throwing off the game, Denari comes into play. Only the second time I've seen him today. Did not go too swimmingly the first time, if we'll remember. But, you know what they say, second time's a charm.
They do say that.
They say second time's a charm and third time doesn't exist because it works the second time.
True.
Attackers have
Because
discovered
why
the
would you need to
location
do it
of
a
a
third
bomb.
time if it works a second time? Like,
Just my thoughts exactly.
it's as simple as that, really.
Reloading! Setting up.
It really is.
Very interesting composition I'm seeing here from Lackawanna. I mean, the smoke makes a lot of sense. The Legion makes a lot of sense. I feel like I'm seeing more Frost today than I'm used to. This operator, I don't think she's
5 seconds to insertion.
that good, but she's good enough that she's getting a fair few rounds today. You know, like having access to that deployable shield, those traps are very easy to spot if you're an attacker, but sometimes, you know, you just walk into one anyway. So, and that gun is definitely my favorite part about Frost Kid.
Yeah, I think the Frost part so many times is kind of a comfortability thing. I think, like you said, the gadget it's easy to spot out if you're doing it, but if it's late in the round, you're not looking for it. Has a very nice gun, a secondary shotgun, always feels nice, and the bulletproof shield, which I feel is an extremely undervalued part of Rainbow Six. When you have that in your kit, there's just so many more possibilities on defense for kind of anchor position. So I think Frost kind of hits that niche where you don't know what to play, but you know you want to be comfortable when you're playing. So you take Frost. You know, it's a safe pick.
A very safe pick for sure. The mats also don't disappear when you die if you die early in a round. So another bonus to running the operator for sure. Having that lasting utility. At the end of the day, sometimes utility is a little bit, you need a little bit more than that sometimes. Easy pass with a nice double kill, including a buck shotgun kill onto Not Saptic's smoke, which you love to see, really and truly, you do. Epion also falling very quickly here. This is rapidly falling out of control for Lackawanna. A 2 versus 5 and barely any damage done for the side of Lackawanna. Only a little bit of damage done to Easy Pass, and Voix now taking a lot more, but it's a 1 versus 5 for Zanaya. And I'm not sure that the Frost is going to be able to do this all on her lonesome. Fuse are in the hands of this Gridlock. It will start to get planted, but it's outside of the line of sight of the Frost. There's no way that they can stop this from happening. Now 40 seconds remaining on the clock, and this just does not look good at all. The spikes are going down. The Gridlock should just be able to lock this up by herself, but the angles are way too much. Menvi gets the kill, and just like that, PSU White finally on the board.
Good stuff for Penn State. They won't be shut out of this game as Lackawanna is going to lose their first round there in round number 4. Going to head back down to the basement. They defended this one pretty well. PSU White had a good amount of success first time attacking this site, though. They were able to take away a lot of ground. We continue to see some niche operators here. Scopos, one of my favorite concepts for an operator. So difficult to play, like, correctly, you know, to where you're truly finding value with that second shell. If any type of players are going to do it, it's the caliber we see at this tournament, right? You know, college players, competitive players, they know what the strats are, how to utilize these ops best. Would love to see some kind of cool flank play. You know, gotta wait and see if that happens, though.
Yeah, would absolutely love to see it, for sure. Down to the basement once again, not opting to run it back on the upstairs site. And yeah, this is a very interesting composition we're seeing. I mean, you pointed out these Scopos, and that is a very fun operator to watch. I'm a fan of the Scopos for sure. But I mean, we're also seeing the
5
bandit
seconds left
play.
before insertion.
Not entirely shocking, considering the site we're on, considering
Attackers
the
are heading out
places
to
where
defuse
those
the
batteries
bomb.
are most effective. So,
Setting
very excited to see how this round in particular plays out, especially with Easy Pass going over to the router. This is not the usual conventional operator pick that we normally see.
No, definitely is not. So we'll see just what happens. Only 30 seconds into this round so far, so Penn State still with a ton of time to plan out the coach decide what they want to do. Looks like the main wall is already open. I don't believe they ever opened this their first time attacking this site. You know, we saw a lot of players spill in kind of through that yellow hallway. So we'll see just what usage they can find out of this. And of course, that Scopo shell now acts as bulletproof camera that is very difficult to destroy for looking through that hole. Easy Pass goes down to CJ Rock. We wanted to see the Scopos play in, get to see it.
Nice.
Gotta love that. Wasn't really a shell flank because the second one is still sitting here in the basement. But still, a Scopos kill I'm here for.
I'm definitely here for it. I want to see more. I want to see more Scopos rounds, period. I love this character. Fascinating addition to Siege. Fairly recent addition to Siege as well, so very cool to see these, you know, underrepresented kind of new characters get played. Obviously, we saw the Denari last round, and that being the newest operator in the game, I would definitely say I am an enjoyer. I kind of hope we see a couple more of these picks happen throughout the match today for the rest of the day, and maybe a little bit in the semifinals that you and I are going to get to cast tomorrow. Now, oh, just a couple of missed bullets there. Now they're 3 versus 3 as the trade comes through, barely capable, proving to live up to that name, and even more, I would argue, barely capable is an understatement for this player. To find a couple picks here and there, but Epion putting up a crazy performance already at 7 kills.
Epion? Okay. He sees the Gridlock.
Where are you going?
Like, there's no way. The Gridlock
No!
doesn't see him. What's he doing? Okay, he
Gets
got
it.
her.
He gets it. He got her. Now it's just Slugster left in a 1 versus 3. No way they're gonna be able to get that down. Epion again! Epion again!
Yeah, Epion gets the kills, able to put up, what is it now, 9 kills? 9 and 2 already through this first half, looking very, very strong for Lackawanna. We're now moving into round number 6, can take a 5-1 advantage of, would be a very good split for Consulate. Penn State still fighting for glory, for bragging rights, for whatever you want to call it. I'd want to take this one if I'm them, you know, going down 1-5 doesn't feel great, in the attacking half of a Consulate game. I mean, it's not unheard of. It is a defender-sided map, but still, probably want a little bit more momentum going into that second half.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as
You
many
definitely
bombs
do.
as they can.
PSU White, they would love to be able to take this round away. They have not won a round where Lackawanna have defended here on the top floor quite yet. So it's going to be difficult. So very concerning for them. But I mean, they're
Attackers have
capable.
located a
They're
bomb.
capable. They've won one round on this map. They managed to take it away when we went to, was it the basement site or was it the
10
split site?
seconds to
I
go.
do not recall.
I think it was
5 seconds
split.
to
Wait,
go.
no, wait. No, upstairs, top floor. Why are you?
Oh,
you're trying to bait me.
Attackers are moving
Was
to
it?
defuse a bomb.
Yeah, it was. Remember the
Really?
gridlock at the plant there in the corner.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Ah,
You're right.
we're smart.
You're right. We are smart. You know what? We're geniuses, I might even say.
This is why we're casters. Is right here.
Indeed. No Amaru shenanigans this time around. It's just going to be the fairly standard stuff coming out from PSU White. But, I mean, it's going to be very difficult to plant in that corner, especially with the Echo. Having that drone at the top of that shelf, I'm not even sure how you get the drone up there. Maybe just throw it, probably, actually. That's exactly how you do it. But
It's a good thought. It's probably that.
it's probably that. But yeah, even trying to plant there is going to mean you are met with the concussive blast that will prevent that from happening entirely. There was a time in this game's history where Echo
Did the drone not see
kind of
it?
dominated the meta. Surely the drone saw. Surely
I don't
the
think it
drone
did.
saw.
I'm gonna be honest. I think it completely missed him. I guess we'll have to wait and see if that's the case now. Round number 6, nobody dead is looking eerily like round number 2. You know, not a whole ton of early engagements, not even a ton of bullets flying all over the map. And as I say that, of course, the first kill ring, Sir Slugster taking down Epion, who has had a whale of a game so far.
Yeah, Epion has been on fire thus far, but that pattern will not continue here in round number 6. Goes down very early, and now Slams taking up a pretty aggressive position right next to an open window. Warden glass is on, just ready for anything. Able to find Menvi. Surely the drone spotted him, and the comms just maybe a little bit too late. It's very hard to react in a time frame that short, but losing out on the Ash now is PSU White. A little more than a minute left, and we're in a 4 versus 4 situation. But again, I mean, I pointed out that Echo earlier, and he's still alive. Zanaya has not taken any risky maneuvers or gunfights. Slams able to find Voids as well. It just gets worse as Slams finds the 3rd.
On a roll right now. Slams, we've seen a couple aces today. Question is, do we see, I believe it would be ace number 3 from us, easy pass. Moving up this hallway is about to meet some other members of the team, so unless that Warden rotates insanely quick, not looking likely. That being said, is in reception, has a cross angle on the last 2 players. Can they hit the first though? Bullets missed by an inch. Wow.
Oh. Shots onto the shoulder, and Slams finds the 4th of the round. It's just barely capable remaining. And I mean, this might just be an ace for Slams. It is Lackawanna taking the 5th round here in the first half. I mean, ending it in dominant fashion.
It's always great when you get to see an ace in Rainbow Six Siege. Really nice one there from Slams. I mean, just hitting all the shots in all the right places. That's the crazy part too. Most of the aces, it's because they're all pushing from one direction. You kind of get lucky, you get a couple in a row, and it starts rolling. No, he was roaming around the map, dropping downstairs, running upstairs, putting themselves in an incredible position to get all 5 of those kills. Really, really nice job for them. And of course now, Lackawanna only needs 2 attacking rounds and take out both the Mira and the Kaids. Pretty standard bans. Blackbeard ban is surprising. I don't think I've seen Blackbeard banned once today, but on top of that, I think we've only seen it played once.
I think so. And you are talking about how rare it is to see aces in Rainbow Six Siege. I think that's partially because he gets banned a lot. I'm funny.
That could be.
I'm funny. I'm a funny guy. I'm a hilarious individual. But we do
You are?
see Ace banned here in this half as well. Not going to be an option for the side of Lackawanna's attack
Attackers need
for
to
the
locate
entirety
and
of this
defuse as
half,
many
whether
bombs
that
as they
be
can.
only 2 rounds or potentially many more if PSU White can string together a defense on the same tier as Lackawanna just did. But I mean,
Bomb
it's
located by
going to
attackers.
be a brutal fight for the side of PSU. They need basically everything to go in their direction, and I mean, very little has gone in their direction so far. Their best fragger in the previous maps that
10
we've
seconds
seen,
left.
Easy Pass, unfortunately having a slightly quiet game right now.
5
Only
seconds
4
to
kills
insertion.
for him, and that is still the second most on the
Attackers'
team, and
objective is to defuse
more
a
than
bomb.
most players on Lackawanna, but I mean, when the top fraggers of Lackawanna are each dropping 9 kills, 4 is just not cutting it.
Yeah, I can definitely look at it that way. I mean, the top fraggers are going crazy here for Lackawanna. Of course, now on offense, right? Some of that familiarity, momentum, whatever you want to call it, will definitely work in their favor on attack. I mean, looking at the operators here, they got Striker, Grim, Deimos. They have a lot of tools, Flores as well, to just make these defenders feel uncomfortable in their positions, and we'll see if that's the case. Looks like a pretty standard defensive lineup, actually using a lot of people with really good guns, and this is a Jaeger shotgun. Oh, we are in for a treat here.
Jaeger shotgun. PSU White. I don't want to say they're not taking it seriously, because I mean they have been playing well today. Let me clarify. I think they've been playing very well today. They've just been up against a lot of opponents who are very good at this game we call Rainbow Six, and at this point, I mean, we're seeing Jaeger shotgun and such. Maybe not taking it the most seriously at this point in the day, but I mean, even if this is like a fully legitimate strategy, it is funny to see, you know? I do love to see me some Jaeger.
Yeah, it's a good combo to watch play. Is Lackawanna getting pretty close to the site here, and with a minute 20 to play, still plenty of time to get themselves on the site. As the first Vulcan canister is popped, there goes Voice. Shotgun does not have the same distance as the M4 in CJ Rock's hands. And there goes a Goyo as well. Xenia had some trouble getting that one, but will find it eventually. Menvy losing a lot of health here in the second floor. So that's going to be easy pass. Across already to cut one down. CJ Rock's low as well. So this is not a done deal. Epion falls as well. Saptic on this spiral stairs is having some trouble getting the shots on the easy pass, and they'll get returned. Double kill for Easy, and Epion is still on the ground out here in the hallway. In fact, right on the other side of this wall from Easy Pass.
And that's exactly what you need from Easy Pass. There's only one player standing right now for Lackawanna. And I mean, Easy Pass is in such a nice position to potentially like punish a little bit of over-aggression here. Prone on the floor, super shorty in hand, able to close out the round. And now PSU White, they can't go back to the second floor, but this is the start they needed on this half to make it competitive.
This is where the comeback starts. We'll see just how long they can ride the momentum. That was a pretty good opening defensive round by them, so definitely would not be surprised to see them string a couple together here. Of course, can't go to the basement, but after that, that's where it gets complicated, right? The first floor site, as far as first floor sites go in the game, it's really not that bad. Split site can be weird to defend for some teams, but yeah, neither of those sites nearly as good as second floor or basement, so hoping for their sake they're able to string this win and get some momentum going.
Bomb located by
You see
attackers.
Two-Barrel Bandit, new combo. So do have a lot of tools to kind of keep this well closed. But on the other side, a sledge, a ram, and of course, as I open my mouth, now not a sledge. They do have a ram though, so they can get a lot of pressure upstairs.
A very typical operator that we see coming out from Lackawanna. The ram, obviously so good whenever there is a floor above a bomb
10
site.
seconds to go.
Unsurprising to see this operator in this context, in
5
this
seconds
match.
left before insertion.
Zanaya is a rather good player from what we've seen
Attackers are
so
heading
far
out to
today,
defuse a bomb.
and so doesn't entirely shock me to see them playing this operator. The rest of the composition as well, not entirely shocking. We do see the Blitz, we do see the Grim, we do see the Thermite, all very standard operators from varying different eras of Rainbow Six.
We'll see what happens here. Round number 8. Lackawanna trying to go up. If they're able to take away this round, would throw themselves up onto match point. So they're definitely trying to do that one. See just if they're able to. CJ Rock here on the attack. Starting off at the top floor is the Thermite for a basement bomb site. I don't know if they're just doing this to try to get the Fenrir out of position, but definitely don't want to lose this player. Only hard breach available to the team at this time. Instead, just going to gather intel for this Blitz. Epion tearing through this building at very, very rapid pace. And just like that, cleared the first floor. Voix is still in the corridor here. Should be falling back very quickly, and as we say, now moving to those spiral stairs to do so.
The Fenrir has had to turn tail and run a very long way away. Forced out of that position very early on. And now we're seeing the Ram do what Ram does. Open up the floor and make it significantly more difficult for the side of PSU White to stand in mostly that site. So the garage itself now particularly different. Yeah. Epion as well, looking for an angle to get in and potentially make room for a plant. Yeah, easy pass is the first player to fall here. Zanaya on this Ram, I mentioned them earlier, they are quite good at the game, and opening up this many angles with the Ram just means that it becomes a lot harder for the side of PSU White to defend here in the garage. They've locked down the location of at least one player using Grim Bees, and the plant is going down via the Blitz. Shield on the back makes it a lot harder for them to punish this right next to the pillar. Now the Blitz taking a somewhat aggressive position here. The canister is going to force them back just a little bit here, but with Voix going down, this retake becomes a lot harder, especially losing out on Menvi though. Monster as well, a quad for Zanaya.
Second ace?
Another ace impossible here, but CJ
Wow.
Rock will take it away last second, and just like that, Lackawanna are now in fact on match point.
I can't believe CJ Rock did that. Zenny was shooting at them, like literally bullets hitting the body. So close to taking that ace home, but instead it stays at a quad kill. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a team kill roll through next round. That's probably how I'd deal with it. Which is also probably why I do not play competitive Rainbow Six Siege. But yeah, I mean, they're match point now. They need one of the next 4, and with how good they've been playing, Baby Spirits, honestly, not far off. Epion looked very good that round.
Definitely not.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs
it's
as they
been
can.
a phenomenally played map for Lackawanna thus far. PSU White, I feel like I'm saying this phrase a lot today, but they have also had their moments. I don't want this to sound like this has been a super one-sided affair, because PSU White, they have had moments of brilliance, I would argue. That top floor defense, that top floor attack where they won. But I mean, Lackawanna's consistency is what's shining through and really standing out to me right now. Every single one of their players, except for Saptic and CJ, are positive. And even the ones who aren't positive are still contributing heavily to this win.
5 seconds remaining.
Device placed.
Yeah, they are. I mean, Rainbow Six Siege is a team game. No matter what the top fraggers are doing, the star plays that come out in some rounds, it still takes all 5 players to pull out the victory. Lackawanna now going to be able to attack this bottom floor bomb site yet again. Just one more needed, and they're going to rally behind Epion yet again. Here comes Epion. CJ Rock will get the first kill. There goes Slugster. It's not exactly an all-out rush, but it seems like it. There goes Voix. Slams gets a kill as well, so Dodokabi now on to 10 kills this game, and Lackawanna wants to end things right here. There goes Capable.
It is an excellent start for the side of Lackawanna so far, only losing out on Epion. The Finka is here to enable the aggression, but easy passes. C4 is able to slow down the push ever so slightly. 3 players on the side of Lackawanna, 2 remaining to keep PSU White's hopes alive for the remainder of this map. Obviously, they've already been eliminated, but they want to play a little bit more Siege. They don't want to go down quietly, but easy pass falls, and Menvi, the last player standing, will eventually, actually wins the duel against Zenaya. Nearly runs directly into an LMG, but the thermal charge from CJ Rock going to open up the wall, and now Menvi on a long flank. Not anywhere close to the bomb sites right now, but walks into the air jab. Surely somebody may have heard that, and now CJ Rock has an idea that no one is near this site. The plant can safely go down, but are they aware? They have to be now. Bailiff through the wall, announcing the presence of walking into another air jab that just delays even more time. 40 seconds now remaining for Menvi. 10 kills on the map. Has played so well, but would need to make it 12 with more than 8 seconds remaining near that diffuser in order to extend this map. A duel against CJ Rock. They know exactly where Saptic is, but it will not be enough. CJ Rock able to close it out, and Lackawanna takes it 7-2.
Great game from Lackawanna as they move on into the tournament tomorrow. And unfortunately from PSU White, this is going to be the last we see of them at the battle for PA. A nice showing though, you know, the scoreboard doesn't always show it all. The 7-2, they had kills, they had moments where they were close throughout the entire day, not only this game. A good showing, honestly, from almost all the teams involved, right? All 8 that we saw today, all of them had their moments where they looked like they would be good enough to win this entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, everybody had those moments where, you know, they're playing good Siege. And at the end of the day, that's all you can really ask for these guys. I don't know how many of these guys have had proper LAN experience before, but even the teams, the 4 teams that did not make it out of the group stage today, I hope they can walk away from this happy that they were at least able to experience LAN, because that is LAN is something special in any like esport, whether it's a fighting game or an FPS or an RTS or anything like that. So Battle for PA, obviously a very special experience for all of the teams involved, all of the players involved, all of the coaches and staff involved. And I mean, the teams who came in and didn't make it out of groups today, there's always more games to be played going forward. Siege isn't going anywhere anytime soon. So best of luck in your next one, and thanks for coming out today.
Yeah, and obviously, before we come sign off here, I'm sure many people are curious what's going to go on tomorrow. So now that we have all 4 teams confirmed, we do have the layout for tomorrow's semifinals. So at 10 a.m., and keep in mind, all times are going to be in Eastern, we have Penn State University Blue roster taking on Lackawanna College, the team you just saw. Of course, winner advances to grand finals. And then the one will be on at 12:30 Eastern, Robert Morris University taking on the Rochester Institute of Technology.
Holy.
That one's going to be incredible. 2 of the hardest hitting teams we've seen at this entire event. Only one can move on to the grand finals at 4 p.m. And of course, a reminder, every game will be a best of 3. So definitely going to be a lot of high octane, high energy, very, very fun to watch Siege action going on tomorrow.
And we will be on the microphone, like Fisher said, for the second series of the day, RIT versus RMU. And the first and third, I believe, will be done by Thin Irish Dude and...
Hi, Bear.
Hi, Bear. That's it. Thank you for covering me there, because I had completely forgotten who the other caster was. I'm so sorry, Hi, Bear. I apologize.
Yeah, and then, of course, one more time, before we log out, a big thank you for all the teams that showed up for this LAN. Of course, Lackawanna, the host, Penn State with all their rosters, Rochester Institute of Technology, Robert Morris University, and the 2 teams we saw this morning not advancing to the playoffs, but Wilkes University and Marietta College. Both had strong showings as well. With all that being said, that's going to wrap it up for day number 1 of the Battle for PA. Once again, Kingfisher along with Gedster. Big thank you to all of you for watching, and of course, all the staff behind the scenes making today possible. With that being said, have a great night, and we will see you back here tomorrow morning, 10 a.m.
Bye-bye.